Mrs. Isha Ambani Piramal, Shri Akash Ambani, Shri Anant Ambani. All directors of the company are present at this meeting. Shri V. Shrikant, Chief Financial Officer, Srimati Savitri Parekh, Company Secretary, and Shri K. Sethuraman, and the representatives of our statutory auditors and secretarial auditor of the company are also present at this meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, notice dated August 5th, 2024, convening this annual general meeting and a copy of the annual report for the financial year ended March 31, 2024 have already been circulated electronically to the members of the company. With your permission, I shall take them as read. The auditor's report on the standalone and consolidated financial statements and the secretarial audit report of the company for the financial year ended 31st March 2024 do not contain any qualification, reservation, adverse remark or disclaimer. Accordingly, these reports are not required to be read out as provided in the Companies Act 2013. Now I will begin my formal address to the shareholders. My dear shareholders, good afternoon and a very warm welcome to the 47th Annual General Meeting of Reliance Industries Limited. At the outset, let us warmly congratulate our visionary Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, for winning a third consecutive term. The 2024 parliamentary elections have produced a resounding victory for stability, continuity, and above all, for India's vibrant democracy. This has enhanced India's reputation globally, and it augurs well for the growth prospects of our economy. Friends, now I would like to share a few brief reflections on the global economy. The world of today brings both hope and concern. On one hand, we are living in the best of times with revolutionary breakthroughs in science and technology, especially in artificial intelligence, computing, robotics, and life sciences. They promise a future of unprecedented prosperity and well-being for all of humanity. The birth of AI, perhaps the most transformative event in the evolution of human race, has opened up opportunities to address a number of complex problems facing mankind. On the other hand, multiple geopolitical conflicts threaten global peace, stability, and even economies of nations. Also, it is no longer possible nor acceptable to ignore the stark developmental disparities amid rising aspirations for a better life in the global south. However, even in these uncertain times, there is one absolute certainty, and that certainty is the continued rise of New India as it marches confidently towards the goal of Viksit Bharat in Amrit Kal. Among its peers globally, India has unmatched demographics and relatively lighter debt burdens with fast growth. Today, India is one of the biggest growth engines and not just a carriage in the global economic train. The IMF forecasts that by 2027, India is set to emerge as the world's third largest economy, surpassing Japan and Germany. Achieving this proud milestone will be the best way to celebrate the 80th anniversary of our independence. Irrespective of the volatile times globally, India remains the brightest beacon of hope for the world. With its rich cultural heritage, empowered population, surging economic power, and age-old advocacy of peace, our nation will play a pivotal role in changing the world for the better. Friends, Reliance is truly blessed to make a humble contribution, but crucial contribution to creating a better India and a better world. All our businesses continue to be key drivers of the Indian economy. I personally believe that Reliance has become a success story because we have grown with a purpose. We are not in the business of pursuing short-term profit and hoarding wealth. We are in the business of creating wealth for India and enhancing the quality of life of every Indian every single day. We are in the business of providing highest quality products and services that improve efficiency, productivity, and ease of living for Indian consumers. We are on a mission to provide energy security to our nation. We are on a larger mission to make the world cleaner and greener for our future generations. We do all this because Reliance is driven by a purpose firmly rooted in our We Care philosophy. This philosophy of doing business with a broader and noble purpose is instilled in all of us by our founder chairman, Shri Dhirubhai Ambani. Esteemed shareholders, our founder firmly believed that you are the backbone of Reliance and that you deserve a substantial reward from time to time as your company grows from strength to strength. I have supreme confidence in the robust performance and the bright future growth prospects of all our businesses. Based on this confidence, I would like to share some good news with you today. At 1:45 p.m. today, Reliance Industries Limited has sent a notice to the stock exchanges that the Board of Directors will meet on the 5th September to consider issuing bonus shares in the ratio of 1:1. When Reliance grows, we reward our shareholders handsomely. And when our shareholders are rewarded handsomely, Reliance grows faster and creates more value. This virtuous cycle has been the guarantor of your company's perpetual progress. Dear shareholders, as I told you last year, Reliance has now become a net producer of technology. Breakthrough technologies and innovation have always been the greatest wealth creators for nations as well as for corporates. Reliance internalized this Vikas mantra at every stage of its growth. In recent years, this mantra is transforming Reliance into a deep tech company with advanced manufacturing capabilities in 3 seminal ways. First, we are embedding innovative technologies in every single business to generate ever greater value for our customers. Second, our talented engineers and scientists are incubating several critical technological innovations in-house to enhance our product and service offerings. Third, we have built an AI-native digital infrastructure for all Reliance businesses and have built our software stack, integrating end-to-end workflows and real-time dashboards. With the success of our Atmanirbhar efforts, we are accelerating India's transformation into a deep tech nation. Reliance spent over 3,643 crores in the financial year 24 towards R&D, taking our spend on research to over 11,000 crores in the last 4 years alone. We have more than 1,000 scientists and researchers working on critical research projects across all our businesses. I feel proud to inform you that last year, Reliance filed over 2,555 patents, mainly in the areas of bioenergy innovations, solar and other green energy sources, and high-value chemicals. Digital is another principal area of our in-house research. We have filed patents in 6G, 5G, AI large language models, AI deep learning, big data, devices, Internet of Things, and narrowband IoT. I assure you that this ongoing tech-driven transformation of Reliance will propel your company into a new orbit of hypergrowth and multiply its value for years to come. Our future is far brighter than our past. For example, Reliance took over 2 decades to be amongst the top 500 companies globally. In the following 2 decades, saw us joining the league of the world's top 50 most valuable companies. With our strategic adoption of deep tech and advanced manufacturing, I can clearly see Reliance earning a place in the top 30 league in the near future. Dear shareholders, let me begin by reporting to you the financial performance of Reliance for the year 23-24. Reliance Industries posted a record consolidated turnover of 10,122 crores in the financial year 24, becoming India's first company ever to cross the rupees 10 lakh crore mark in annual revenues. Reliance's EBITDA was rupees 1,78,677 crores, while the net profit was rupees 79,020 crores. Reliance's exports were rupees 2,99,832 crores, accounting for 8.2% of India's total merchandise export. Reliance invested cumulatively over 5.28 lakh crores in the last 3 years. Reliance remained the single largest contributor to the national exchequer, contributing 1,86,440 crores through various taxes and duty in the financial year 23-24. In the last 3 years, Reliance's contribution to the exchequer crossed rupees 5.5 lakh crores, the highest by any Indian corporate. Reliance also expanded its social impact with a 25% increase in its annual CSR spending to rupees 1,592 crores. With this, Reliance's total CSR spend for the last 3 years crossed rupees 4,000 crores, the largest among all Indian corporates. Reliance continues to be ranked as India's best employer by several external agencies. I am happy to state that Reliance continues to be amongst the largest employers in India. The nature of employment creation is changing globally, primarily due to technological interventions and flexible business models. Therefore, rather than just the traditional direct employment model, Reliance is embracing newer, incentive-based engagement models. This helps the employees earn better and instills the spirit of enterprise in them. That is why the direct employment numbers show a slight dip in the annual figures, although the total employment created by Reliance has gone up. We added over 1.7 lakh new jobs last year. If we include both the traditional and the newer engagement models of our employment, our head count today is nearly 6.5 lakh. Among all of Reliance's record achievements so far, this one will always hold a special place in my heart because employment creation for India's talented youth has to be our top national priority. Dear friends, last year, Reliance floated the financial services business as a separate listed company, which helped unlock significant value for our investors. Today, Jio Financial Services is worth nearly 2.2 lakh crores in market capitalization. I am sure that JFS will continue to create great value for society, for the nation, and in the process for shareholders as well. Let me now talk about our digital services business. Dear shareholders, in 2016, Jio began its mission to bring digital life to every Indian. And in 8 short years, Jio has transformed India into an inclusive, premier digital society. We have democratized digital services, making them accessible to every citizen and business across our nation. Thanks to Jio, India is now the world's largest data market. Today, Jio's network carries nearly 8% of global mobile traffic, surpassing even major global operators, including those in developed markets. And we have done this while maintaining the highest service quality, setting new benchmarks on the global stage. Jio's commitment to affordability has made its service accessible to all, with current data prices that are 1/4 of the global average and just 10% of those in developed countries. In 8 years, Jio has grown to become the world's largest mobile data company. Today, Jio is a 490 million strong family, reflecting the immense trust and loyalty of our customers. And each Jio customer, on an average, uses over 30 GB of data monthly, driving a 33% growth in our data traffic over the past year. We have also made significant strides in home services with nearly 30 million home customers across our digital broadband services and digital television services. This makes us one of the largest digital home service providers globally. And among business users, over 1 million small and medium businesses in India have embraced Jio. We are proud to be the trusted partner for over 80% of the top 5,000 large enterprises in the country. Each month, with every recharge and every bill payment, our customers cast their vote of confidence in Jio, reaffirming their trust in us. We are deeply grateful to our valued customers. Their confidence drives us every day to push boundaries and deliver the world's best digital services. Friends, one of the most gratifying aspects of Jio's journey is that everything we have achieved is powered by our own technology. From the start, we knew that leading the digital revolution required innovation, not just integration. Today, Jio stands as a true deep tech innovator. At the core of our success is our fully homegrown 5G stack developed by Jio's talented engineers. This end-to-end solution, tailored for India's unique needs, has proven itself on a national scale. Our operations support systems and business support systems are also fully homegrown. These platforms are the backbone of our network, ensuring top-tier service, quality, and efficiency. Jio's focus on innovation is also reflected in our growing portfolio of intellectual property. Jio is amongst India's largest patent holders with over 350 patents in 5G and 6G technologies alone. These patents are key to securing Jio's place at the forefront of global innovation. However, Jio's technological leadership isn't just about intellectual property. It is also about the people behind them, the dedication and expertise of nearly 18,000 Jio professionals. These professionals have mastered cutting-edge technologies, building, delivering, and operating industry-leading solutions Jio is known for. Jio's proven platforms, growing patents, and talented professionals position us to lead India's technological future. And we are doubling down on deep tech to further extend our competitive edge. Dear shareholders, last year, Jio reached a new milestone in both operating and financial performance. We welcomed over 43 million new subscribers to our broadband service. Our revenue surpassed the 100,000 crore mark, while our net profit exceeded rupees 20,000 crores. Our EBITDA margin reached 50.1%, boosted by customer growth and operating leverage. These remarkable achievements place Jio Platforms amongst the top 12 companies in India in terms of net profits, underscoring our financial strength and operational excellence. Friends, despite our scale, Jio still remains one of the fastest growing digital companies with immense opportunities for growth ahead. Let me start with 5G. This past year, we completed the pan-India rollout of Jio True 5G, the world's largest and fastest 5G deployment. Over 85% of the 5G radio cells operating in India belong to Jio. With the widest coverage and the highest quality, Jio True 5G now reaches every corner of India. Jio has transformed India from a 5G dark to a 5G bright, creating one of the world's most advanced 5G network. Through unmatched spectrum holdings, 5G standalone architecture, and advanced technologies like carrier aggregation and network slicing, Jio is the only operator in India and amongst the first globally to harness 5G's power. Jio True 5G has also achieved the world's fastest 5G adoption. In just 2 years, over 130 million customers have embraced Jio True 5G, and this is just the beginning. Today, nearly all smartphones over rupees 8,000 sold in India are 5G ready. As 5G phones become more affordable, 5G adoption on Jio's network will accelerate, further boosting data consumption. With Jio's lead in 5G coverage, capacity, and quality, we expect to capture the lion's share of the accelerating 5G adoption. As more users migrate to 5G, our 4G network's capacity is opening up uniquely, positioning Jio to welcome over 200 million 2G users in India into the Jio 4G family. Our Jio Bharat initiative, offering entry-level 4G phones at prices lower than 2G phones, reflects our commitment to a 2G Mukt India. For many 2G users, Jio Bharat is their first step into digital services. And today, nearly half of the 2G customers upgrading their devices choose Jio Bharat, demonstrating the unmatched value of Jio's offering. My dear shareholders, let us now discuss the incredible growth potential of our home broadband services. We launched Jio Air Fiber, our 5G-based home broadband service, last October. Jio Air Fiber offers high-speed broadband across India, fulfilling customer orders faster than possible with the optic fiber service. In just over 6 months, we acquired our first million Air Fiber customers. This milestone is remarkable and the fastest of its kind globally. But that was only the beginning. By leveraging our deep tech capabilities and continuously optimizing every process, we acquired the next 1 million Air Fiber customers in just 100 days. We are still streamlining our operations and see potential to accelerate even further. We are now challenging ourselves to add 1 million homes every 30 days. With this momentum, we are confident of reaching our target of 100 million home broadband customers at record speed. And we are also targeting over 20 million small and medium businesses, bringing them the connectivity to thrive in today's digital age. But what excites us the most is the potential to connect India's 1.5 million schools and colleges and over 70,000 hospitals and 1.2 million doctors. Imagine the possibilities when every school in India has high-speed internet, enabling digital classrooms, remote learning, and access to vast knowledge. Or consider connected hospitals where doctors consult global specialists in real time access the latest research and offer the best care. These institutions are our nation's backbone, and by connecting them, we are building a stronger, more resilient India. For the past few years, I have discussed the exciting deep tech frontier of artificial intelligence and its global potential to redefine industries, economies, and daily life. We made a bold promise to bring benefits of AI to every Indian, everywhere, just as we did with broadband. Today, I can affirm that we are on track to fulfill that promise. At Jio, we have always been at the forefront in leveraging cutting-edge technologies for faster scaling, higher efficiency, and superior customer service. And now, AI has become integral to everything we do. We have rapidly augmented our talent and capabilities, embracing the latest in generative AI. And we are embedding AI into all our processes and offerings, creating end-to-end workflows with real-time, data-driven insights and automation. This is helping us deliver smarter, more responsive services to both internal users and customers. To streamline AI adoption, Jio is developing a comprehensive suite of tools and platforms that span the entire AI lifecycle. We call this Jio Brain. Jio Brain enables us to accelerate AI adoption across Jio, driving faster decisions, more accurate predictions, and better understanding of customer needs. We are also starting to use Jio Brain to drive a similar transformation across other Reliance operating companies and to fast-track their AI journey as well. I anticipate that by perfecting Jio Brain within Reliance, we will create a powerful AI service platform that we can offer to other enterprises as well. Friends, while we are starting in our own backyard, I believe the true power of AI lies in making it accessible to everyone, everywhere. With Jio AI's everywhere for everyone vision, we are committed to democratizing AI, offering powerful AI models and services to everyone in India at the most affordable prices. To achieve this, we are laying the groundwork for a truly national AI infrastructure. We plan to establish gigawatt-scale AI-ready data centers in Jamnagar, powered entirely by Reliance's green energy, reflecting our commitment to sustainability and a greener future. As the only company with access to such green power, Reliance is uniquely positioned to lead this transformation. Also, we plan to create multiple AI inference facilities across our captive locations throughout the country, which will scale up to support the growing demand. In parallel, we will partner with leading global technology companies and innovators to bring the most advanced AI models, solutions, and tools to India. By leveraging our expertise in infrastructure, networking, operations, software, and data, and by collaborating with our global partners, our goal is to create the world's lowest AI inferencing cost right here in India. This will make AI applications in India more affordable than anywhere else, making AI accessible to all. For instance, in the retail sector, AI can help optimize inventory management, reduce waste, and ensure that the right products are always available at the right time. In healthcare, AI can assist doctors in diagnosing diseases more accurately and faster than ever before, potentially saving countless lives. In entertainment, AI can create personalized experience for users, making content more engaging and relevant. In agriculture, AI can analyze vast amount of data from various sources such as weather patterns, soil health, and crop growth, and provide farmers with actionable insights to increase farm productivity and income. Similarly, in education sector, AI can offer personalized learning experiences, help students learn at their own pace and in their own style, regardless of their location or background. These are the kinds of innovations that Jio's AI efforts are focused on, ensuring that the benefit of AI reach every corner of India and touch lives of every Indian. Let me focus on 4 sectors that will benefit the most from AI. 1. Agriculture. AI farmers will use intelligent tools to conserve water, manage other resources efficiently, make use of accurate weather predictions, and grow more innovative crops that satisfy both food and non-food needs for society. They will optimize crop yields, control pests, reduce waste, and enhance environmental sustainability. This will lead to unimaginable growth in farm productivity, new economic activities in rural areas, and attractive and abundant livelihoods, thereby ending the India-Bharat divide forever. 2. Education. AI teachers will personalize learning experiences, making high-quality education accessible and affordable to all. Every Indian student, including those living in remote corners of our country, will be able to learn more, learn better, and gain skills aligned to the needs of tomorrow's India and tomorrow's world. Imagine a future when 300 million Indian students are thus fully and comprehensively empowered by AI teachers. They will rapidly modernize India for sure. But India will also become the largest supplier of high-paying human resources to countries around the world, solving global problems both virtually and physically. This bright future can be realized within a single generation, setting the stage for a Viksit Bharat. 3. Healthcare. Sarve Santu Niramaya. May all be healthy has been India's prayer and aspiration since Vedic times. AI doctors will realize this age-old aspiration by making India a healthy, wealthy, and fit nation. Simple body-compute interfaces will become as commonplace as smartphones today. They will be affordable for all in the same way that Jio has made smartphones affordable even to common Indians. AI doctors will also be accessible to all and available everywhere 24/7. They will improve diagnosis and treatment, enable early detection of diseases, personalize treatment plans, and promote preventive and predictive cure, especially for children and senior citizens. In this way, AI will meaningfully prolong every Indian's disease-free lifespan. 4. Small businesses. AI Vyapar will enable merchants and small businesses achieve high levels of innovation and productivity. It will automate routine tasks, enhance decision-making with data-driven insights, and open new avenues for growth and competition. Using AI, even a small business owner operating in a Tier 3 city of India will be able to compete on a global scale. I am extremely confident that by harnessing the power of AI, India will leap into a future of unprecedented progress and prosperity. By embracing this technological revolution, we will unlock the full potential of our nation and transforming lives and creating a brighter tomorrow for every Indian. And more importantly, these AI models and services will be hosted within India's border. They will comply fully with Indian data and privacy regulations, ensuring the security and privacy of our citizens are always protected. To achieve AI leadership, we also need to invest in talent development. That is why Jio is partnering with Jio Institute to develop a cutting-edge AI program. This program is designed to cultivate the next generation of AI talent in India. By equipping young minds with skills for advanced AI, we are securing Jio's future and contributing to India's development as a global technology hub. At Jio, we believe that AI should not be a luxury reserved for a select few. AI services must be accessible on all devices, not just expensive, high-end devices. This requires a delivery model where AI services and the data processed by AI are both hosted in the cloud, allowing every user to access their data and AI services from anywhere on any device over low latency broadband networks. This is the only way to ensure that everyone, irrespective of their socio-economic background, will benefit from AI. We call this concept connected intelligence. As a first step to connected intelligence, every user needs ample and affordable data storage capacity in the cloud with the highest levels of privacy and security. With data safely stored in the cloud, AI can deliver intelligent, personalized services over the network. Today, to support our AI everywhere for everyone vision using connected intelligence, I am thrilled to announce the Jio AI Cloud Welcome Offer. Today, I am announcing that Jio users will get up to 100 GB of free cloud storage to securely store and access all their photos, videos, documents, and all other digital content and data. And we will also have the most affordable prices in the market for those needing even higher storage. We plan to launch the Jio AI Cloud Welcome Offer starting Diwali of this year, bringing a powerful and affordable solution where cloud data storage and data-powered AI services are available to everyone, everywhere. With this, let me invite Akash and Kiran on stage to talk about some of the exciting developments at Jio.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, we're excited to share the newest features in Jio Home, making your home more connected, convenient, and smarter than ever before. Jio has transformed digital home services in India over the past few years. Millions now enjoy ultra-fast internet, seamless video streaming, and top OTT applications powered by a Jio Home Broadband and Jio Set-Top Box. But at Jio, we believe in constantly pushing the boundaries of what's possible. Today, we're excited to unveil the next evolution in Jio Home offerings.
Indeed, Akash. Building on the success of our home broadband and Jio set-top box, we are now exploring new horizons in home entertainment and smart living. Today, we are thrilled to introduce Jio TV OS, our 100% homegrown operating system for the Jio set-top box. Jio TV OS is made for your big TV screen, giving you a faster, smoother, and more personalized experience. It's just like having a custom-made entertainment system at home. Jio TV OS supports cutting-edge home entertainment features like ultra-high-definition 4K video, Dolby Vision, and Dolby Atmos. This means you get the best picture and sound quality, just like being in a movie theater, but in the comfort of your living room. And it's more than just a user interface. It's an entire ecosystem that brings together all your favorite apps, live television, and shows in one simple, easy-to-use system.
A few years ago, we introduced Hello Jio, the voice assistant that is now part of tvOS that lets you control your set-top box with your voice accessible using the mic button on the Jio remote. Hello Jio has quickly become one of the most loved features of Jio set-top box. Recently, we have made Hello Jio even smarter using the latest generative AI technologies, improving its natural language understanding and making it feel more human-like. Now, finding content on Jio set-top box is easier than ever. For example, just say, "Hello Jio, find action movies," and it will search across all your apps like Amazon Prime, Disney Plus Hotstar, and more, and will show you the best options in a single combined list. No more searching through each of your apps one by one to find what you want.
Hello Jio can also launch apps with commands like Open Netflix or find specific movies, shows, or music by name. Want to watch some sports? Just say, "Play Star Sports," and Hello Jio tunes in. No need to remember any channel numbers. Hello Jio can also control your Jio set-top box using voice. For example, you can say, "Hello Jio, increase the volume," and it's done. With Hello Jio, it's like having a friend who knows exactly what you want to watch or listen to. Just ask and it's done.
What also sets tvOS apart is Jio App Store, a key feature of the Jio set-top box. A rapidly growing developer ecosystem is creating innovative apps designed specifically for Jio Home, enhancing every aspect of your lifestyle. Whether you want to stay active with motion-based fitness, explore new educational content with your kids, or shop directly from the TV, the Jio App Store has something for everyone in your family. Imagine practicing yoga with a real-time feedback from AI-powered virtual coach, or enjoying an augmented reality shopping experience that lets you try on clothes or makeup, all from the comfort of your couch. These are just a few examples of the smart apps our developer community has created for Jio Set-Top Box. We extend our heartfelt thanks to our developer community for their continuous innovation and for enhancing the Indian home experience through their creativity and dedication.
And there's more. We're not stopping at entertainment and lifestyle. Homes worldwide are becoming smarter and more connected through the Internet of Things, or IoT. Picture this. Your air conditioner turns on when you enter the room, or your lights dim as you settle in to watch a movie, or you get a notification when an unauthorized person comes to your front door. All these things without you lifting a finger. We believe that IoT is the backbone of tomorrow's smart Indian homes, simplifying routines, enhancing security, saving energy, and much more. And with Jio Home IoT solutions, we can make your lights, air conditioners, security systems, and all other appliances work together to make your life easier and smarter. Jio Home IoT Solutions is fully integrated with Jio TV OS, making your home more intelligent and responsive to your needs. And with our Matter-compliant solutions, which is the latest industry standard, Jio Home IoT ensures that all your smart devices work seamlessly together and can be controlled from a single unified platform.
To unify these incredible features, we've developed the Jio Home app. The Jio Home app is your personal control center, letting you manage everything in your home, from your Wi-Fi to your smart devices with just a few taps. Because your security is our top priority, Jio Home app includes features like malware detection and guest Wi-Fi management, keeping your home network safe and secure.
These new features don't just make your home better, they turn it into a smart, seamless, and secure place where everything works just the way you want. From watching your favorite shows to managing your home security, everything is now easier and more connected with Jio. We can't wait for you to experience how these new Jio features will make your home smarter, more connected, more secure, and easier to live in.
Now, let's talk about Jio TV Plus and our vision for the future of digital entertainment. Jio TV Plus brings all your entertainment, live TV, on-demand shows, and apps together in one easy-to-use platform. With Jio TV Plus, you get access to over 860 live TV channels with all leading channels in stunning high definition, plus the best content from apps like Amazon Prime Video, Disney Plus Hotstar, all in one place. And we're optimized Jio TV Plus for super fast channel switching experience. Switching between your favorite channels is now faster than ever, so you won't miss a single moment of action.
What makes Jio TV Plus really unique is how it combines content from over a dozen OTT apps, hundreds of live TV channels, and a vast library of on-demand movies and shows, all with a single login. You no longer need to juggle multiple apps or remember different passwords. Jio TV Plus handles it all. Also, a powerful recommendation engine offers personalized suggestions based on your viewing habits, making it easier than ever to find something you will love. And if you miss a show, Catch Up TV lets you go back up to 7 days and catch up on what you missed. With our upcoming Play Pause feature, you will soon be able to pause live TV and pick up right where you left off whenever you are ready. It's all about making TV work for you.
But that's not all. We're elevating digital entertainment with advanced interactive features. Imagine watching a live cricket match or the Olympics and being able to pull up stats, buy tickets, or switch camera angles, all without leaving the action. That's the power of Jio TV Plus.
Jio TV Plus is also designed to be a truly social experience. With integrated social features, you can share what you're watching with friends, join live watch parties, or discuss your favorite shows in real time. This is the future of TV, and we are excited to bring it to your living rooms.
Now, let's talk about AI. Our chairman introduced the concept of connected intelligence, where AI services and data are seamlessly delivered from the cloud over ultra-fast broadband, accessible anytime, anywhere, on any device. Today, we're excited to talk about a new service that we are developing that makes using AI as easy as making a phone call. We call this service Jio Phone Call AI, which lets you use AI with every phone call. Jio Phone Call AI can record and store any call in Jio Cloud and automatically transcribe it, which means automatically convert it from voice to text. It can also summarize the call and even translate it into another language. This allows anyone to easily capture and access important voice conversations, making them searchable, shareable, and understandable across languages, all with just a few clicks. Let's dive into the experience to show you how simple it is. Imagine that you are an important phone call. Jio has given a separate dedicated phone number to Phone Call AI. Just add the Jio Phone Call AI's phone number to your call, just like you would another person. Once you hear the welcome message, press 1 to start recording and transcribing the call. Now you can begin your conversation.
In the background, Phone Call AI listens and turns everything you say into text, quickly and accurately. And Phone Call AI will periodically announce that the call is being recorded, so everything is clear and transparent to all the parties on the call.
At any point, you can pause the transcription by pressing number 2. For example, if you are discussing another topic, Phone Call AI will periodically announce the transcription is paused again for full transparency. Simple, right? And when you're ready to start again, just press number 1 or press number 3 to end when you're done. And that's how easy it is to use Jio Phone Call AI. It's hassle-free, no apps needed, just a simple, reliable phone number to record and transcribe your calls with precision. Whether you're in a one-on-one call or a group conference or even just making personal notes, Jio Phone Call AI can be your go-to solution for seamless call recording and transcription. Another exciting aspect of Jio Phone Call AI is the inclusivity it brings to millions of our citizens who are hearing impaired. By converting spoken words into text, it ensures they can stay connected and not left out of any important discussions.
All your call recordings, transcriptions, summaries, and translations created by Jio Phone Call AI are safely stored in Jio Cloud, so you can access them anytime. And with our Jio Cloud welcome offer, Jio customers will get plenty of affordable storage with the highest privacy and security. Of course, Jio Cloud isn't just for storing phone calls and transcripts. It's a full-fledged cloud storage service where you can securely upload, store, and share everything from photos to videos to documents and any other digital content. By keeping your data in Jio Cloud, you are positioning yourself to fully leverage the power of connected intelligence, making your digital life smarter, more integrated, and more efficient.
Another example of connected intelligence is Jio Bharat, our ultra-affordable entry-level 4G phone. Even though Jio Bharat costs less than a 2G phone, it is packed with powerful digital services like UPI payments, video and audio streaming, and hundreds of live TV channels. This is possible because we offload much of the processing from the device to the cloud, delivering results seamlessly over our 4G network. These are just a few ways we're bringing advanced AI through connected intelligence to every Indian simply and effectively. We'll keep bringing you AI solutions that works hand in hand with our network and cloud, making life easier and better for everyone in India. And with that, let's invite our chairman back on stage.
Thank you, Akash and Kiran. Dear shareholders, with deep tech innovation and a focus on customer and shareholder value, Jio is poised to be a cornerstone of India's digital future. Led by our momentum in connectivity, we are targeting to double our revenues and EBITDA over the next 3 to 4 years. And beyond that, the potential of AI as a growth engine is enormous, and I will keep you updated on our progress in AI. As we look ahead, our every step in innovation and technology brings us closer to a future where Jio's success is measured not just by profits, but by the positive impact we have on hundreds of millions of Indians. Dear shareholders, today I am pleased to share with you the remarkable progress made by our media and entertainment business. It is transforming India's media landscape. Our media business achieved over 10,000 crores of revenue. This represents an industry-leading growth of 49%. Viacom 18, our entertainment arm, did even better. Driven by sports segment, it saw a remarkable growth of 62%. Jio Cinema is revolutionizing digital sports and entertainment. In a short time, it has reached major milestones. The second season of IPL on Jio Cinema was a huge success. It reached 62 crore Indians. That's a 38% increase over the previous season. Total viewership grew by 50%. This made it the most watched live stream event in the world. This success continued during the Olympics. Jio Cinema's new subscription pack is a game changer. It offers OTT originals, reality shows, blockbuster movies, and top content from HBO, Paramount, and NBCU. In just 100 days, Jio Cinema crossed 15 million paying subscribers. This is the fastest growth in this category. Colors, our flagship Hindi channel, reached its highest market share in 12 years. It climbed to the #1 position last year. Dear friends, our news business is reaching new heights. This is due to our focus on high-quality journalism. We lead in both general and business news. We are the only network in India with global ambitions. News 18 was India's top TV network for election news. On June 4, the counting day, its reach was nearly 50% higher than the IPL final. CNBC TV 18 had an 82% viewership share on the budget day. This is in line with its weekly performance. CNN News 18 often outperforms all other channels combined. It has been #1 for over 2 years. Money Control is transforming into an advanced fintech provider of data and analytics for users in India and beyond. It is unmatched in speed and accuracy. It has 70 million unique visitors. Our premium services, MC Pro, has now over 8.5 lakh paid subscribers. This makes it a top 10 subscription site globally and the largest in India. First Post is becoming a global news powerhouse. Its subscriber base has more than doubled in the last 12 months. In July, First Post recorded 127 million video views. This ranks it 6th among global peers. First Post is recruiting top talent to become the definitive global news destination from India. I believe it is time for India, as the world's most populous nation, to assert its voice and gain its rightful space in the influential global media. Dear shareholders, let's now talk about our partnership with Disney. This marks the beginning of a new era in India's entertainment industry. We are combining content creation with digital streaming. Our digital-first approach will deliver unparalleled content at affordable prices. We will cater to every consumer's taste. We will provide world-class digital entertainment across the spectrum. We are excited about this partnership. I warmly welcome Disney to the Reliance family. Just like Jio and retail, our expanded media business will be an invaluable growth center in the Reliance ecosystem. Dear shareholders, Reliance Retail continues to build on its position as the leader of Indian retail sector while achieving scale comparable to top retailers globally. I am happy to inform that Reliance Retail is now amongst the top 5 global retailers in terms of number of stores, amongst the top 10 retailers in terms of market capitalization, amongst the top 20 retailers in terms of number of employees, and amongst the top 30 retailers in terms of revenue. Our unique operating model has been the foundation of the competitive advantage and leadership position of our retail business. First, we have an unbeatable omni-channel model providing customers seamless experience across physical and online channels and convenience. We have a common inventory across channels that provides hyper-local delivery, leveraging our widest store network. We have built multiple channels to serve customers through about 19,000 owned stores and nearly 80 million square feet across 7,000 plus cities, 4 million Kirana partners, and a wide bouquet of digital platforms which provide us access to consumers across the country. We have built an extensive and efficient supply chain with over 32 million square feet warehouse network to support our pan-India operations. Second, we are a quality and design-led company and provide the highest quality products at competitive prices with several design labs and centers across the country in all our major segments. Third, we are using deep tech with real-time dashboards, integrated AI workflows to make our operations AI-enabled across the value chain. Fourth, we are building significant capacities in data analytics and personalization for best-in-class customer experience. Fifth, we are committed to sustainability in all our operations. We have implemented sustainable packaging, renewable energy, diversity, ethical sourcing, waste management, and supporting local communities in our business on a day-to-day basis. Sixth, our organization design and architecture with empowered teams and clear accountability are enabling our growth with discipline and driving scale and operating leverage. I am happy to inform you that our retail business is also promoting several important societal goals. We are enriching India's Kisans and MSMEs by procuring their quality produce. We are sourcing more from the tribal areas. We are promoting women entrepreneurs. Above all, retail business is generating more direct and indirect livelihood opportunities. Let me now invite Isha to provide us an update on retail's performance over the last year and its growth plans.
Thank you, Chairman. Allow me now to present the highlights of last year's performance. Reliance Retail recorded gross revenue of 3,06,848 crores, a growth of 17.8% over the last year. We continued our trajectory of strong profit growth, registering an EBITDA of 23,082 crores, up 28.4% year-on-year, and net profit of 11,101 crores, up 21% year-on-year. At 8.5%, the EBITDA margin continued to show improvements and grew 70 bips year-on-year. Our stores witnessed over 1 billion footfalls, and we have had more than 1.25 billion transactions across our channels. Registered customer base crossed a milestone of 300 million customers, nearly the population of the US. We opened 1,840 new stores this year, bringing our total store count to 18,836 stores, with a retail space of 79 million square feet in total. During the year, Reliance Retail undertook an equity fundraise of rupees 17,814 crores, achieving a valuation milestone of $100 billion. Let me now cover key highlights of our businesses. Dear shareholders, in grocery, we're not only the largest, but also one of the fastest growing retailers, expanding at 2.5 times the rate of the rest of modern trade. Our growth is driven by a focus on smaller towns, where over 2/3 of our new stores are opening. In many of these markets, we are the first modern retailer to establish a presence. At the same time, we're selectively expanding our premium formats, Fresh Signature and Fresh Pick, in large cities, continually innovating to enhance the consumer experience. Our impact extends beyond just retail. We work closely with thousands of small and medium vendors, regional brands, and new age startups, providing them a platform to grow and scale with the Indian consumers. This creates opportunities for small entrepreneurs to showcase their products and expand their reach. For example, Mukharochak Chanachur, a specialty from Kolkata, is now available in hundreds of stores outside of West Bengal. Lakshmi Narayan Chivra from Pune has co-created a highly successful misal mix exclusively for our Smart Bazaar stores. Brands like Yoga Bar, Soulful, Mama Earth, and Storia are finding success nationwide through our collaboration. As we continue to introduce new offerings and expand our reach, we believe this business will grow rapidly, enhancing both our market presence and profitability. Our online platform JioMart adds another layer of convenience, offering hyper-local delivery with a wide and relevant assortment. Every one of our stores is equipped to seamlessly handle digital orders. Our extensive network of smart points in over 1,300 cities gives us a significant competitive advantage in the e-commerce space. Milk Basket, our subscription service, makes it easy for households to receive daily deliveries of essential products at their preferred schedule. We're expanding this service to new geographies, leveraging our existing supply chain. With the acquisition of Metro India Cash and Carry, we have strengthened our omni-channel capabilities, offering a wider assortment for our Kirana and Horeca partners. We're delighted to have over 4 million registered Kirana partners in our new commerce business, supported by a footprint of over 220 metro stores across 200 cities. In our consumer brands business, we are focused on creating high-quality products at affordable prices to drive greater consumption across India. We have relaunched several popular brands like Campa, Lotus Chocolates, and Socio. The early success of all these brands give us confidence that we are on the right path. We have built a robust pan-India supply chain through our own facilities and strategic partnerships, allowing us to offer products at highly competitive prices. Our state-of-the-art R&D facility in Bangalore is key to this effort, enabling us to quickly develop world-class food products and bring them to market at great speeds. This has driven strong growth across our own channels and through general trade. We're also establishing 7-Eleven as a leading 24/7 convenience destination, offering localized fresh food and beverages tailored to the Indian palate. In fashion and lifestyle, our vertically integrated operations, from designing and fabric sourcing to logistics and distribution, allow us to set trends and meet the diverse fashion needs of our consumers across the country. We're the only fashion player in India with a significant presence in every segment of the income pyramid, from mass market to premium and luxury segments. Our investments in brands like Kalanikethan, Zivame, Clovia, Amante, and Urban Ladder have given us a strong foothold in these categories. Our own brands, Avasa, Netplay, and DNMX, each surpassed the 2,000 crore annual sales milestone last year, while John Players and Team Spirit crossed the 1,000 crore in sale milestone. To keep up with the growth, we have established 18 domestic and 3 international design centers, ensuring our designs are locally relevant. We have also developed an end-to-end digital platform that reduces the time from concept design to store shelf to just 30 days, ensuring that our stores are always stocked with the freshest merchandise. New formats like U-Stand Swadesh offer fast, accessible fashion, while Ajio continues to lead as an online fashion destination, with repeat customers contributing to 85% of sales. Ajio Luxe is also solidifying its position as the top fashion destination for premium and luxury customers. Our partnerships with ASOS and Shein will bring trendy fashion products to the Indian market, keeping pace with global fashion trends. Turning to consumer electronics, we remain the market leader driven by a commitment to personalized customer experiences and offering tailored solutions. A key differentiator for us is the high-quality sales and after-sales service provided through our in-house service arm, Rescue. We have rapidly scaled our on-demand services for electronics across India and expanded our big box Reliance Digital format, alongside a new productivity-focused format for the latest mobiles and laptops. Our emerging businesses continue to show strong growth. In our jewels business, we're expanding our design capabilities to offer products tailored to specific occasions and regional tastes, launching both regional and national collections. We also have ambitious plans to enter the luxury jewelry segment with a curated design-led experience and are exploring the fashion jewelry and accessories segment to broaden our market reach. In beauty, we're building our presence through an omni-channel strategy across multiple formats like Tira, Sephora, Kiko Milano, and Blushlace. We're also enhancing our beauty and personal care offerings across our existing formats, grocery, fashion, and pharma, both online and offline. Our investment in Insight Cosmetics is enabling us to create our own brand portfolio. Just Dial continues to strengthen its position as the go-to platform for SMEs in India, now serving over 170 million quarterly users and more than 5 lakh paying merchants. To further accelerate our deep tech and AI native capabilities, we are investing in companies with proven expertise. Adverbs is a global leader in robotics, providing innovating warehouse automation solutions with intelligent robots, while Find specializes in retail tech solutions, enhancing customer experiences across multiple platforms. With the strong foundation we have built, I am confident that we will achieve our goal of doubling our retail business in the next 3 to 4 years. Thank you. I will now request our chairman to take over.
Thank you, Isha. Best wishes to you and your retail team for greater success in the coming years and the year ahead. My dear shareholders, Reliance's unwavering commitment to India's energy security has made our exploration and production business a cornerstone of success in the nation's energy sector. I'm proud to announce that our fields in the KG Basin have reached the peak output levels this year, a significant milestone that reflects the hard work and dedication of our E&P team in collaboration with our esteemed partners, BP. Congratulations to all involved in achieving this remarkable feat. As pioneers in deep water development and production in India, we have successfully commissioned 6 deep water fields, establishing ourselves as a world-class deep water operator. Despite facing numerous challenges, our team ensured the safe and timely commencement of the MJ field, a testament to our commitment and resilience. Currently, production from the KGD6 field is nearly 30 million cubic meters of gas and 22,000 barrels per day of condensate. Our fields now contribute to nearly 30% of India's domestic gas production, supplying a diverse range of customers across sectors such as fertilizer, power, city gas distribution, and various industries. This achievement marks a significant step towards realizing the national goal of increasing natural gas's share to 15% in India's energy mix by 2030. This year, we also celebrated a major financial milestone, surpassing 20,000 crores in EBITDA, with our revenues approaching the 25,000 crore mark. We remain committed to investing in safe and sustainable operations, resource expansion, and additional development wells to sustain and enhance our production capabilities. In line with our strategic vision, we acquired the KG UDW2 block under the OALP 8 licensing round and have planned exploratory wells in the KG basin. In the coal bed methane or CBM sector, we have successfully drilled multilateral wells for the first time in India, boosting well productivity by nearly 4 times. This success is driving us to expand our well campaign across the rest of our CBM acreage. Looking ahead, we will leverage our E&P expertise to develop low-carbon energy solutions, including geothermal energy, underground coal gasification, natural hydrogen, and helium. These initiatives will ensure that Reliance continues to play a pivotal role in shaping a sustainable energy future for India. Dear friends, our fuel retailing joint venture with BP, Jio BP, is setting new benchmarks in the industry, as highlighted in our recent You Deserve More campaign. We are proud to offer high-performance diesel that delivers 4.3% extra mileage per liter at no additional cost across our 1778 outlets nationwide. In addition, we launched the country's only truck driver loyalty program and now operate 105 convenience stores at our fuel stations, providing added value to our customers. Jio BP has also more than doubled its market share in aviation turbine fuels, solidifying our position in this critical sector. Moreover, Jio BP has rapidly grown to become India's leading fast and reliable charging company with over 4,800 charge points across the country. We are also proud to be India's largest retailer of high methane content compressed biogas, contributing to a more sustainable energy future. As we look ahead, we are fully committed to continuing our strong growth by consistently delivering the highest quality products and services to our customers. Dear shareholders, I now come to our largest growth engine, the oil to chemicals business. A few years ago, we undertook a strategic restructuring of our refining and chemical segment, merging them into an integrated oil to chemicals business. This pivotal move has significantly enhanced our operational excellence, fortified our supply chain, and ensured resilient financial performance in an industry highly vulnerable to its volatility and cyclical nature. Over the past year, we faced a complex global landscape characterized by geopolitical conflicts and weak economic growth in Western countries, leading to subdued demand. On the supply side, large-scale capacity additions, particularly in China, created a surplus, causing significant fluctuations in fuel and downstream chemical margins, with some dropping to multi-year lows. Despite these challenges, I am pleased to report that Reliance navigated through the headwinds to deliver industry-leading performance. The O2C business achieved revenues of 5,64,749 crores and an EBITDA of rupees 62,393 crores last year. This robust performance was made possible through several key actions. Let me highlight a few. First, we maintained a sharp focus on operational excellence. Our manufacturing assets operated at their maximum capacity, with our gasification units contributing significantly through stable operations and higher throughput. Second, we made sustained efforts to source advantageous feedstock from diverse and complex geographies in a challenging environment. Our diversification efforts led to processing 60 grades of crude oil, including 30 new crude oil grades. Third, freight markets skyrocketed due to geopolitical factors, with vessels coming under missile attacks in the Red Sea. We acted swiftly to control our freight costs, chartering more vessels on a long-term basis. Fourth, strong domestic demand for fuels and downstream chemicals helped improve product placement in the domestic market. Fifth, we continued to build our deep tech and advanced manufacturing competencies. We are pioneers in using AI-powered real-time optimization across our supply chain and advanced crude oil and feedstock characterization, all of which drive increased profitability. In the area of polymers, we produce new grades for plastic fuel tanks, making them safer and lighter, leading to lower fuel consumption in vehicles. In chemicals, we commissioned a new column to enhance our capacity of ethylene oxide by 45,000 tons per annum, increasing our capacity by 15% and increasing profitability. In polyester, we integrated polyester capacities through strategic acquisition, making us among the top spinners in the country and completing the only missing element in our textiles value chain. Reliance is now the largest producer of specialty fibers in India, with applications in mobility, home furnishing, and industrial uses. Friends, India's consumption of petrochemicals and polyester is expected to exhibit healthy growth across sectors such as consumer goods, infrastructure, automotive packaging, and agriculture, driven by the rapid expansion of our domestic manufacturing base. To meet this growing demand, we are adding capacities across both existing and new chemical value chains. Our new integrated facilities in the vinyl value chain will add 1.5 million tons per annum of PVC and CPVC at Dahej and Nagotne by the year 26-27. We are also adding 1 million tons of specialty polyester capacity by the year 26-27, which will be further integrated backwards with a 3 million ton PTA capacity by 2027. As demand for traditional polymers continues to grow, India will also require new and versatile materials. Reliance is building India's first world-class integrated carbon fiber plant at Hazira, which will rank among the top 3 units globally. We continue to expand our portfolio of composites of carbon fiber for use in the infrastructure sector. In addition to expanding capacities and developing new materials, we remain focused on enhancing our global feedstock sourcing and improving our supply chain. We are adding 3 more very large ethane carriers to our existing fleet of 6 ethane carriers used for sourcing ethane from North America. Dear shareholders, sustainability continues to be a key element in our O2C business. We are accelerating the use of renewable energy and are well on our way to becoming one of the largest users of renewable energy in India. Additionally, Reliance is making significant progress on various sustainability initiatives, including PET recycling, chemical recycling of plastics to produce pyrolysis oil, polyolefin recycling, conversion of hazardous waste into alternative fuels and raw materials, and the development of zero waste. Reliance already recycles over 2 billion PET bottles in India and is on track to reach a capacity of 5 billion bottles per annum by next year. In summary, I would like to reiterate that our oil-to-chemical business continues to be a robust growth engine, steadily enhancing its financial performance for a long time to come. We are actively investing in new capacities and capabilities to meet the demand growth in India. Dear shareholders, let me update you on the progress we made in our new energy business, our newest and most ambitious engine for growth and value creation at Reliance. This is a business with a special purpose, driven by our deep commitment to the philosophy of we care for our Mother Earth. Two mega concerns compelled us to embark upon this journey. First, the planetary imperative to mitigate the climate crisis. Second, India's own imperative to become a self-reliant green economy powered by green energy. Last year, I explained how India is confronted with a pressing energy trilemma: the availability of affordable, sustainable, and self-sufficient energy. This energy trilemma will become more acute as India's economy becomes larger and grows faster. In 2023, India generated nearly 1,600 billion units of electricity. To meet India's growth projections, this number needs to double in the next 10 years. Obviously, green and clean energy will need to provide the lion's share of this growth. My dear shareholders, last year at our AGM, I shared our work in bioenergy. I explained how your company is embracing societal challenges, delivering a unique solution to India's problem of nearly 230 million tons of non-cattle feed biomass, a significant contributor to air pollution. Starting from just 2 demo units a couple of years ago, we are now rapidly expanding our investments in bioenergy to reach 55 operating compressed biogas plants by 2025. These 55 integrated CBG plants will increase the incomes of our farmers by converting annadatas to urjadatas, food producers to energy producers. They will also generate over 30,000 direct and indirect jobs in rural areas, creating a model of all-around prosperity of the rural economy. Additionally, we have initiated an energy plantation pilot on 1,000 acres of arid wasteland to establish a first-of-its-kind integrated CBG plant. This initiative will create a self-sustaining ecosystem by transforming India's large wastelands into productive lands through the cultivation of energy crops. Spearheaded by a dynamic team of technologists and agro-scientists, we are also establishing the world's largest bioenergy deep tech R&D center at Jamnagar, focusing on, first, process improvements through customized biocatalyst and microbial consortia. Second, developing high-yield drought-resistant variants for energy crops. Third, automating bioenergy plant operations and supply chain from farm to the plant. And fourth, integrating energy needs of the plant through photo-agro-voltaic solar technology for sustainable electricity supply. Together, these efforts represent our commitment to leading the way in the bioenergy revolution and creating a sustainable future for India and beyond. Dear friends, I am delighted to announce that by the end of this year, we will commence the production of our own solar photovoltaic modules. In the following quarters, we will complete the first phase of our integrated solar production facilities. These include modules, cells, glass, wafer, ingot, and polysilicon with an initial annual capacity of 10 gigawatts. Our gigafactory is designed for modular expansion at minimal cost and in the shortest possible time. We have fully integrated and indigenized the HJT technology from REC Singapore, our wholly owned subsidiary, to develop first-gen bifacial solar panels with cell efficiency exceeding 26%. Additionally, we have significantly enhanced our R&D capabilities by establishing a state-of-the-art prototyping, testing, and validation lab in India, and we are expanding our advanced solar technology lab in Singapore. These advancements will provide a clear path to upgrade our Gen 1 products through cost reductions and optimization of supply chain, as well as efficiency improvements. This will allow us to develop disruptive technologies like perovskites and back contact HJT IBC, which we have already demonstrated at pilot scales with plans to commercialize them within the next 2 years. This innovation has the potential to fundamentally transform the solar PV industry. Our next generation modules will offer even greater efficiency, deliver more power from the same sized modules at a lower life cycle cost. Dear shareholders, to harness low-cost solar energy and make it available round the clock, we need energy storage solutions using stationary batteries. We have already begun construction of an integrated advanced chemistry-based battery manufacturing facility with a 30 gigawatt-hour annual capacity at Jamnagar. Production will commence by the second half of next year. We will start by assembling battery energy storage systems for utility-scale applications and pack solutions for residential, commercial, industrial, telecom, and mobility markets. Progressively, over the next few quarters, we will integrate backwards to cell manufacturing and eventually to battery chemicals production. This will create the world's only fully integrated battery gigafactory, driving synergies across the value chain. Our gigafactory will be smart from the start and fully digitally native. We will have full track and trace capability from battery materials to cells to systems, packs installed in the field. These production lines will be future-proof and adaptable to different chemistries and changing cell form factors. The modular design will allow us to rapidly expand annual capacity in multiples of 30 gigawatt hours, responding to both domestic and global demand while meeting diverse requirements from stationary to mobility applications. We have built deep strengths in electrochemical and product innovations with access to talent, including from our subsidiaries Lithium Work and Ferradium. We have a strong team of nearly 150 technologists committed to deliver next-generation batteries and storage solutions that focus on safety, stability, and reduced life cycle costs. My dear shareholders, our deep understanding of electrochemistry, combined with our ability to industrialize at scale and integrate with low-cost solar energy, gives us a unique advantage in delivering green hydrogen and green fuels at the most economical cost. To achieve this, we have begun work on establishing a fully automated, multi-gigawatt electrolyzer manufacturing facility on the west coast of India, which will be ready by 2026. This gigafactory will be fully adaptable, capable of supporting various technologies such as alkaline, PEM, and AEM. The facility is built using Industry 4.0 standards and will be expandable in a modular fashion to meet market demand. In parallel, we are building capabilities for futuristic electrolysis-based technologies to tackle challenges in energy efficiency and capital cost reduction for our next-gen electrolyzers. Dear shareholders, Reliance's vision and mission is to make India a global leader in green and clean energy, which is indeed mankind's energy future. We are well on our way to converting our vision into reality within the timelines we had set. This is a testament to our unparalleled project execution capabilities and relentless efforts of our team. Jamnagar is the energy capital of the world. I am proud to say that by 2025, Jamnagar will also become the cradle of our new energy business. The Dhirubhai Ambani Green Energy Giga Manufacturing Complex will be the world's largest, most modern, modular and integrated ecosystem at a single location. We are on track to fully commit and invest up to rupees 75,000 crores to establish this manufacturing ecosystem extensively enabled by all emerging technologies, including AI, IoT, machine learning, and robotics. Our complete ownership and automation of the integrated value chain will allow us to maximize margins that are higher than those of standalone, non-integrated players. To support our investments, we are committed to partnering with leading global technology companies, building world-class, state-of-the-art R&D capabilities, and expanding our large dynamic talent pool of PhDs, technologists, and engineers from various nationalities. This will ensure that our company emerges as a deep tech, new energy leader with advanced manufacturing capabilities. This will keep us at the forefront of innovation and help us continuously introduce higher efficiency, reduce life cycle costs, and next-gen products. Friends, earlier I shared with you my vision to maximize the harnessing of photons, convert them into low-cost electrons, and add value by creating green molecules through electrolysis. I am pleased to report that we are well on our way to realizing this vision. We have leased arid wasteland in Kutch, just 250 kilometers from Jamnagar. This wasteland has the potential to generate about 150 billion units of electricity in the next 10 years, providing nearly 10% of India's energy requirements today. We have already begun significant project development work and are building our own transmission infrastructure to bring online solar generation projects that will deliver stable, renewable energy on a round-the-clock basis at gigawatt scale in a phased manner commencing 2026. Our proven engineering and construction capabilities, combined with the utilization of AI and data-driven approaches for configuration, design, project execution, and operations, will enable us to deliver the most affordable and stable RE-RTC power in the shortest time. In addition, we have secured access to nearly 2,000 acres of land at the Kandla port, which complements our existing marine infrastructure at Jamnagar. This integrated coastal infrastructure will provide us with an unparalleled competitive advantage for production, storage, evacuation, and shipping of green fuels to various markets in India and across the globe, ensuring we fetch the highest value for our green fuel molecules. My dear shareholders, with this robust ecosystem, we will accelerate the development of renewable energy round-the-clock power and green fuels projects in a modular and phased manner. The prospects of perpetual growth and profitability of our new energy businesses are assured by 5 factors. First, our focus will be on meeting our large captive RE-RTC requirements across our group businesses over the next 5 to 7 years, drastically saving their energy cost. These projects will be backed by firm offtake contracts and will generate positive cash flow for our existing businesses. Second, our investment in green fuels project will be supported by value-accretive offtake agreements with large global counterparts. Third, with short gestation periods from conceptualization to commissioning and cash flow generation, we will ensure with razor-sharp focus that these projects are cash flow positive from day one. Fourth, as we expand our next-gen products developed through our deep tech R&D, will deliver higher efficiency and reduce costs, leading to further margin expansion. Fifth, these businesses are being built with a mindset of startup growth companies with empowered task force teams with best-in-class global talent. Your company has a strong balance sheet, robust annual accruals, and access to the most competitive global institutional capital to responsibly invest in and support our new energy commitments. We believe that our new energy business will be truly unique, delivering cash flows that are less cyclical and more predictable. I am therefore confident that in the next 5 to 7 years, our new energy growth engine can aim to deliver an earning capacity like what our existing O2C business earns and what it has achieved over the last 4 decades. Reliance Foundation has been at the very core of our commitment to our We Care philosophy. Let me now invite Neeta to provide an overview of the outstanding work done by Reliance Foundation.
Thank you, Mukesh. Esteemed shareholders and my dear Reliance family, Namaskar. I hope each one of you and your families are doing well. As always, it's a joy and privilege to stand before you and reflect on the incredible journey that we have undertaken together. This journey is fueled by our shared commitment to growth, to innovation, and most importantly, to uplifting the lives of millions across our nation. We have continued to make progress on all our programs, and today I would like to highlight a few key focus areas of our work at Reliance Foundation. Before I begin, let's congratulate the Indian athletes who represented our country at the Paris Olympics 2024. Beyond records and medals, I'm moved by the stories of resilience, dedication, and hard work. They embody the indomitable spirit of India, a spirit that rises against all odds and refuses to give up. As corporates, as citizens, and as parents, we all must play our part in safeguarding, encouraging, and empowering this young spirit of India. That is our collective responsibility towards nation building. Greatness in any field is not achieved overnight. It is earned and built one day at a time. Let me begin with our mission in sport. It is our stated goal to make India a truly global sporting powerhouse. In pursuit of this goal, our focus has been to build a robust sporting ecosystem that supports our athletes right from grassroots to glory at the highest levels. It is imperative that we start training our children young. We need a movement to ensure that every child in our country has the right to sport along with the right to education. Led by my son Akash, our Education and Sports for All program has so far reached out to nearly 23 million youngsters across multiple sports all over India. Through our various initiatives like Reliance Foundation Youth Sports and Young Champs, we are scouting and nurturing girls and boys from a young age to compete at school, college, and district level competitions in all sports. At our high performance centers in Maharashtra, Odisha, and Bengaluru, we run an in-depth training program for athletes that includes providing world-class infrastructure and training, as well as sports science and medicine support. Last year, we made significant strides towards realizing our shared dream of bringing the Olympics to India. In October 2023, we successfully hosted the 141st IOC session in Mumbai, marking the return of the Olympic movement to India after a gap of 40 years. At that historic session, our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, declared India's ambition to host the 2030 Youth Olympics and the 2036 Summer Olympics. Also, in a landmark decision at that session, cricket was included as an Olympic sport for the 2028 Summer Games in Los Angeles. As a member of the International Olympic Committee, I'm humbled to say that we have taken our first step towards fulfilling India's Olympic aspirations. We are committed to working with like-minded organizations to support the Prime Minister's vision and realize this shared dream of 1.4 billion Indians. Through our work with the International Olympic Committee's Let's Move campaign and the Olympic Values Education Program, we work round the year to spread Olympic values and ideals, aiming to reach lakhs of children and thousands of teachers in the coming year. At the Paris Olympics this year, Reliance Foundation, in partnership with the Indian Olympic Association, hosted the first ever India House at the Olympics. India House became a space where we honored our athletes, celebrated our culture, and welcomed the world to India, a home away from home for our athletes and diaspora. It was a showcase of India's art and heritage, tradition and technology, talent and aspiration. Over 16 memorable days, India House welcomed more than 40,000 visitors, almost half of them being international guests. A France television journalist went on to report that if country houses were a category, India House would win a gold. India House is a humble beginning, a small step towards establishing India's firm and formidable presence on the Olympic stage, with the government, private sector, and all citizens backing the unwavering spirit and ability of our youth. Nothing can stop India from becoming a truly global sporting powerhouse in the near future. Dear shareholders, education and sport go hand in hand in shaping the future of a nation. I'm a teacher at heart, and working with children has been one of the most enriching experiences of my life. I'm touched and delighted to see my daughter Isha follow that path and find her purpose in the field of education. She is redefining the education landscape in India. This year, she has launched 2 new path-breaking institutions for primary and early years education, Neeta Mukesh Ambani Junior School and Neeta Mukesh Ambani Early Years Campus. Truly envisioned as institutions of the future, these schools foster 21st century skills with a focus on pace-based learning, where every young learner thrives at their own pace and in their own ways. New Age teaching is about preparing our children for a world that we cannot fully fathom or imagine as yet. And therefore, the focus is on building resilience, collaboration, communication, creativity, compassion, and curiosity. Our vision is to set up international schools with an Indian heart and soul. To make this vision a reality, Reliance Foundation is proud to introduce our flagship teacher training initiative with our soon-to-be-launched School Leadership and Administration program. Beyond our schools, I'm happy to share that through Reliance Foundation, we aim to provide world-class early childhood care and education for over 10 million children from disadvantaged communities across India. This program aims to build capacity development models and provide learning resources for students and teachers all over India. Our efforts go beyond academic learning to promote complete development, including social emotional skills, critical thinking, and physical well-being. As part of our work with the Integrated Child Development Services, Reliance Foundation developed and refurbished 100 Anganwadis in Varanasi last year. Reliance Foundation is also a proud founding member of Lifted, a multi-partner consortium that aims to strengthen foundational learning for 4 million children in India through a development impact bond and an EdTech accelerator. It is a first of its kind initiative aligned with the government's Nipun Bharat mission that aims to achieve foundational literacy and numeracy for every child in India's primary schools by 2025. We have also partnered with the National Skill Development Corporation to create 100 future-ready courses like cybersecurity, AI, and sustainability, aiming to reach 5 lakh youngsters. Last year, we had announced our commitment to support 50,000 students through the Reliance Foundation undergraduate and postgraduate scholarships over the next 10 years. I am pleased to share that we have already awarded over 10,000 of these scholarships so far. In partnership with Jio, using the power of AI, we plan to work with state governments to digitally extend access and opportunities for students in 2 million schools of India. Mukesh and I are on a mission to enable quality education in our lifetime for 250 million school-going children of our country. India today has the largest number of young people in the world, with over 50% of our population under the age of 30. We are committed to empowering this generation to become the driving force of a new, resurgent, and unstoppable India, a truly विकसित भारत. दोस्तों, विकसित भारत का सपना तभी सच होगा जब हम अपने इतिहास को संजोएंगे, वर्तमान को समृद्ध करेंगे और भविष्य को सक्षम बनाएंगे. हमारे देश की महानता का एक अहम हिस्सा है हमारी कला, संस्कृति और परंपराएं. अब समय आ गया है कि भारतीय विरासत की रोशनी पूरी दुनिया को प्रकाशित करे. With immense joy and pride, I would now like to talk about an initiative very close to my heart, Swadesh. Swadesh is our tribute to India's diverse cultural heritage and rich artistic legacy, a collective effort to preserve and promote our country's age-old arts and crafts. It all began as an exhibition at the launch of our Neeta Mukesh Ambani Cultural Center last year and has now become a movement for cultural renaissance. Swadesh highlights the spirit of Make in India and offers respect, sustenance, and global recognition to our skilled artisans. India is home to over 4,000 traditional arts and handicrafts and more than 70 lakh craftspeople. They are truly the pride of our country. And yet, unfortunately, due to lack of support, opportunities, and livelihoods, many of them were giving up their proud legacy and lineage. That's how Swadesh was envisioned, to give our talented artisans a platform to showcase their skill and craftsmanship to a growing audience, both Indian and international. Apart from setting up stores in India, we now plan to take Swadesh global with the presence in the US and Europe as well. From Kashmir to Kanyakumari and from Sikkim to Bhuj, the work and voices of our artists and artisans will now be seen and heard not just in India but around the world. Dear shareholders, beyond art and culture, through our rural transformation initiatives, we have so far touched the lives of over 20 million people by building climate resilience, water conservation, enhanced livelihood, increased productivity, and various skilling programs. Another important area of our work is in disaster management. For us, helping people in times of calamities and distress is our prime duty. Whether it was the floods in Gujarat, Kerala, and Uttarakhand, or the COVID pandemic, Reliance Foundation teams have always been at the forefront, offering support and assistance to our fellow citizens in those hours of need. Recently, after the tragic landslides in Wayanad, volunteers of Reliance Foundation rushed to provide relief and rehabilitation. Our teams on the ground are supporting immediate response and recovery, as well as long-term requirements for the people of the district, such as providing food, water, and essential amenities, providing sanitation and hygiene, providing training for sustainable livelihoods, providing support for education, ensuring reliable digital connectivity through Reliance Jio, and enabling psychosocial support and community healing by trained counselors, especially for children and youth as they slowly rebuild their lives. Ladies and gentlemen, this year, our Sir H.N. Reliance Foundation Hospital completes 10 years. Over the past decade, we have been guided by a philosophy of respect for life. For us, every life is precious. I am especially moved by our hospital's advanced care for children. Out of the 10 lakh patients whose lives we touched last year, 10,000 were children. Our hospital carried out more than 550 complex pediatric surgeries of neonates and infants, not just from Mumbai, but all over the country. As we look ahead, we are committed to building additional capacity and using innovation, AI, and world-class medical professionals to provide affordable and top-quality healthcare to every Indian. Friends, another program that I'm especially proud of this year is spearheaded by my youngest son, Anant. From the time he was a little boy, Anant has shown us how to be gentler and more compassionate as humans. Our sacred Vedas teach us to serve not only humanity, but also all forms of life on our beautiful planet. Sarve bhavantu sukhinaha, sarve santu niramaya. May all beings be happy. May all beings be free from disease. Guided by this wisdom and under Anant's enthusiastic and dedicated leadership, we established Vantara, a sanctuary of hope and healing for every being. Located in Jamnagar, Vantara is a zoological research, rescue, and rehabilitation center for abused, neglected, exploited, and endangered animals, not only from India, but all over the world. Spanning over 3,500 acres, Vantara is home to more than 2,000 species and has impacted the lives of 1 million animals and birds. Vantara also runs Asia's largest wildlife animal hospital with the state-of-the-art equipment and more than 50 custom-made animal ambulances and extensive medical facilities. Our conservation and rehabilitation efforts also focus on protecting critically endangered species and restoring rare and vital habitats. Jamnagar is the Janmabhoomi of Anand's grandmother, Srimati Kokilaben Ambani, and Karmabhoomi of his grandfather, Shri Dhirubhai Ambani. Mukesh and I are very proud to see Anant make Jamnagar his Seva Bhoomi. Dear shareholders, this year, with the grace of our Devis and Devtas, Anant has embarked on a lifelong journey of togetherness with his soulmate Radhika. With open arms and hearts full of love, we welcome Radhika into our Reliance family. We are deeply grateful for the blessings and good wishes that each one of you have showered on Anant and Radhika for their wedding. आपकी दुआओं ने अनंत और राधिका के विवाहित जीवन को और भी सुंदर और मंगलमय बना दिया है। आपके आशीर्वाद और शुभकामनाओं के लिए दिल से धन्यवाद। On that note, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, my heart is filled with immense gratitude and deep responsibility. Your constant support and your unwavering faith in Reliance have been our guiding light. On behalf of Mukesh and me, our children, and the entire Reliance Parivar, I want to personally thank each one of you for being an integral part of this extraordinary journey. Through the various initiatives of Reliance Foundation, we have been blessed to touch the lives of over 77 million people across all states and 56,000 villages in India. As we march ahead, we are guided by the legacy of our founder chairman, Shri Dhirubhai Ambani, to serve with compassion, friendship, and humility. Together, let's build an India that stands tall, not just in the strength of its economy, but in the richness of its culture, the kindness of its people, and the depth of its humanity. As we enter the 15th year of Reliance Foundation, our resolve becomes deeper and stronger to create even greater impact and help uplift millions of Indians towards a brighter, safer, greener, more equitable, compassionate, and prosperous future. Thank you once again. Dhanyavad. Now, may I request our chairman, my husband Mukesh, to address all of us.
Thank you, Neeta. My heartiest congratulations to you and the entire foundation team for the phenomenal work you are doing in making our We Care philosophy come alive across the country. Today, I would like to assure you and Isha that I am here to join your team. I am here to devote more of my time and energy for the activities of Reliance Foundation, which are also very close to my heart. I am specially committed to empowering India's 300 million children with good education and good health care and ensuring a bright future for them. For Neeta and me, they too are our own children. Let us therefore prepare a more inspiring vision, a more ambitious plan for the next 10 years. So that when Reliance Foundation celebrates its silver jubilee, we will have enhanced a transformative impact on society 100-fold. Let us collaborate even more closely with like-minded organizations to build a strong philanthropic movement in India. Dear friends, today it gives me great pleasure to share with you an overview of Reliance's value creation roadmap for the coming year and beyond. Following in the footsteps of my father, Shri Dhirubhai Ambani, I have always believed that for Reliance, wealth creation for India and value creation for all our stakeholders are two sides of the same coin. When India's economy grows faster and stronger, which it surely will, it creates more opportunities for Reliance to grow all its businesses and create value exponentially. And when Reliance grows exponentially, which it certainly will contribute more to India's inclusive prosperity. Our resolve to make Bharat prosperous and transform the life of every Bharatiya has led us to take bold business risks at the beginning of every investment cycle. We have built each of our businesses from scratch and grown them to global scale. We did not receive them as a largesse. We have often ventured beyond our comfort zone and explored uncharted territories. We helped create markets that others failed to foresee. We did this not just once or twice, but repeatedly. In doing so, we have consistently created significant value for our customers, employees, vendors, investors, shareholders, and society at large. Our value creation strategy for the future rests on the solid foundation of our track record, which is matched by very few companies globally. When we celebrated our 40th anniversary in 2017, I had promised that Reliance would enter the world's top 50 before our golden jubilee. I am pleased to inform you that this year, Reliance is among the world's top 50 most valuable corporations. In July 2018, Reliance crossed the 100 billion valuation mark. And in just 6 years, we have become the first Indian company to cross 250 billion in market value. In 2022, I promised that Reliance would double its value by the time we complete 50 glorious years in 2027. Friends, Reliance has never rested on past laurels. Complacency is not in our DNA. I am supremely confident that Reliance will continue to reach new heights of growth and profitability in the future. It has been my privilege to establish, lead, and nurture our 5 growth engines: O2C, retail, Jio, media, and green energy and fuels. We are uniquely positioned to grow new businesses around the adjacencies of all these growth engines. Today, 3 of these engines have a valuation of over 100 billion each, and they will continue to grow even faster. As I have already explained, Jio and retail are expected to double their revenues and EBITDA in the next 3 to 4 years. I see immense growth potential in our media business. Our new energy business will be the new jewel in Reliance's crown. I foresee it becoming as big and profitable over the next 5 to 7 years as our O2C business, which we have built over the past 40 years. And I am confident that green fuels and AI-based solutions will become long-term growth engines for Reliance. Overall, the Reliance Group is well on track to more than double in size before the end of this decade and grow faster in the decades ahead. This will further cement our position among the most respected and valuable companies in the world. My esteemed shareholders, when it comes to our value creation strategy at Reliance, we have always believed in speaking by action rather than words. Therefore, I have full confidence that the future growth prospects of all our businesses will become a reality within the timelines outlined by me. Higher growth will surely bring richer rewards for you. This confidence is reflected in our notice to the stock exchanges that the Board of Directors will meet on 5th September to consider issuing bonus shares in the ratio of 1:1. I assure you that we will continue to operate within our prudent financial framework, allocating resources to projects and businesses that deliver superior returns to our shareholders while ensuring our balance sheet remains robust. I seek your continued support in this endeavor. Dear friends, I want to share some thoughts on our continuing efforts to strengthen the institution of Reliance. Today, Reliance is more than just a company. It's a proud national institution, an institution that belongs to the people of India. I firmly believe that my family and I, and also other senior members of the management team, are simply trustees of this great institution. Personal or family wealth holds no importance for me. What truly matters is our responsibility to pass on this precious institution to the next generation on a solid foundation. This will enable them to elevate Reliance to even greater heights of success. In my previous addresses, I have discussed our philosophy and plans to enrich our institutional culture and perpetuate our value system, especially as Reliance navigates this period of generational transition. We are executing these plans with utmost dedication. As Reliance takes on new and greater challenges, we will need an ever-expanding pool of capable leaders. Leaders who are fully committed to the purpose, philosophy, passion, and pioneering spirit of our founding chairman, Shri Dhirubhai Ambani. I'm personally devoting the largest part of my time to this task, along with our esteemed board members and senior colleagues. I am pleased to report that we've made tremendous progress in these efforts. Dear friends, Akash, Isha, and Anant have just completed 1 year as board members. They have stepped up to take on greater responsibilities as first among equals in Reliance's next generation leadership. I congratulate them on their excellent beginning. In addition to them, we are mentoring a large team of dynamic and exceptionally competent young leaders who are eager to assume bigger roles at Reliance. We continue to grow a professional talent pool from around the world, aligning with our vision of making Reliance a global corporation. Working with this army of motivated, talented, and ambitious youngsters inspires and energizes me every single day. It has strengthened my conviction that Reliance's future is in safe hands and its legacy of superior value creation will continue to flourish. My dear shareholders, I mentioned at the beginning of my address that in a world of many uncertainties, the continued rise of New India is an absolute certainty. No force on earth can stop our beloved nation's march towards the goal of Viksit Bharat. I know that the people of India have great expectations from Reliance. And from this platform of the AGM, I assure my fellow countrymen that we are determined to exceed your expectations. I also know that India needs vastly more entrepreneurs, both big and small, so that we can fulfill people's rising aspirations for a better life. Indeed, India needs dozens of Reliance so that we can build an inclusively prosperous and fully modern developed nation by 2047. Now is the time for all businesses in India to work together as a grand coalition with the spirit of cooperation, collaboration, and mutual support. Today, I pray to God Almighty to continue to shower His blessings on Reliance so that we can continue to serve Mother India as a humble and devoted member of this patriotic coalition. Finally, on behalf of all our shareholders, I heartily thank our board of directors for their guidance and oversight. My appreciation to all our employees, our greatest asset. Your dedication and commitment have helped the company scale new heights. I would also like to thank our business partners for their consistent support in delivering quality solutions. And last but certainly not the least, I convey my deepest gratitude to India and all Indians for keeping faith in brand Reliance over the years. Thank you and Jai Shri Krishna. India's reputation globally, and it augurs well.
And here
for
you
the
have Salman
growth
Khan, who's been
prospects
there,
of
done
our
this
economy. Friends,
drunken driving, hit and run.
now I would
15
like
years,
to
nothing has
share
happened.
a
So
few
I
brief
filed an
reflections
intervention
of the
application and I
global
said,
economy.
this case needs to be
The
heard
world of
because
today
one person
brings
died,
both
there were people who
hope
were
and
injured.
concern.
The
On
other
one
day I
hand,
was at a
we are
wedding
living
and
in the best of
Salman
times
Khan's security
with
guard was there,
revolutionary
Sheera.
breakthroughs
And he
in
says,
science
Madam,
and
aapko dekh ke to hum court mein dar jate hain.
especially in
You
artificial
know, as a government
intelligence,
servant, you are
computing,
tight-lipped. You can't
robotics,
speak against the
and life
government. You
sciences.
can't
They
speak
promise
what
a
is right,
future
what is wrong.
of
And the
unprecedented
activist in me,
prosperity
the person
and
who
well-being
lived for justice,
for all
kept
of
telling
humanity.
me, move out,
The
move out,
birth
come
of
out.
AI,
You know,
perhaps
he
the most
registered a
transformative event
P
in
against
the evolution
the
of human
great
race,
Dhirubhai
has
Ambani.
opened up
You know,
opportunities to address
preliminary
a number
inquiry that he
of
said no
complex
Panna Mukta.
problems
He did that
facing mankind.
Panna Mukta,
On the
US
other
64,
hand,
all the big
multiple
cases he was
geopolitical
investigating.
conflicts
And
threaten global peace,
the government felt that if this guy
stability,
stays
and
for
even
long in the CBI,
economies of nations.
you know, the corporates
Also,
are going to have a
it is
tough
no
time.
longer possible
He was sitting
nor
in Tanna
acceptable
House.
to
They
ignore
relieved him
the
overnight,
stark
put a lock in his
developmental
office,
disparities
did not
amid
even let him
rising
take his
aspirations
papers.
for a better
Offer
life
for raw.
in the global
People
south.
say the cabinet
However,
secretariat. Today, if I had
even
joined
in
that,
these
I would have been
uncertain
director
times,
raw.
there is
I didn't
one
go because I got
absolute
scared. My husband says, "Oh
and
my
that
God, you're going to
certainty
become a
is the
detective. You're going
continued
abroad
rise
to
of new India
for the country.
as it
I will
marches
leave you."
confidently
There would be
towards
drawers
the
would be
goal
open
of
and money
Viksit
would be
Bharat
kept like that
in
openly.
Amrit Kaal.
People would carry
Among
bundles of
its
cash in
peers
newspaper
globally,
every day
India
in the
has
evening.
unmatched demographics
And I was so
and
worried. I said, "My God,
relatively
I
lighter
come
debt
from a very
burdens
honest
with fast
background. My
growth.
mentality is honesty.
Today,
I can't survive
India
this."
is one of the
I
biggest
left
growth
customs because of
engines,
that.
and not just
But that is the
carriage
kind of
in the
money which is
global
there.
economic trade.
You think people are coming for the
IMF
government salary?
forecasts that by
No.
2027, India
They are coming
is
for
set
the
to
glamour,
emerge
the perks,
as the
the
world's
money. ये जो
third largest
ऊपर की कमाई है ना,
economy, surpassing
that is what is
Japan
luring
and
these
Germany.
people.
Achieving
That
this
book
proud
openly said that the
milestone will
deputy
be the
CM
best
is charging
way to
35 lakhs for a
celebrate
posting
the
of a
80th
DCP.
anniversary of
You
our
had the courage to write
independence.
that, and this is
Irrespective
in the
of the
90s. That
volatile
was the
times
rate.
globally,
So what
India
now? They must be
remains the
if an
brightest
officer is paying
beacon
crores
of
to get a
hope for the
posting.
world. With its
You think
rich
you will get
cultural
justice?
heritage, empowered
Awa
population,
Singh.
surging
Such a pleasure
economic power,
to chat with
and
you.
age-old
We've had a lot of
advocacy
conversations on
our
television
nation
where you
will
were in the
play
box
a pivotal
and
role
defending
in changing the world
women
for the
in many
better.
cases,
Friends,
a lot of women's issues.
Reliance is
And I know there are a
truly
lot of
blessed
people who
to
follow
make
me,
a humble contribution,
know you
but
as that
crucial
activist
contribution
lawyer who's
to
always
creating
fighting,
a better
but
India and
they
a
don't
better
know you
world.
personally.
All our businesses
And I
continue
honestly have not
to
had
be
the
key
chance. We've known each other
drivers
for
of the
a
Indian
very long
economy.
time, but I've not had the chance to really
I
sit down
personally
and talk to
believe
you
that
about who you
Reliance
are.
has
And this is
become
that
a success
conversation.
story
And we're going to
because
learn
we
who
have
you
grown
are by
with a
asking you about
purpose.
failure.
We are not
Because
in the
I think,
business of
like we
pursuing
discussed,
short-term
we learn
profits
so much
and
from our
hoarding
failure,
wealth.
and it really
We are in the
informs our
business of
entire life.
creating wealth
We make
for
so many
India
decisions
and
based on what we
enhancing
have
the
learned from
quality
our
of
failure.
life of
And so that's what
every
this conversation
Indian
is about.
every single
So
day.
thank you for speaking with
We
me.
are in the business of providing
You've
highest
done a
quality
lot of tough
products
things in
and
your life.
services that
What is
improve
the hardest thing
efficiency,
you've ever done?
productivity, and ease of living.
That's a tough
for
question
Indian
because
consumers. We are on a mission.
yes, it's
to
lovely
provide
to be on
energy
your show,
security
Faye. You've
to our
done
nation.
so well. I feel
We
so
are on a
proud
larger
that
mission
you are such a
to make
strong
the
voice,
world
even
cleaner
against
and
all the
greener for
adversity
our
you
future
stood up.
generation.
So even when
We
I was
do
coming in, I
all
was
this
thinking that wow,
because
I must tell
Reliance
you
is
this.
driven
And
by
yes, if you
a
say what's
purpose
the
firmly rooted
toughest
in our we care philosophy.
time I've had or the
This
toughest
philosophy
The toughest thing you've
of
done,
doing
the
business
toughest
with a broader
project, the toughest
and noble
case, the toughest
purpose
decision
is
you've
you know,
made.
instilled
if I'll come to
in
that,
all of
I
us
had quit the
by
civil
our
services in
founder chairman,
2012,
Shri Dhirubhai
Yes.
and the
Ambani.
first case I did
Esteemed
was Salman
shareholders,
Khan. And you can
our
imagine,
founder firmly
fresh
believed
as a lawyer
that
wearing
you are
my
the
gown,
backbone
and
of Reliance,
I had to go to Bandra
and
court,
that you
not the
deserve
gown, it was
a
the
substantial
jacket,
reward
because
from
lower
time
courts
to
you just
time
wear a black
as
jacket.
your company
And
grows
I
from
went
strength
and
to strength.
the hit and run
I have
case.
supreme
So
confidence in the robust performance
that time only
and the
Nuria
bright
Haveli
future
wala Bandra matter had happened, that girl who
of
was
all
driving
our
on Marine
businesses.
Drive, immediately
Based
she
on
was
this
arrested and
confidence,
punishment
I
was
would like
meted
to
out to her.
share
And I said,
some
wow,
good news with you
this
today.
girl, drunken
At
driving,
1:45
young
PM today,
girl, like
Reliance
whatever,
Industries
is
Limited
judgment is
has
given,
sent
she's
a
sent behind
notice to
bars.
the
And
stock
here you have Salman
exchanges
Khan, who's been
that
there,
the
done
board
this
of
hit
directors will
drunken
meet
driving,
on the
hit and
5th
run, 15
September
years, nothing has
to
happened.
consider
So I
issuing
filed an
bonus
intervention
shares
application
in
and I
the
said,
ratio of
this
1
case
is
needs to
to
be
1.
heard because
When
one
Reliance
person died,
grows,
there were people who were
we
injured.
reward our
And so
shareholders
when I went to
handsomely.
Bandra court,
And when our
I am entering
shareholders
the
are
court.
rewarded handsomely,
First time, it was
Reliance
maybe the
grows
second time,
faster
and
creates
Salman
more
Khan's
value.
battery of lawyers were there,
This
you know,
virtuous
all
cycle
the
has been the
A-listers.
guarantor
And
of your company's perpetual
outside I see
progress.
Baba
Dear
Siddiqui with all his
as I told you
placards,
last
people
time,
having, you know,
Reliance
placards,
has now
ki,
become
we are with
a
Salman
net
Khan, this,
producer
that.
of
So I
technology.
think that I realized, my God, what have I
Breakthrough
done?
technologies
I was an officer
and
sitting in a
innovation
room and I
have
was calling the
always
shots.
been
And
the
here
greatest
suddenly there's a
wealth
battery of
creators
lawyers saying
for
this is
nations as well as for
contempt.
corporates.
How is she talking about this case?
Reliance
And you have
internalized
people
this
outside.
Vikas mantra
So I think that
at
was the day I
every stage
realized
of
that
its growth.
for a
In
lawyer,
recent years,
it's
this
victory
mantra
or failure
is
every day.
transforming Reliance
You know, so failure
into
is something there
a
because
deep tech
when you fight for
company
justice,
with
one
advanced
side has to
manufacturing
get an adverse
capabilities
order.
in
And that was the day
seminal
I
ways.
overcame my fear.
First,
That
we are
I have to
embedding
speak in an
innovative
open court,
technologies
I have to
in
fight for
every
justice,
single business
and
to generate
that was a tough day
ever
for me.
greater value
But tell
for
me
our customers.
why you did it?
Second,
Because
our
it's not like
talented
someone came to you
engineers
saying,
and
please take this
scientists
case. You were
are
not connected to that
incubating
case at that time. You
several
chose that you will
critical
take this up.
technological
Tell me why you
innovations
chose to take
You know,
it.
one was
to
Nuria
enhance
Haveli
our
wala,
product
because
and
I read
service
about it
offerings.
and I said here,
Third,
you know,
we
law
have
has
built
to
an
be fair to
AI-native
all.
digital
So I
infrastructure
am an avid
for
news
all
reader, you know,
Reliance
so I read
businesses
newspaper and I
have
said
built
this.
our software
And
stack
Salman Khan,
integrating
someone had told me
end-to-end workflows
that the
in
Bombay
real-time
police was
dashboards.
pro
With
him.
the success
Even
of our Atmanirbhar
his
efforts,
blood sample,
we are
they had
accelerating
kept it in the
India's
police station for 2
transformation
days. So
into a
they had
deep
tried
tech
to help
nation.
him. And it was in my
Reliance
mind
spent
that
over
if the celebrities
3,643
think
crores
that with
in
money,
the
power
financial year
and contacts they
24
can get away.
towards
No,
R&D,
I have left the government
taking our
service. I
spend
was a class
on
1 civil
research
servant. You must be
to
seeing
over
even today
11,000 crores.
10 lakh
In the
students
last
appear
4
every
years alone,
year for this
we have
exam,
more
and I
than
was leaving the
1,000
coveted
scientists
job.
and
So I said,
researchers
I have to be the
working on
voice of the
critical
voiceless,
research
and I'm going
projects
to stand
across
for the
all
people who
our
can't afford a
businesses.
lawyer, people
I
who,
feel proud
because
to
there were at a
inform you
time some
that
lawyers,
last
some
year,
Bollywood
Reliance
said,
filed
oh, why were
over
they sleeping on the pavement?
2,555
So, you know, those were the
patents,
things. And Nuria
mainly
Haveliwala was
in
the
the
trigger.
areas of
As you
bioenergy
said, I care for the
innovations,
girls and the
solar
women.
and
I said,
other
here
green
is young
energy
girl who has
sources
no
and
godfather.
high-value
So she's
chemicals.
put behind bars
Digital
immediately.
is
And
another
Salman Khan's hit and
principal
run and the
area of
Bombay
our in-house
police role.
research.
I
We have
wanted to
filed
bring that both
patents
out,
in
that in
6G,
spite of the laws being
5G,
strong, in spite of there being
AI large
everything,
language
if you can
models,
bribe
AI deep
and
learning,
you can
big
get a
data,
battery of lawyers. Of course, lawyers
devices,
you are entitled
Entitled to
to.
get, yes.
But see,
and
when
narrowband
Salman got scot-free
IoT.
from Bombay High
I
Court,
assure you that
Mumbai
this
police came out
ongoing
with a circular
tech-driven
saying the
transformation
18
of
points
Reliance
where
will
they had
propel
botched up.
your company
And that is why he
into a
was
new
acquitted.
orbit of
So I wanted,
hypergrowth
and also I think
multiply its
I
value
wanted the
for
message to
years to
go
come.
that drunken driving
Our
is a
future
strict no-no.
is far
Today,
brighter
when it
than
happens
our
in
past.
Pune and
For
people
example,
change the
Reliance took
blood
over 2
sample, you know, so
decades
you can
to
see
be
that
amongst
the
the
rich,
top
because
500
Salman got
companies
scot-free,
globally. In the
in the
following
last
2
stages, they
decades,
said
saw
that
us
it was the driver who
joining the
was
league
driving.
of the
And here
world's
also, if you
top
see in the
50
Pune Porsche
most
case,
valuable
the
companies.
grandfather
With
tried
our
to tell that
strategic
driver that you
adoption of
take
deep
the
tech
onus
and
on you that
advanced
you were driving.
manufacturing,
So
I
people
can
have learned
clearly
this
see
wrong message
Reliance
that you
earning a
can do
place
drunken
in the
driving, you
top
can kill
30
people,
league
but
in
if
the
you have
near
the
future.
money, you can bribe the police, you
Dear
can get away.
shareholders,
So
Would you
let me
say
begin
your
by
experience on
reporting
that case
to
was
you
a success or
the
a failure?
financial performance
that's
of
the biggest
Reliance
failure.
for the
Because
year
in the lower
23-24.
court,
Reliance
we managed to
Industries
get 5
posted
years
a
punishment
record
to meted out to Salman. The
consolidated
Sessions
turnover
Court said no,
of 10
one
lakh
person has died, one was
122
badly
crores
injured,
in the
and then
financial
he
year
ran away.
24,
He did not take them to
becoming
the hospital,
India's
all those blah
first
blah blah.
company
And so
to
5
cross
years.
the
But here it
rupees
comes to the
10
High
lakh
Court.
crore mark
And
in
High
annual
Court,
revenues.
even though it was the
Reliance's
government leader who
EBITDA
was arguing,
was
because
rupees
I was the intervener in the Sessions Court. But in the High Court, it was the government pleader because my intervention was not there. I feel somewhere I failed. I failed the system there because had I been the person to argue or if I had a role, I would have seen to it that Salman did not go scot-free after killing someone. So I would call that a big failure. It may not be, people will say, no, it's not your failure because you were not the counsel, you were not arguing. But the very fact that I was not there, it does hurt me.
The single
That the
largest
message is gone.
contributor
if you are rich and famous, you can go scot-free.
Did you at that point receive criticism that you're just doing this for the publicity? Because he's a famous man and, people will write about you as well.
See, that way I have done AIB roast, in which I got FIRs against not one, 13 film stars, be it Karan Johar, be it Deepika Padukone, be it Ranveer.
by
Kapoor,
any
no,
Indian
not
corporate.
Ranbir Kapoor, Ranbir Singh. See, I've forgotten the names
also
also.
expanded
So,
its social
it is not
impact
celebrity
with a
hunting.
25%
It is
increase
facts of
in
a
its
case.
annual
If a law is
CSR
violated,
spending
because in
to
AIB roast,
1,592
people say
crores.
freedom of speech.
I know.
With this,
In fact, the AIB
Reliance's
roast,
total CSR spend
case that you
for the
took up,
last
where
3
you were
years
fighting
crossed
against
rupees
the
4,000
producers of that
crores,
show. I think that was one of the
largest
few
among
points where
all
I disagreed
Indian
with you.
corporates.
On the record, I
Reliance
still
continues
disagree
to be
with you
ranked
on that.
I
as
know
India's
because
best
my daughter was in
employer
National Law
by
School,
several
Bangalore,
external
and she said, Mom, I
agencies.
shrunk in the
I am
campus
happy to
because,
state
there was so
Reliance
much trolling sort of a
continues to
thing.
be
People are saying, how can your mom do
the
this? And
largest
all the
employers
intellectual
in
debates were
India.
happening.
The
But
nature
I
of
told her,
employment
and which I would like to tell you
is
also,
changing
Faye,
globally,
that
primarily
I'm a
due to
lawyer.
technological
And I'm supposed to,
interventions and
I'm an
flexible
officer of
business
the
models.
court. And it's my duty to
Rather than
uphold the
just
law of the
traditional
land.
direct
So here
employment
also,
model, Reliance is
obscenity, we all
embracing
know. Now you have a new laws, but as per the
incentive-based
IPC,
engagement
294
models.
of the IPC does
This
talk
helps
of
the
obscene
employees
words which
earn
annoy
better
you,
and
and we know what
instills the
vulgarity was
spirit
there, the
of
words were there.
enterprise
Forget
in
that.
them.
It
That is
took
why
place at
the direct
NSCI.
employment numbers
And
show a
NSCI,
slight dip in the
the
annual
license was given.
figures.
Was
Although
that it will be
the
used for
total
sports,
employment
public
created
functions.
by
It was
Reliance
not to
has
be
gone
used
up.
for as a
We
platform
added
for
over
commercial, and that too
1.7
this
lakh
type of
new
functions.
jobs last
So
year.
the judge also
If we
heard me out
include
before
both the traditional and the
ordering that
newer
FIR.
engagement
So it was
models
not on
of our
one point that their
employment,
words were
our
obscene.
head
The
count
venue
today
was wrong.
is
The NSCI,
nearly
in fact,
6.5
FIR was
lakh.
registered not only against
Among
the president
all of
but also the
Reliance's
secretary of the
record
NSCI, the
achievements so
National
far,
Sports Club
this
of India,
one
that how they gave
will
it like
always
that.
hold
Change
a
of land
special
use is
place
not
in my
allowed.
heart.
And
Because
also,
employment creation for India's
the
talented
punishment was
youth
up to 5
has
years
to
because
be
they were
our
violating the
top
Environment Act,
national
Environment
priority.
Protection Act,
Dear
because that
friends,
was under the CRZ.
last
Okay,
year,
So I will
Reliance
go,
was
I'm a lawyer,
given
and
the
I was
financial
upholding the
services
law of the
business
land.
But okay,
as a
so but
separate
we are not in the
listed
court right
company,
now.
which helped
And these are all
So, no, but that's my
technicalities.
answer that
for
I am
our
doing celebrity
investors.
hunting. No,
Today,
I am just upholding the law.
Jio
No,
Financial
it's okay.
Services
But on the
is worth
technicality of that law,
nearly
we're arguing technicalities.
2.2
Because
lakh
it's on the
crores
beach, there
in
it's
market
CRZ, and there's an
capitalization.
environment law, and there's
I am
a
sure
land use
that
law.
JFS
But fundamentally,
will
on
continue
freedom of
to
speech,
create great
that law
value
is
for
wrong, isn't
society,
it?
for the
That
nation,
obscenity law is
and
wrong,
in the
because if you make
process
sure that
for
there are no children
shareholders
coming
as
in,
well.
and that
Let
you're
me
putting
now
out
talk
the
about our
right
digital
age
services
limits to who's
business.
going to watch it.
Dear shareholders,
Technically, as a freedom of
in
speech myself,
2016,
that
Jio
law is wrong,
began
isn't it?
its mission
And
to
there are a lot
bring
of laws
digital
that are
life
wrong
to
that tend to be
Yeah,
everyone.
changed
see,
and
but
updated.
And
again,
in 8
speaking,
short
freedom of
years,
speech,
Jio has
there are
transformed India
reasonable
into
restrictions,
an
like we all
Yes.
say, public order,
premier
morality, and
digital
health.
society.
So,
We have
I don't know if you
democratized
heard
digital
word by
services,
word, because
making them
I had to
accessible
translate it
to
from
every
Hindi to
citizen
English.
and
Yeah.
And
business
some of the
across
words
our
were so
nation.
crass.
Thanks to
I mean,
Jio,
it
crass is
objectified
India is
women
now
in such
the
a
world's
vulgar way.
largest
In fact, I say
data
I'm
market.
glad that roast
Today,
did not come, and that
Jio's
after that
network
it didn't
carries
happen in India,
nearly
because
8%
as it is
of global
with the
mobile
patriarchal
traffic,
mindset, women are treated
surpassing
like dirt in
even
this
major
country. I
global
have so many
operators,
women coming to
including
me.
those
I
in
handle
developed
part of family law
markets.
also. They are
And we
beaten
have
up, they
done
are
this
bullied,
while
and then I
maintaining
think on the
highest
pavements we would
service
have had
quality,
people using those
setting
words for
new
women. At least
benchmarks
I would have
on the
not
global
tolerated
stage.
it. Those
Jio's
words were
commitment
actually
to
vulgar.
affordability
Okay,
has
so
made
now I'm pushing the
its
point a little bit,
service
although this is not what this
accessible
conversation is
to
about.
all.
You think
With
people are
current
not
data
using those words
prices
for women because
that
it was
are
not in the
1/4
show? I mean, it's
of the
happening
global
anyway,
PM.
right?
No, you
And
listen,
just
what does it say
10%
in a
of
public
those
domain?
in
They
developed
put it,
countries.
uploaded those
In
videos.
8 years,
Certain
Jio
things,
has
like
grown to
even bar
become
dancers,
the
Supreme Court has
world's
allowed as a
largest
profession.
mobile
But
data
you're doing
company.
it in your
Today,
these shows, if you're doing it in your
is
house.
a
But law says in a
490
public
million
place
strong
it is not
family,
allowed. So the
reflecting
law, I
the
just
immense
went by the
trust
word of
and
law.
loyalty
And you may
of
say
our
people are
customers.
saying, but
And
there is
each
nothing called
Jio
negative
customer,
equality.
on an average, uses over 30
I do want to
GB
ask
of
you on a
data
personal
monthly,
front, though, as a lawyer, as a
driving
woman,
a 33% growth
do you
in our
feel that
data
you need
traffic
to
over the
believe
past year. We have
explain the case that you're taking up? Or do you believe in the theory that I'm a lawyer, my job is to provide the best possible defense/representation for my client, irrespective of whether or not I believe they're telling the truth, they're innocent or they're guilty, whatever it is. This is my job, I'm just going to go do it. Where's your,
See, when I joined in 2012, late 2012, I'll say 2013, I was very clear because I was pursuing Salman Khan hit and run case and people thought I was a criminal lawyer, like I was doing more on the criminal side. So a lot of people from the underworld also approached me, to take up their bail matters, and I won't take names, but really the top ones. And one underworld who was out, his wife wanted to meet me, and I got a little scared also. I said, God, where have I come? But how do I say no? Because they may take it otherwise, and then, So, but then I took a stand that very first day in 2013, and I said, I'm not going to take cases of terrorists and rapists.
By our own
and I have stuck to it even till
from
now.
the start.
That I don't take cases in which I have to defend terrorists or rapists. You may say, no, how can you be judgmental? But that is what my conscience didn't allow me. And today also when...
So you don't take any rape accused at all?
No, I have...
What if you believe in their
innocence? Yeah, see, number one, you always say you are not guilty, you are innocent till you are not proven guilty. But somehow I feel
our operations
I don't take cases that way. Women also who come and say false rape cases. I can make out that way also. So because I know rape has become a weapon which is being used by both the sides.
Network
in
like you say, quality and efficiency.
I've been raped for 5 years.
Innovation.
And because the law is such which says that physical relations under the false promise of marriage. And I feel if you're an adult,
with over 350
sex is something which a woman also enjoys. Both parties are doing a consensual relationship, a physical relationship. So when an adult woman jumps into the bed of any man, it's voluntary. How can you call it rape? Because you say that I had promised a marriage and today marriage is not happening. I don't believe in this.
It is also
then you wait till you're married.
The people behind
this is both ways. It's a double-edged sword.
But this is, we're also arguing now technicalities of the CRZ and the fact that this is what the letter of the law says. But you get a lot of cases where domestic abuse and rape is overstated.
Industry-leading solutions.
See, domestic violence, I get so many cases that I can say Girgaon Court, Kila Court, where all small trial courts I have gone to fight DV because DV is a civil remedy, it's not a criminal remedy. And domestic violence is a law where women can get residence, monetary alimony, it's a very positive law. But yes, you have to prove, as per the law again, we are talking about law, that a woman has been actually subjected to domestic violence. So I have to read out all the gory details, whether she's been beaten, pushed, bullied, not given food when she's carrying, mother-in-law is not given her food, husband's beaten her. So yes, because it very clearly says that if I have to get a woman her house, residence, maintenance, I have to first convince the judge, the magistrate, that she has faced domestic abuse. So yes, I get a lot, and women, the problem I see is that women don't have the money to hire a lawyer, which is very tragic because most of them are housewives. They suffer in silence, and when I ask them, they say, we have no money. And that is the time, even not the lower strata, even the higher strata.
This past year,
then I tell them, when you are doing your kitties and you are going on your junkets and your foreign holidays, why don't you save money for a good lawyer? And that is why women lose out in the court, because they don't have the money to fight their cases, even though they have faced so much of physical abuse, emotional abuse, nasty. I'm handling a case right now where it was to be heard yesterday, but it was in the end, she didn't come, so now it has gone to my... it's the latest case which I'm handling, where the girl's father, the wife's father, committed suicide.
Most advanced
because he thought that let me give my daughter security by giving her a house, giving her a property, and husband somehow managed to get all out of her, and then he's left her.
Is the only operator
so the father under depression jumped.
To harness.
And the woman, it's all her Sridhan, which has been taken away by the husband. She's living with the mother. And the family court says, oh, you don't require any maintenance. And I've gone and appealed. You don't require any alimony.
But Sridhan is not alimony.
But see, again, the men have the money. She, being foolish, has not been able to get hold of that kind of lawyers. In the sense, you don't have the financial capacity. Like we saw in Salman, you had Rohtagi sitting, you had Harish Salve. I think Harish Salve was waiting in the car in High Court that the moment when he was convicted for 5 years, that it will be brought to High Court and then Harish Salve will just go and ask for bail. I think Salve or Rohtagi, one was there and he was waiting in the High Court. So, but these women, they don't have that kind of money to get good lawyers. So, husbands have the money. You know, you'll be surprised that wife is paying the EMI, but in the flat, the first name is of the husband. And then I asked them, why do you do it? You're educated, you're working. They said, ma'am, one, it will sound that we are very greedy. And second, it is not heard of that the wife is insisting that my name should be first. Patriarchy. So even though if she's paying the EMI, the first name is of the husband. And when the split happens, more than half of the property is taken by the husband. Because somewhere, if the wife's parents have paid, they've paid in cash. There's not much check movement. And wife is paying, but the first name is of the husband, so the shares are in his name. So the society, they manage, you know, the cozy club of men. The society will also help the husband. You know, nobody wants to stand by women.
So your advice to women is to always keep some money aside?
Yes. You know, you remember our dadis.
Even in the happy honeymoon period.
Yeah. In fact, I tell them, see, when the husband is in that happy honeymoon period, so instead of the kisses, take the money, you know, take everything.
Fulfilling customer
because the moment the second woman comes in their lives, you are thrown out. You know, I feel sorry that in their 50s, when women have done all their roles of their mother, wife, you know, daughter-in-law, and they feel now the time has come to relax. Their secretary enters as the second lady or some girlfriend comes, because it's now very easy to get women thanks to the social media, and everybody wants a rich guy to hang around because of this display economy, you know, where you need a bag, you need a car, you know, all those things. So wives in their 50s, when they should be relaxing and enjoying the laurels, they are at, you know, at the pitiest phase of their life, because they have no money. Husband is now womanizing with someone else. Children have grown up and children say, no, now we don't need you. So I tell women, your money is going to be your best friend. Take it from in writing from me today. Money is your best friend, because it will stand by you when your children who are adults have gone away. In fact, in this case, the children are both with the father, and the mother says, when I go to the house, it's my daughter who calls the cops, because husband has managed to give her that kind of money that she enjoys that life, and so nobody wants the mother. So my advice is, listen, you will be failing yourself as a woman, you know. Forget, you want to be the best wife, you want to be the best daughter-in-law, you want to be the best mother, but you're not the best individual woman that you should be. You should be best to yourself. So again, coming to what you're saying, failure, I say women are failing themselves, and they have nobody to make accountable. You're own responsible for your failure to be leading a good life, to enjoy the laurels of your success. Finance is the most important thing, most important thing.
And also a lot of, it's amazing how a lot of families don't understand the legal concept of Stridhan.
We are building,
which is everything that's given to you at your wedding is yours and nobody can touch it. Correct?
Exactly, you know, and in some of the cases I've seen, the husband side are ready to give whatever jewelry the girl has got from her mother's side. But Stridhan is what even the husband side is giving you, what gifts have come to you at the time of marriage, but that part nobody wants to give. Nobody wants to give because they want to keep their jewelry.
That we are on track.
Maybe for the second wife or whatever, men feel no, this jewelry will not go. In fact, I'll tell you, you know, I shouldn't be sharing this, but I was handling a matter, and the wife had put out the jewelry that what she had worn, that she said, this is what my in-laws had given me for the
wedding photographs,
and this should be given to me.
We have rapidly
so the mother-in-law immediately says in the court that that was all artificial jewelry. And she got that identical made to say that, to put it in front of the society status I gave her. So they, I mean, people go to that extent, that level, not to give the wife her due. So Stridhan, of course, husband's jewelry, the
more
not
responsive
many people
services
give.
to both
So
internal
you get
users
what is
and
only
customers.
yours, what your parents
To
give.
streamline AI
And women are
adoption,
foolish that
Jio
whatever
is
their
developing a
parents give,
comprehensive
that also
suite
they transfer
of
to their
tools and
husbands.
platforms that span the entire AI life cycle. We
You've
call this Jio Brain.
you've taken up
Jio
many
Brain
cases, and we'll come
enables us
we'll come
to
back to the
accelerate
cases in a bit. But
AI adoption
I also want to
across
understand
Jio,
from you
driving faster
the
decisions,
battles that you
more
fought,
accurate
because
predictions,
you, like you
and
said, you
better
started off
understanding
as
of
IAS,
customer
and before
needs.
that you were
We
in
are also
JNU,
starting
and
to use Jio
you
Brain
quit the
to
IAS
drive
Yeah.
a
to become a
similar
lawyer.
transformation
Tell us what
across
happened.
You know,
other
I was
Reliance
born, in
operating
fact,
companies and to fast
the
track
journey when I
their
think of
AI journey as well.
it, really, I wonder
anticipate
how I did it.
that by perfecting
Because
Jio
being
Brain
born in UP,
within
even today,
Reliance,
these states
we
are
will
called very
create
traditional,
a powerful
backward,
AI service
patriarchal.
platform
So,
that we can
of
offer
course,
to
parents were
other
very progressive, and
enterprises as
every
well.
day I thank
Friends,
my parents that
while we are
they gave me the
starting in
best
our own
education.
backyard,
I mean, my
I
mother
believe
made me
the
change
true
3
power of
schools in
AI
Lucknow. Till the
lies
time I
in
went to
making it
Loreto Convent,
accessible
Lucknow,
to
I was
everyone,
changing kindergarten
every day.
here, middle here. But when
With
I
Jio
reached there,
AIs
if I go by that,
for
my mother was
everyone
an
vision,
MA in
we are
history from
committed to
Allahabad University in the
democratizing
year
AI,
1961.
offering powerful AI
When
models
there was
and
child marriage,
services
girls were not
to
going to
everyone
school.
in
It was my
India
mother who
at
did a
the most
master's.
affordable
But being
prices.
born in a
To
traditional
achieve
Rajput
this,
family,
we
married
are
in a
laying the
Rajput family,
groundwork
she
for a
never was
truly
allowed to
national
do a job,
AI
work, because
infrastructure.
a
We
woman
plan to
working was always
establish
seen that
gigawatt-scale
big families, good
AI-ready
families, girls don't
data
go out. They are
centers
supposed to only
in
be in the
Jamnagar,
house. So she
powered
had that thing in her
entirely
that I
by
will fulfill my
Reliance's green
dreams through
energy,
my daughters.
reflecting our
And
commitment
so
to
she put us to the
sustainability
best schools. I
and a
went to
greener future.
JNU, and she
As
said,
the
you have to
only
take the
company
civil
with
services. And
access to
I think it
such
was a
green
tribute to
power,
my mom and my
Reliance is
father
uniquely
that I and
positioned
my
to
sister
lead
both
this
cleared the civil
transformation.
services. Of course, I quit 10
Also,
years down the
we
line,
plan to
but my
create
sister is still
multiple
principal commissioner
AI
income tax,
inference
and she
facilities
continues to serve.
across our captive
And
locations throughout the
but
country,
as I
which
was
will scale up
studying, I was very
to
bright. I
support
mean, I'm
the
not praising
growing
myself, but
demand.
I topped my
In
college. I
parallel,
got the
we
UGC
will
scholarship, which
partner
now people
with
talk of.
leading
Even when I
global
was in JNU, I
technology
had the thing that I
companies
must get
and
the scholarship.
innovators to
But
bring the
again, the
most
societal
advanced
pressures that
AI models,
I was getting a
solutions,
scholarship to
and
go
tools
abroad.
to
So
India.
my
By
mom felt
leveraging our
that if I go
expertise
abroad
in
and all, nobody will
infrastructure,
marry me in these
networking,
communities, because that stigma
operations,
was there. Bahar
software,
ghumi hai,
and
tej
data,
hogi. How
and
it
by
is that,
collaborating with our
ki-
global partners,
So
our
she said,
goal
no,
is
you have
to
to get
create
married. So I was
the
barely
world's
21.
lowest AI
Here I had filled my
inferencing
UPSC
cost
forms.
right
My
here
prelims was
in
in
India.
June.
This will
January,
make
I'm
AI
sitting, there's that
applications in
famous
India
Ganga Dhaba of
more
JNU,
affordable
sitting there and
than
sipping
anywhere
tea.
else,
And
making
I see my
AI
parents coming, and they
accessible
are
to
very
all.
excited. They have a
For
small
instance,
diamond ring
in
in
the
their hand.
retail sector,
This is,
AI can
we've come
help
to take you.
optimize inventory
The boys'
management,
family are coming for
reduce waste,
engagement.
and ensure
Can you beat
that the
it?
right
I had
products
not
are
seen my
always
husband.
available
I had
at the
not seen
right time.
YPCing when I
In
went for the
healthcare,
engagement.
AI can
And
assist
my
doctors
younger sister was
in
also there. She
diagnosing
was in the 12th
diseases
standard.
more
And
accurately
she
and
also came
faster
along. Yeah, I
than
think she was
ever
in the
before,
12th. She was there.
potentially
She's telling me, say
saving
no, say
countless
no.
lives.
Because she
In
said, you fill the
entertainment,
form, you have to take the
AI can
UPSC.
create
Listen, you are
personalized
too brilliant to
experience
get
for
married at this
users,
stage. Say
making
no.
content
I said, no, but
more
mom has got
engaging
that
and
ring and these
relevant.
people have come.
In
How do I say no?
agriculture, AI can analyze vast
That is
amount
the
of
journey.
data
So I
from
got married.
various sources,
Jan,
such as
they
weather
came, I got
patterns,
engaged, I went
soil
for the
health,
engagement.
and
My
crop
father-in-law
growth,
said, no,
and
February
provide
is a month
farmers
which
with
is very
actionable insights
good, and
to
also we want the
increase
marriage in
farm
February.
productivity
So
and income.
parents,
Similarly,
I
in
would say
education
it should have been my
sector,
parents should
AI
have
can
said that
offer
no, prelims
personalized
is in
learning
June, mains
experiences,
is in November,
help
so we'll do the
students
wedding in
learn
December.
at their own
I mean,
pace
they
and
could
in
have
their
taken a
own
stand.
style,
But I think
regardless of
marriage
their
was,
location or background.
in our generation,
These are the kinds
marriage
of
came
innovations
first,
that
career came
Jio's
second.
AI
So
efforts
this
are
is the
focused on,
beautiful thing which has
ensuring
happened
that
now.
the
Like we as
benefit of
parents feel,
AI
even for our
reach
daughters,
every
career
corner of
first,
India
marriage
and
second.
touch
But in our
lives of
times, it
every
was
Indian. Let me focus on
marriage
4
first, career
sectors
second.
that
So
will
Jan I
benefit
got
the
engaged,
most
February I
from
got
AI.
married,
1.
June were the prelims.
Agriculture.
Somehow,
AI farmers will use
like like people said, no, you will not clear the prelims, you will not clear the prelims. I lost confidence in myself. And I didn't take the prelims that year. And then my father said, how can anyone judge you or decide that you will not clear the prelims? I know my daughter. that was the confidence my father had in me. But I almost had a nervous breakdown, and that was 87 June. I didn't take the prelims. And then I waited for a year, and then my father said, he in fact got angry. He said, you should have confided in me that you became nervous. I said, no. Everybody in my in-laws side said, no, you'll not clear the prelims. And like how it is. Nobody wants you to take the civil services. So, but hats off to my father and my mother. She said, look, I educated you. I sent you to Delhi. I sent you to JNU, and now you are saying this. So, 88 again I filled the form and I cleared the prelims. And you will not believe I cleared the prelims every time. So, this is what is, like the fear of failure. That I will not clear the prelims, so I didn't take the exam in 87. 88 I took the prelims, I cleared the prelims, I cleared the mains in November. I reached the interview in my very first attempt. But again, I'll tell you how life of a woman, the trajectory is, how you navigate. Here I'm taking cleared the prelims. I wanted to go back to JNU to take my exam. And my in-laws said, no, you have to come to Lucknow. How will we tell this society, Samaj, kya bolega? Ki bahu Delhi mein baith ke exam de rahi hai when mains can be taken in Lucknow. So I went to Lucknow. I gave my center for my written exam in Lucknow, and I stayed in my in-laws' house and I gave the exam. Here people are coming to Rajendra Nagar for coaching and all that. So forget the coaching. I stayed in my in-laws' house and I went to take the exam, and yet I cleared the mains.
Were you allowed to study?
Yeah, that of course, because it was study. I could sit in my room and study. But yes, if the guests came, I did have to come out and meet them. Luckily, I didn't have to make chai because I would have not known also how to make chai at that stage, because I was a police officer's daughter. There were, somehow we never entered the kitchen because my dad was very clear, my mom, that meri ladkiyan afsar banengi. Ye sab kaam nahi karna hai types, So, but I was, reached the interview. The result came, my name was nowhere. So what failure? I have seen that I cleared the prelims, mains, reaching the interview. But when I went for the interview, I was 5 months pregnant. So the family pressures were such that a child is more important than your exam. So here I'm taking the exam and then I'm trying for a child. And in between, like for a woman it is this, that you have to navigate everything. And my motto in life is treat every adversity as an opportunity. And that is why I may not have cleared that year. But I said, doesn't matter. Next year I'll come again.
Tell me what that was like, because you had pushed against so many forces. There were your in-laws, you were pregnant at that point, you had your husband who would have obviously expected something from his wife, to say, I didn't make it, but I'm going to start all over again and do this all over again. What was that like?
It's difficult because see how it happens. This exam is like now it's 10 lakh people appearing. At that time there would be around 6 lakh people appearing. So in that 6 lakhs, when you take the prelims, just 10,000 people clear. From the 10,000, the written exam when you take, it's 10,000 from 6 lakhs to 10,000. For the interview, they call only 1,200 people. So from the 6 lakhs, I came to 1,200. Then again, I had to go back to 6 lakhs. Now it is 10 lakhs. So yes, the prelims is the toughest. And that is why, I don't want to take names, but there are people who for prelims take the quota and then take the mains. Normal, because they want to say, no, we tried our things, because somewhere when you clear the civil services with a quota, the thing is there, you've taken the reservation, your merit is not checked totally. Like wow it is. So prelims is the toughest, but I'm proud to say I cleared the prelims all the 4 times. But yes, mains I flunked twice because I was working. Meanwhile, from my first attempt, I got a job in the customs. I became a Group B officer. That's from the civil services only. UPSC has a waiting list. So later, I got, from the first attempt when I didn't get through, I think God was kind and my mother's prayers were there. So I got a job from that exam, from the reserved. They have a waiting list. So I became a custom appraiser and I joined Bombay Customs in 1991. But that was a Group B. See, and Group A, Class 1, Class 2, everybody knows what a vast difference is. So my brother and my younger sister had both become Class 1 officers. So my dad was saying, here is my brightest child, and how can she be a Class 2 officer?
Because you got her married.
Yes. Yes. He died 10 years back,
call
he was
this
very
concept
unwell.
connected
And that's what he told me. He said,
as a first step
my
to connected intelligence,
biggest
every
mistake in my
user
life was
needs
that I
ample
didn't let
and
you appear.
affordable data
That I got you
storage
married.
capacity
And then
in
I
the
made you
cloud,
appear the exam,
with
because
the highest levels of
that you won't be able
privacy
to
and
get through,
security.
or you will not take
With
it so
data
seriously.
safely stored in the cloud,
So,
AI can deliver
yes, he did
intelligent,
feel that.
personalized
But I
services
said it doesn't
over the
matter.
network.
Again,
Today, to support
one
our
thing
AI
you don't
everywhere
get. If
for
one door is
everyone
closed,
vision,
10 doors
using
open for you.
connected intelligence.
And even as
I
a
am
lawyer,
thrilled to
because people
announce
said we can't
the
imagine that
Jio
you will
AI
leave such a
Cloud
coveted job.
welcome offer.
I would have been, my batchmates are now,
I
some
am
of them are
announcing
additional secretaries,
that
Government
Jio
of India.
users
Then
will get
from customs, I
up to
left
100
customs
GB
and I came to
of
the
free
postal
cloud
services. My
storage
batchmates
to
are now Chief
securely
Postmaster
store
Generals,
and access
having around
all their
20,000
photos,
employees under
videos,
them.
documents,
But I said
and
no.
all other
I
digital
want
content and data.
to use my
And we will
freedom of
also
speech
have
and
the
expression.
most affordable
As a
prices
government
in the
servant,
market
you are
for
tight-lipped.
those
You
needing
can't speak
even
against the
higher
government. You
storage.
can't
We
speak
plan
what
to
is right,
launch
what is wrong.
the Jio
And the
AI
activist
Cloud
in me,
welcome
the
offer
person who
starting
lived for
Diwali
justice,
of this
kept
year,
telling me,
bringing
move
a
out, come
and
out.
affordable
And
solution
be the voice of
where
the
cloud
silenced.
data storage
Now people
and
say, do you
data-powered
not
AI
regret?
services
Because I remember at that
are
stage I had got a
to everyone,
offer for
everywhere.
Raw.
With
People
this,
say the cabinet
let me
secretariat.
invite
Today, if I had joined
Akash
that,
and
I
Kiran
would have been
on
director
stage
Raw.
to talk
Undoubtedly.
about some
I
of
know,
the
director
exciting
CBI, director
developments
Raw,
at
director
Jio.
IB, other premium positions. But I remember my father
Good
said we
afternoon,
have to
everyone.
go. My son was already
Today,
1.5
we're
years
excited
old.
to share the
And
newest features in Jio Home.
my husband says,
Making
my
your
God,
home
you
more
want to do
connected,
such a job?
convenient,
Where
and
you have to
smarter
work
than
as
ever
a
before.
detective,
Jio
go abroad,
has
and like you
transformed
have
digital
Kulbhushan
home
Jadhav, we don't
services
know what's
in
happening
India
to him.
over
I
the
can
past few
understand my
years.
husband's concern at that
Millions now
time.
enjoy
But
ultra-fast internet, seamless
see,
video
we as
streaming,
women,
and top
we
OTT
want everyone
applications
to be happy.
powered by a Jio
I
Home
mean, the
broadband
ambition
and
takes the
Jio set-top
backstage.
box. But at
Because
Jio,
you feel,
we
oh,
believe
if
in
the husband is not
constantly pushing the
comfortable, why should I
boundaries
go for
of what's
such an
possible.
ambitious job?
Today,
Because
we're
end
excited
of
to
the day,
unveil the next
we are
evolution in
taught
Jio Home
to be
offerings.
Indeed,
self-sacrificing.
Akash. Building on the
So
success
that's
of
the
our home
journey,
What
broadband
happened when you
and
got
Jio
that
set-top
call?
box.
I
We are now
didn't go
exploring
because
new
I got
horizons
scared. My
in home
husband says,
entertainment and
oh
smart
my
living.
God, you're going to
Today,
become a
we
detective,
are
you're
thrilled
going
to
abroad
introduce
to
Jio TV
snoop
OS,
for the country.
our
I will leave
100%
you.
homegrown operating system
Actually, he
for the
may have
Jio
said
set-top
it as a
box.
joke, but that
Jio TV
petite,
OS
delicate
is
Rajput
made
girl that I
for your
was,
big TV
I
screen,
took it seriously that he's
giving you a
getting angry.
faster,
And I
smoother,
didn't go for
and
that
more
interview.
personalized
And
experience.
had it happened
It's
today,
just like having
I
a
would have said,
custom-made
listen,
entertainment system at
I'm
home.
leaving you today. You pack your
Jio
bags and
TV
go.
OS
I
supports
mean,
cutting-edge
this
home
is the
entertainment
journey of
features
a woman
like
that
ultra-high
brick by
definition
brick,
4K video,
Abba Singh has come
Dolby
what
Vision,
she is
and
today.
Dolby
That
Atmos. This
the other
means
day I was at
you
a
get the
wedding
best
and
picture and sound quality,
Salman Khan's security
just
guard
like
was
being in
there,
a movie
Sheera.
theater, but
And
in
he
the
says,
comfort of
Madam,
your living
aapko
room.
dekh ke to hum
And it's
court
more
mein
than
dar
just a
jate
user
hain.
interface.
A person
It's an entire
who the world
ecosystem
looks up to, that he
brings
provides
together
security
all
to
your favorite
Salman,
apps,
saying that
live
you
television,
used to,
and
looking
shows
at you, we panicked.
in one
The
simple,
But do you
education.
feel that
easy-to-use
if there
system.
A few
it was
years
mixed
ago, we
messages there,
introduced
because on
Hello
one
Jio,
hand they were
the
saying that
voice
you should become an
assistant that is
officer, you're
now
so
part
brilliant,
of
and on the other
TVOS
hand there
that
was
lets you
marriage
control
and babies and
your
in-laws
set-top
and all of
box
these things.
with your
Don't
voice,
go overseas,
accessible
don't do this,
using
don't do
the
that.
My
live
husband was
on
an
the Jio
IPS,
remote.
and so
Hello
no,
Jio
in
has
those
quickly
days,
become
you were
one
just
of the
told
most loved
you have to
features of Jio
the marriage,
set-top box.
like marriage market,
Recently,
there was
we
dowry,
made
this,
Hello
that.
Jio
But here
even
was
smarter
YP Singh
using the
with his
latest
values and
generative
principles
AI
said, I don't
technologies,
want dowry. My mother
improving its
went to see
natural
him, asked
language
him, तुम
understanding
कौन सी गाड़ी
and
लोगे?
making it
Types,
feel more
he says मैं
human-like.
ससुराल की गाड़ी में नहीं
Now,
बैठूंगा.
finding
So
content
see,
on Jio
what I
set-top
was
box
getting,
is
what
easier than
I
ever. For example,
gave up
just
my
say Hello
career,
Jio,
or I
find action movies,
compromised my
and
career,
it'll
was
fetch across all
a
your apps
husband
like
with
Amazon Prime,
integrity
Disney Plus
who did
Hotstar,
not
and
want
more,
dowry,
and will show
who
you
did
the best
had no
options
problem
in a
in my
single
working.
combined list.
Of course, that's
No more
different. The draw
searching
he
through
didn't
each
want,
of your apps
because when I
one by
remember I got the job in the customs, and I had to come to Bombay to join. And my son was just 10 months old, so I left him with my mother because I didn't know where I will stay in Bombay. And at that time it was Bombay, but he came with me. I said, I'm not going. Where will I stay? What will I do? And that time my husband was Superintendent of Police Vardha. See, here is an SP's wife with a paraphernalia of a bungalow, cars, this, that. But
and it's done.
My mom and all said, no, you have to go and join. I said, no, I'm not joining, I'm resigning. So my mom really became upset. She said, today is the day I'm going to cry if my daughter is going to leave the job. And as a tribute to my mother, I said, fine, I'm going. I left my son, 10-month-old baby with my mother, took a train from Lucknow, I still remember, Pushpa. And my husband took chutti. He took leave, came with me, made me join my Bombay custom appraiser job. We stayed in Azad Maidan guest house, that Azad Maidan police station guest house. We stayed there for a month. I completed the formalities, and then I went back. So, my husband, he wrote to the DG that my wife has got a job in Mumbai. So I may be given a transfer to Mumbai. Because my one condition was, I'm not going to stay alone in Mumbai. I'm not going to leave my kid in Lucknow. I want the child with me, come what may. So then the only solution was, he said, I need to move. And you will be shocked, Faye. The Director General of Police got angry. That here is a cop who is the district superintendent of police of a district, and he is sacrificing that for his wife. Which husband will do it? And then they didn't give him Mumbai police. So he opted for a post in food and drugs. This is 91. A district superintendent of police. Here people give money to become a DCP, money to become an SP of a district. And here is my husband who sacrificed all that. And this was a shunted position where nobody had gone for 2 years. Because I wanted to come and start my work, he became vigilance officer with FDA, Food and Drugs Administration. He didn't have a car, he didn't have a phone, nothing. Luckily, I was given a house on Pedder Road because there was a ladies' pool and Pedder Road, Darbhanga house. So he left everything, stayed in my house. So that is called a metro man, a man with confidence. That everybody said, "Arey, बीवी के लिए district छोड़ दिया, police छोड़ दिया, train से office जाता है." He bought a cub scooter to go to Grant Road and take the train. So I would say marriage is something where both have to compromise or both have to navigate to make a marriage work.
And the two of you at one point quit the services and decided to become lawyers together.
That's also very magical. He was in the CBI. And if people who are watching your show or will watch later, they should Google his stay in CBI. He registered a P against the great Dhirubhai Ambani.
Keeping your home network safe and secure.
Preliminary inquiry that he said no Panna Mukta. He did that Panna Mukta, US 64, all the big cases he was investigating. And the government felt that if this guy stays for long in the CBI, the corporates are going to have a tough time, and corporates are ultimately, even then and now, they have been running the system, and you will not believe it. He was sitting in Tanna House. They relieved him overnight, put a lock in his office, did not even let him take his papers. So he was repatriated from the CBI, and that would be which year? That would be in the 90s. And I came from the services background. My father was a senior officer. So YP said, I will go to court. I will fight my repatriation. It is wrong because I was doing brilliant work, and just because they had problems and I was doing these cases. And in fact, there was a parliament question where they said that it was raised, and that if YP Singh's report had been taken into cognizance, if they had not done that, then the US 64 would not have happened, fraud, and government would have not lost 1,000 crores. So, that was the kind of stake, because that kind of money was invested into Reliance, and it was a throwaway for the government, and YP had done that case. So, they repatriated him from CBI, and he says, I'm going to fight my own case. And none of us had a law degree. He's master's in economics, and I am a master's in political science. So, lawyers we couldn't afford, because the moment they repatriated him, his salary was stopped. Salary was stopped. His that time there were no mobiles. We were staying in Hyderabad State. His landline was disconnected because suddenly people found there is this young IPS officer who's doing such brilliant work, and they knew his work. The media came all out to support him. So they said, how do we cut out his contact? So they disconnected the phone line. They withdrew his vehicle. They said, how will he go? Of course, they didn't know that he had bought a scooter when he had come to make his wife join the customs. So he had his two-wheeler. And at that time, there were no two-wheelers. I think ours was the only two-wheeler in Mumbai, and I'm talking of 92, 93. So and
You can share what you're
there were
watching
no
with friends.
emails and
Join
also
live
whatever
watch parties.
petitions. He says, I will
Discuss
read
your
the law
favorite shows
myself and
in
I will
real
fight
time.
my own case
This
because
is
we
the
couldn't
future of
afford a
TV.
lawyer. His
And we
salary
are
was
excited
stopped.
to bring
My
it to your living
salary,
rooms.
that time there was no
Now,
pay
let's
commission.
talk
I was
about
getting,
AI.
I think,
Our
my
chairman introduced the
first
concept
salary
of
was
connected
2,700, but by the
intelligence,
time
where AI
he was
services
repatriated, I
and
was getting
data are
5,000 rupees.
seamlessly
So in
delivered
5,000
from the
rupees,
cloud over
taking care of
ultra-fast
2 children,
broadband, accessible
with no vehicle, no
anytime,
support, nothing,
anywhere,
was not
on
easy.
any device.
So
Today,
he
we're
said, I will
excited to
fight my
talk
own
about
case.
a new
And he
service
started
that we are
reading the law.
developing.
So he would go to the
AI
Central Administrative
as
Tribunal
easy
to
as
fight his
making a
case.
phone call.
And I
We
would
call
take
this
half-day
service
CL and I
Jio
would
Phone
carry his
Call AI,
books. And
which
I would
lets
hear
you
him
use
argue.
AI
So
with every
Cat,
phone call. Jio Phone
somehow
Call AI
he
can
lost the
record
case.
and
I
stop
will not
any
go into
call
it that
in
why he
Jio
lost the
Cloud
case,
and
because
automatically
then
transcribe
maybe
it,
I
which means
draw
automatically
contempt and we both
converting
have
it from
issues.
voice to
So
text.
then he
It
said,
can
I will go
also
to High
summarize
Court.
the call
But I told
and
my
even
husband, and my
translate
father
it
also
into
came
another
running. He
language.
said,
This
in the
allows
government,
anyone
if
to
you fight the
easily
government,
capture
you
and
become
access
tainted.
important voice
In the sense,
conversations,
nobody will ever
making
give
them
you a good
searchable,
posting.
shareable,
You will
and
never be,
understandable across
the
languages,
officer.
all
But he
with
said,
just a
no,
few
I am
clicks.
fighting against
Let's dive
injustice.
into the
I am
experience to
standing
show
for
you how
truth
simple
and I'm
it
going to
is.
fight it. He went to High
Imagine that
Court.
you are an important
So
phone call.
High Court,
Jio has given a
initially the
separate
best part was
dedicated phone
his
number
case
to
was so
phone call AI.
genuine because
Just
he had
add the
done these
Jio phone
cases and
call AI's
CBI
phone
had
number to your
repatriated him
call,
before his
just like you
tenure.
would another person.
And what the CBI did, see, they realized that
Once you hear
they
the
had
welcome
repatriated
message,
him,
press
but
1
being in
to start
Mumbai,
recording
his
and
voice was being
transcribing the
heard.
call.
So they
Now,
requested
you can
the
begin your
Maharashtra government
conversation.
to
In the
transfer him
background,
out of
phone
Bombay.
call AI listens
So
and turns
one
everything you
transfer
say
was
into
from
text
CBI back to
quickly and
state,
accurately.
and within 10 months
And phone
they
call AI will
insisted,
periodically announce that the call is
Gopinath
being
Mundi
recorded.
was the
So
deputy
everything
CM at
is
that
clear
time.
and
They
transparent to all
pressurized
the
the
parties
state
on the call.
government to
At
transfer
any
him to
point, you
Nagpur.
can pause the
So 2
transcription by
transfers.
pressing number 2.
So he said,
For example, if you are
and
discussing another
I also
topic,
went to the press and I
phone call
said,
AI will
government
periodically
says
announce the
husband and wife
transcription
should be
is
posted
paused,
together
again
as
for
far
full
as possible.
transparency.
I have joined the
Simple, right?
customs. I have
And
2
when
small
you're
children.
ready to start
Why
again,
should
just press number
by
1.
that time I joined the
Or
postal
press number
services. I had
3
left customs.
to end
I said,
when you're
you
done.
have
And
vacancies
that's
in
how
Mumbai.
easy it is to use
IPS
Jio phone
officers
call AI.
by the
It's
dozen are here.
hassle-free,
Why
no
is he
apps
not in
needed,
Mumbai?
just a simple
Why are you
and
transferring to
reliable phone
Nagpur?
number
I
to
have 2
record
children to take care
and
of.
transcribe
I
your
have just
calls
come to
with precision.
Mumbai.
Whether
So
you're in a one-on-one
those
call
guidelines are
or a
also
group
there because the
conference,
laws,
or
the
even just
conduct rules
making
also say,
personal
the
notes,
government GR says,
Jio phone call
as far
AI
as
can
possible,
be your
husband
go-to
and wife should be
solution
posted
for
together if they
seamless
are both
call
in the government
recording
services.
and
So
transcription.
that was one thing.
Another
Second was,
exciting
because
aspect
his
of Jio
tenure was
phone
not
call
over.
AI is the
And that
inclusivity
time, the
it brings
Director
to
General of
millions
Police
of
was
our
Mr. Amarjit
citizens
Singh
who are
Samra.
hearing
But
impaired.
he's no
By
more. But
converting
Mr.
spoken
Samra
words
gave an
into
affidavit
text,
to the
it
court saying
ensures they can stay
that YP
connected
Singh was
and not
reporting to
left
me
out of
and
any important
my approval
discussions.
was not
All
taken.
your call
I had not
recordings,
given any
transcriptions,
proposal for his transfer.
summaries, and translations.
So here is your boss who
created by
stands by
Jio
you,
phone call
unlike
AI
the
are
CBI,
safely stored
which
in Jio Cloud.
succumbed to the
So
pressure
you
of the
can access them
politicians.
anytime.
So High Court, my
And with our
husband would
Jio
get a
Cloud
stay.
welcome offer,
When he went and he
Jio
said, this,
customers will get
the
plenty
judges
of
would say,
affordable
yes, very
storage
genuine, very
with the
genuine
highest
case,
privacy
and they
and
would say, stay
security.
granted.
Of course,
But
Jio
that
Cloud
same
isn't
judge
just
who
for
gave
storing
a
phone
stay
calls and
and looked
transcripts.
very proactive and he
It's a
was
full-fledged
sympathizing,
cloud storage
in the
service
next hearing
where
I
you can
would notice,
securely
I was a
upload,
bystander,
store,
I
and
was
share
only carrying books.
everything from photos
And I
to
would
videos
see his
to
expressions
documents
change and I would
any
tell
other digital
YP,
content.
last
By
time
keeping
he
your
looked
data in
very
Jio Cloud,
sympathetic,
you are
but this
positioning
time he
yourself
is
to
looking
fully
very
leverage
anti
the
you.
power of
He
connected
is making you
intelligence,
read the case laws which
making your
don't go in
digital
your
life
favor.
smarter,
And
more
I, in fact,
integrated,
for one
and more
High Court
efficient.
judge, I said, "Ye
Another
tumse
example
nazare nahi
of
mila raha
connected
hai, you will lose the
intelligence is
case."
Jio Bharat,
So, as a
ultra-affordable
bystander, I
entry-level 4G
saw
phone.
how things
Even
go in
though
a
Jio
court.
Bharat
So
costs
High
less
Court
than a
also,
4G phone.
YP
It is
lost.
packed with powerful
CAT he
digital
lost,
services
High Court he
like
lost.
UPI
But
payments,
again I said,
video and audio streaming,
failure is
and
a
hundreds
learning
of
curve.
live TV
You
channels.
learn from
This is
failure,
possible
you
because
don't
we
become
offload
disheartened
much
from
of the
failure.
processing from
You
the
say,
device
khel
to
abhi
cloud,
baki hai.
delivering
He
results
went to the Supreme Court.
seamlessly over our 4G network.
So here he
These
goes
are
to
just a
Supreme
few
Court,
ways we're
and
bringing
you know
advanced AI
who
through
was
connected
engaged
intelligence
against him in
to
Supreme
every
Court?
Indian simply
Kapil
and
Sibbal.
effectively.
Maharashtra
We'll
government
keep bringing you
engaged
AI
Kapil
solutions
Sibbal
that
against
works hand in
YP
hand with our
for his
network
transfer
and cloud,
from
making
Bombay
life
to Nagpur.
easier
They transferred him
and
to
better
Nagpur.
for
They
everyone
engaged
in
Kapil
India.
Sibbal.
And with
They
that,
engaged 2
let's
retired
invite our
judges.
chairman
So there was
back
a
on
battery
stage.
of lawyers, and here was my husband alone with his books because I could not
Thank
go
you,
to
Akash
Supreme
and
Court.
Kiran.
I had 2
Dear
tiny children to
shareholders,
take care of.
With deep
8
tech
times he
innovation
went,
and a
and he
focus
went
on
by
customer
second
and
class.
shareholder
I used to
value,
book the tickets.
Jio is poised
So,
to be a
when the hearing
cornerstone
happened,
of India's
there was
digital
Justice
future.
Sujata Manohar.
Led by
And I
our
told
momentum and
YP,
connectivity,
there is a
we
lady
are
judge, you will
targeting
get justice.
to double our revenues
And
and
why?
EBITDA
Because
over the next 3 to
ladies,
4
I
years.
feel,
And beyond
they
that,
are
the
less
potential
corrupt.
of AI
I don't know of
as a
today's,
growth engine
but that
is
time was
enormous.
my
And I
impression
will
and
keep
my
you
experience,
updated on
because
our
we
progress in
women,
AI.
we
As
want
we
to
look
come,
ahead,
do our work,
our
go
every
home, take
step
care of
in
our children,
innovation and
do our
technology
household
brings
work.
us closer
We don't
to a
have the
future
time to
It
wine
would be
and
where
correct.
dine.
success is
No,
measured
to wine and
not
dine,
just by
where we can be
profits,
approached
but
by
by the
all these
positive
power
impact
brokers,
we
money
have
brokers.
on hundreds
So
of
we are
millions
not
of
easily
Indians.
accessible.
Dear
And Justice
shareholders,
Sujata Manohar,
today I am
she
pleased to
saw the
share
matter.
with
And my
you
husband
the
said,
remarkable
I am
progress
fighting a
made
battle
by
for
our
truth.
media
I'm
and
fighting a battle for
entertainment
justice.
business.
I have
It
not
is
even taken
transforming
medical leave to
India's
fight my
media
case.
landscape.
I am
Our
on
media
without
business
salary.
achieved
6
over
months I've been without
10,000
salary.
crores of revenue.
And Justice
This
Sujata Manohar
represents an
said,
industry-leading
we will
growth
pass
of
strictures against the
49%.
Maharashtra government
Viacom
if you
18,
don't
our
pay his salary.
entertainment arm,
And you will
did
not
even
believe,
better.
we had
Driven by
a
sports
deputy
segment,
secretary in
it
Maharashtra
saw
government
a
coming
remarkable
home to give
growth
his check.
of 62%.
So after
Jio
that,
Cinema
when he
is
won from Supreme Court.
revolutionizing digital sports
He won from
and
Supreme Court
entertainment.
because
In a short
Supreme
time,
Court,
it has
the
reached
government could not
major
manage.
milestones.
And when
The
YP
second
came back,
season of IPL
I had
on
got
Jio
him a form.
Cinema
I
was
said,
a
you're
huge
going to do
success.
law.
It reached 62
And
crore
he
Indians.
registered.
That's
After
a
that, I registered.
38% increase
And we both
over the
did law
previous
from
season.
Bombay University.
Total viewership grew by 50%.
This
made
is
it
Ajay.
the most watched live stream event in the world.
With 2 small children,
This
you
success
quit both
continued
jobs.
during the Olympics. Jio Cinemas new subscription pack
2
is a game
UPSC
changer.
jobs, 2
Yes.
UPSC
It
officers.
offers
Yes.
OTT originals,
Yes.
reality shows, blockbuster movies, and top content from
And I
HBO,
got very good marks in
Paramount,
law also.
and NBCU. In just 100 days, Jio
What
Cinema
was your parents'
crossed
reaction?
15 million paying
I
subscribers.
had lost my father by then
This is the
when I
fastest
left the
growth
job.
in this category.
So had he been there,
Colors, our
I always
flagship
say, Dad,
Hindi
you would have
channel,
not left me,
reached
allowed me
its
to leave the
highest market
UPSC,
share
because for
in
them
12 years.
UPSC was a very big
everything.
thing.
Climbed to the number 1
So
position last
Dad
year.
was no longer
Dear
there.
friends,
And
our news
he was very
business is
ill.
reaching
So I used to
new
always tell
heights.
him, ki, if you
This is
don't
due
live,
to our
I'm going to
focus
leave
on
this job.
high-quality journalism.
I used to always threaten
We
him.
lead in both
But
general and business news.
he couldn't
We are
survive.
the
He had
only network in
a
India
serious
with
disease.
global ambitions.
So I lost him in
News
2008.
18 was India's
But by
top
the
TV
time Lead
network
India
for
had
election
happened,
news.
and I was going to
On
London
June
School
4,
of Economics.
the counting day, its reach
So
was
here,
nearly 50% higher
he was very
than the
excited
IPL
that
final.
my daughter's going to
CNBC
LSE
TV
to study.
18 had
And
an
I had done law.
82%
Law I
viewership
joined in
share on the
2001.
budget day.
YP
This
won.
is in line
So
with its
he
weekly
completed his law,
performance.
and 1 year after him, I
CNN News
joined law.
18 often
And it's not
outperforms
easy. 8
all
papers
other
every
channels
year.
combined.
So I had
It
my
has
office,
been number
I had
1
my
for
evening
over 2
classes,
years.
and I
Money
had joined
Control
French
is
also.
transforming into
So
an advanced
French was
fintech
morning
provider
7 to
of
10,
data
then go
and
to office,
analytics
then
for
do this
users in
evening
India
classes.
and beyond.
And then one day I
It is
realized, why am
unmatched
I
in
doing
speed
this?
and accuracy.
But
It has
then I said,
70
no,
million
law I
unique
must do,
Our
because
premium services,
if I
NC
want
Pro,
to stand
has
up
now
to
over
injustice,
8.5
because I had
lakh
seen how
paid
things were,
subscribers.
I
This
need to
makes
know
it
law.
a top 10
And so
subscription
my
site
study of
globally
law
and the
was
largest
not to
in
make
India.
money.
First
It
Post
was
is becoming
to
a
stop
global
wrong
news
things from
powerhouse.
happening.
Its subscriber base
So
has more
that's
than
what it,
doubled
you know, it
in the
was.
last 12 months.
So law
In July,
is something
First
which,
Post
so today
recorded
also, that's why I said I will not do
127 million
cases of
video
terrorists.
views.
I'm not going to
This
defend
ranks
people,
it
because
sixth
money is
not
not
your
what.
purpose.
See,
First
money
Post
does
is
not
recruiting top
influence me.
talent to become the
Money is
definitive
just
global
a
news
medium
destination
for certain
from India.
lifestyle.
I believe it is
You know,
time
forget
for
lifestyle,
India,
to survive.
as the world's
You know,
most
when I
populous
could
nation, to assert
survive
its
in one
voice
salary,
and gain
then what
its
is this?
rightful space.
I mean, I don't
in the
need the lawyer
influential
fees
global
to
media.
pull me through.
Dear
But yes,
shareholders,
so many
let's
cases. You know,
now
when I
talk
was
about
fighting
our
the case for the
partnership with
widows of
Disney.
manual scavengers,
This
even
marks
now
the
I'm
beginning
doing
of
it.
a new
I have
era
set up this
in India's
website called Ask, Assistance for Safai Karamcharis. So one day when I was reading in Times of India that this woman has lost her husband cleaning septic tank in a posh society in Chembur. I read the paper and I said, my God, how would she be running the house? You know, when your husband goes down to clean a septic tank for 1,000 rupees, what kind of poverty is that? I and my daughter, we walked up to these slums.
Just
And we
like
met that
Jio in
widow.
retail,
And Bani
our
is her name. And I
expanded
asked
media
Bani. Bani had a
business will be
3-week-old
an
child,
invaluable
son.
growth center
And I asked
in
her,
the
I said, why
Reliance
did he do it? She
ecosystem.
says, madam, वो
Dear
तो painting का
shareholders,
काम करता था.
Reliance
But
Retail continues
daughter
to
के
build
बाद
on
बेटा
its
हुआ था.
position
He
as the
says, मैं
leader
40 days के
of
function में
Indian
सबको
retail
non-veg
sector,
खिलाऊंगा.
while
So
achieving
for that
scale
1 kg, 2
comparable
kg
to
of non-veg
top
to buy,
retailers globally.
he went
I
down
am
to
happy
clean
to
the drain
inform
and he died.
that Reliance Retail
So,
is
you know,
now
that is why I
amongst the
say
top
my
5 global retailers
law knowledge
in
is for
terms of
people
number
like
of
these.
stores.
I told Bani, I
Amongst
said,
the
Bani,
top 10
I will take you to
retailers
High
in
Court.
terms of
I
market
will get you
capitalization.
justice. Vimla
Amongst the
Chirotia,
top
she had
20
3 children.
retailers in
Her daughter
terms of
told me,
number of employees.
Papa कहता था खूब
And
पढ़ो,
amongst the top
बड़े घर
30
में जाएंगे.
retailers in terms of
They lived
revenue.
in slums.
A unique operating
Neeta
model
Kashikar, another
has been
person
the
in Kurla
foundation
slums.
of
I
the
collected these 3
competitive
widows.
advantage
You know, I
and
had filed a
leadership
PIL in
position
Bombay High
of our
Court.
retail
I had asked an
business.
RTI in
First,
BMC
we
saying,
have an
how many deaths of
unbeatable
manual scavengers take
omni-channel
place in
model
Mumbai? You know what
providing
reply I got from
customers
BM said?
seamless
Nil.
experience
They said
across
no death
physical
takes place.
and
So when
online
I read
channels
the story
and
of these
convenience.
3 widows,
We
I
have
said I want you
a
to come with
common
me to the High
inventory
Court.
across channels
And these
that
widows, I
provides
said take your
hyperlocal
time.
delivery,
They all came.
leveraging a
And
wider
when my
store
PIL
network.
came for hearing,
We have built
and I said,
multiple
Lordship,
channels to
here is
serve
an RTI
customers
reply from
through
BMC which
about
says no deaths have
19,000
taken place.
owned stores.
I said,
and
these
nearly
widows,
80
are
million
they
square
ghosts?
feet
Or
across
we have
7,000 plus
written them off
cities,
already. They
4
don't
million
exist.
kirana partners,
And when these 3
and a
widows
wide
got up,
bouquet
you will
of
not
digital
believe
platforms
that
which
the
provide
collector
us
suburban who had not
access
given them
to
compensation,
consumers across the
second
country.
hearing when we step out
We
of
have
Bombay
built
High
an
Court,
extensive
the Tehsildar
and
was
efficient
standing
supply
with checks
chain
of 1
with
lakh
over
each for
32
the
million
widows,
square feet warehouse
1,25,000
network
each
to
as
support
an
our
interim
pan-India
compensation.
operations.
And in the third
Second,
hearing, all
we
the 3
are
widows had
a
got 10
quality
lakhs
and
each.
design-led company
This is the
and
power of
provide
law.
the highest
If
quality
you want to
products
stand
at
for justice,
competitive
if
prices
it is not
with
money that
several
lures you.
design labs
And I think
centers
I would say
across
that
the country
adversity,
in all
that
our
YP going
major
through that
segments.
struggle,
Third,
and
we are using
Justice
deep
Sujata
tech
Manohar in
with
Supreme Court
real-time dashboards,
saying that yes,
integrated
truth
AI
triumphs,
workflows to
made me
make
do
our
law.
operations
And today, when I stand
AI-enabled
up for these
across the
downtrodden,
value chain.
marginalized,
Fourth,
I
we are
think
building
this is the real
significant
Abha which had
capacities
to
in
come.
data analytics and
At least we have
personalization
set up
for
a system where
best-in-class
pan India,
customer
I get calls from
experience.
Bihar, I get
Fifth,
calls from
we are
Kerala,
committed
where these
to
widows, because they know one
sustainability
Vimla
in
Charotia has
all
got
our
compensation like
operations.
this. You know,
We have
Mumbai being
implemented
such a
sustainable
commercial
packaging,
city,
renewable
Maharashtra being such a
energy,
progressive state,
diversity,
ours is the first
ethical
case
sourcing,
where any
waste
widow of a
management,
manual
and
scavenger has got
supporting local
compensation.
communities
30
in our
years there was not a
business
single widow
on a
who was
day-to-day
given.
basis.
So these regular
Sixth,
updates that we
our
hear
organization
on the national
design
level
and
also, that there are no
architecture
deaths.
with
You know what
empowered
they say?
teams and
What the
clear
BMC's reply was?
accountability are
We have
enabling our growth
outsourced it.
with
That
discipline
means
and
the
driving
cleaning is being
scale
done by
and
them.
operating
But
leverage.
we are not
I am
responsible
happy
because
to
we have given
inform
it to
you that our
contractors.
retail
So what's the
business
contractors
is
are doing?
also
Nobody knows.
promoting
So what I said was,
several
we
important
cannot
societal
outsource
goals.
death.
We are enriching
You cannot outsource
India's
death.
kisans
You
and
have a
MSMEs
budget of
by
57,000
procuring
crores.
their
Now it must be
quality
60,000
products.
crores.
We are
It is
sourcing
your job.
more
And
from the
Supreme
tribal
Court in the
areas.
Safai
We are
Karamchari
promoting
case
women
has clearly said
entrepreneurs.
they have banned
Above
this manual
all,
scavenging.
retail business
And in
is
spite of banning,
generating more
and they have
direct
made the
and
district
indirect
collectors
livelihood
responsible.
opportunities.
You know, it is the collector's responsibility to see that it is stopped. And which collector has been made accountable?
Over the last year,
IS officers, they have tremendous following on Insta, they are doing this, they are doing that. We are only glamorizing them. They are not there for glamour.
Thank you,
Power
Chairman.
is given for
Allow
a
me now
purpose.
to present the
You are
highlights
supposed
of
to do a
last year's
job.
performance. Reliance
But a
Retail
government servant,
recorded
the
gross
amount of
revenue
bribe they
of
get. I mean, I can tell you IS officers who will have thousands of crores.
Of 17.8%
Thousands of
over
crores
the
they
last
earn.
year. We continued
Police
our
officers who
trajectory of
have
strong
hundreds of
profit growth,
crores, thousands of
registering
crores.
an EBITDA
And in
of
that, the service in which I
20,082
joined,
up 28.4%
I mean,
year
I
on
cannot
year,
tell you,
and
you know,
net
Customs.
profit of 11,001
there would be drawers would be open and money would
up
be kept like that
21%
openly.
year on
People
year.
would carry bundles of cash in newspaper
The EBITDA margin
every
continued to
day
show
in the evening.
improvements and grew 7
And I was so worried. I said, my God, I come from a very honest background. My mentality is honesty. I can't
more
survive
than
this.
1.25 billion
I left customs
transactions
because of
across
that.
our channels.
But that is the
Registered
kind of
customer
money which
base
is there.
crossed a
You
milestone
think
of
people are coming
300
for the
million
government salary?
customers,
No.
nearly the population of
They are
the
coming
US.
for the glamour,
We
the
opened
perks, the money.
1,840 new
ऊपर की
stores
कमाई
this
है
year,
ना?
bringing our
That is
total
what is
store
luring
count
these
to
people. 8 attempts, 10 attempts, 20 attempts. Very few. I can say my experience is that you will find only 10% honest, if there are. I'm being very ambitious and saying 10% honest government servants you will find in the IAS, IPS, income tax, customs, 10%. 90% from day one have come to make money. But yes, I feel my studying law, at least one thing that is what I go by, that I may not be able to make the change, but I can make a difference. Step by step. Like change will not come suddenly, that everything will stop. But I can make a difference, at least those 10 widows, 20 widows, if I get getting them compensation, I am making some difference. So if all of us do our duty, all of us decide, feel like you, if there are not one face, there are 20 faces, at least the voice will be stronger. But I'm sure people would have deserted you, like when you left the television. Like my husband did not have a single IPS officer standing by his side when he fought the mighty. He wrote that book. That book openly said that the Deputy CM is charging 35 lakhs for a posting of a DCP. He had the courage to write that, and this is in the 90s, that was the rate. So what now? They must be, if an officer is paying crores to get a posting, you think you will get justice? Women can't. Even today, there was this woman who's gone to the police station to get an FIR. She's like, ma'am, the IO is asking me 200 questions. Tomorrow I'm going to represent 5 teachers who have been suspended from school because their only thing was they went to the police station to say that the principal has sexually harassed us. And the principal, coming from one of the premium institutions, rich school, lot of money, they said, their lawyers immediately reached and said that no, these teachers didn't want to work properly, they didn't want to come on time, so they have put this. The police did not register the FIR. My question is, if 5 women in their 40s and 50s are coming and saying that we have been sexually harassed, you register an FIR, investigate, close the case. But how can you say that they are making false cases? That too, women in their 40s and 50s who don't have a single complaint against them, who have never come to the police station to file a case. So, what is important, I feel, that the system is failing us. We are not failing the system. System is failing us. And why? Because the politicians and the bureaucrats who are supposed to keep the institutions strong have forgotten their duty.
By a footprint of over 220 metro stores.
When you look back at your journey, and you talked about having 2 tiny children in the middle of that entire battle that you and your husband fought together,
greater consumption across India.
Is there some portion of that you would have done differently, or some portion of that still weighs on you?
Yes, it does. Like my daughter says, Mom, where were you when I was growing up? Because I virtually became a single parent because half the time my husband's salary was stopped. Because he was fighting either the Supreme Court, High Court, here, there. So I had to work. And government job, it was 9:30 means 9:30. I had to reach at 9:28, and 6 means 6. You're a class 1 officer, you can't leave 10 to 6. So it has to be 6:1. So 9:30 to 6 is a long time. My children, both my children have been brought up by babysitters. There was a creche at Pedder Road I won for my son. Both my son and daughter, they went to that creche. And so I feel now that they are grown up and they have gone their ways. Of course, my daughter, people say, no, you brought up very brilliant children. Both were top 100 in CLAT. One was from Nalsar, daughter is from Bangalore. But see, that is different. Your academic success or your career success, she's now in the IPS herself. But I was not there when they were growing up, because either I was carrying my husband's books, or I was stressed because I didn't know what is going to happen. Because see, as I said, mine was an arranged marriage. I had not even seen him. My parents said, Ladka IPS hai, so
For him,
us, the job was important because he was just an MA in economics, and I always felt, what if he leaves the job and he doesn't do anything? It would have been, he would go into depression or anything. Like for a wife, there are so many things to think of. So those stresses were there. Then I had to work and pay my children's fees. So I had to actually, and women, I feel they have to work harder to prove their success.
My favorite part is you saying that working mothers don't have time to be corrupt.
Ajit also solidifying its position as the top fashion destination.
But that was in the 90s and 2000s.
Now they
do, because I think they will just WhatsApp, send the money here.
Keeping pace with global
You don't need to go and meet. And now with the money laundering and hawala coming, I think, I am, I will say, but still I will say one thing. They are less corrupt. They are less corrupt, and still 40% would be honest even now. If I say for men it will be 90% corrupt, women I would say still only 45 to 50. I mean, still you would find women, because they don't have the time to wine and dine, and they have their children to take care of, and I think they find their joys in their family, in their things that they do, so all this glitter is not
all of these choices that you've made, has there ever been a moment in your life when you turned around and said, it would be nice to have a newspaper full of money?
We also have ambitious plans to enter.
No, not even a single day. वो बेईमान का पैसा जो है ना, बेईमानी का पैसा, corruption तो it can never. I can't even dream कि मैं किसी से पैसे ले लूँ ऐसे. Never. In fact, मेरा दिल ऐसे धक धक करता था when I would see people, and people would come to me and say, "Madam, आप नहीं ले रही हैं, आपका पैसा वो CHA ने तो ले लिया," because they were importers. Importers would give it to the CHA. I'd rather die than make compromises in life as far as honesty is concerned. Never. And that's what my children are also. In fact, people tell me, आपने बेटे को थोड़ा street smart क्यों नहीं बनाया? Like वो law में भी जैसे होता है ना, lawyers में he'll say नहीं, he does nothing. Daughter मेरी एकदम conviction. They call her an activist cop because she's always talking of virtues, things like that. So I think ये जो Singh family है, YP Singh, RB Singh, Isha Singh, Abha Singh, we respect money, we want to work hard to earn money, but not as a bribe, not as a gift कि मुझे आके कोई दे दे. Never. People say आपको approach नहीं करते. मैंने कहा करते हैं, but उनकी हिम्मत नहीं है मेरे दफ्तर में आ जाए.
Abha Singh, thank you so much for all of the causes that you've championed and for speaking with me today.
Best wishes
Thank you.
and your retail team for greater success in the coming years and the year ahead.
Welcome to this Independence Day special of the Ranveer Show. An aim of mine for this podcast has always been to celebrate our country, celebrate our heroes, celebrate the people who are fighting at the borders, fighting outside of the borders to make this a safer, more prosperous land for all the Indians living within it. On today's episode, we have Colonel Subin Balakrishnan of the Special Forces. He's a former officer of the Indian Army. Incredible experiences, incredible perspectives. If you're someone who enjoys conversations about the Army, conversations about the Special Forces, this one's for you. Enjoy this episode. Do share it with your friends. Make sure you follow The Ranveer Show on Spotify. Every episode's available on Spotify 48 hours before it's available anywhere else in the world. Happy Independence Day, everybody. Let's get to know some real-life stories of some real-life heroes together. Enjoy this episode with Colonel Subin Balakrishnan on The Ranveer Show.
A testament to our commitment and current production from the KGB-6 our fields now
Subin
contribute
Balakrishnan,
to
honor
nearly
having you on The
30%
Ranveer Show, sir.
of India's
Always a
domestic
pleasure,
gas
Ranveer.
production,
Thank you for having me.
supplying a diverse
So,
range
right
of
before this
customers
podcast started, you were
across
asking
sectors
me
such as
why we're
fertilizer,
bringing on
power,
so many army
city
men on the
gas
show.
distribution, and
What's your
various
answer to
industries.
that?
Well, I really don't have an answer. I mean, I found it interesting, for want of a better phrase, that you actually are investing time and effort in getting people from the army, from the special forces background to come and speak, because that's not something that happens usually. In spite of the fairly good exposure and good interest out there, it's not been happening very frequently, or not as frequently as one would think it should be happening.
Until the 2020s with the Ranveer show, hopefully.
Well, that's one way to look at it.
So that's what we want to change. I remember talking to Captain Raghu about this, and he's, as I told you earlier, he said that the one place that the Indian Army kind of, would like to improve is their front branding, as in the branding that goes out to the audiences. What do the audiences think of the army? There's a lot of national pride when it comes to the army, but they don't know much about it. People don't know the inner workings of it. Especially younger folks. We know more about the US Marines than we know about the special forces.
It's absolutely right, and it's just to carry the conversation that we were having earlier forward, is that there is so much of latent talent that's available with veterans and people from the armed forces with the background that they have. And it's always amazed me that it has not really been exploited in the manner that it should for greater good. And I think that's an area that there is so much of idle capacity that we have within the country that we really don't need to look over our shoulder at what's happening beyond. That's tremendous amount of potential that lies there.
So we had Major Vivek Jacob on the show. I'm sure you've checked out that episode, sir.
Yes, I did.
You had also worked with him on the field. Is that true?
Well, no, we haven't interacted directly. Vivek is much junior to me. But the spoken reputation does carry, and we have interacted, but not on a very regular basis or on an operation singularly.
Got it. So the one thing I got from that conversation with him about the Indian Special Forces is that your key word is efficiency. It's all about doing your mission with a lot of efficiency, and wherever efficiency is the requirement, the SF is sent in to do the job.
Actually, I'd go one step further. Efficiency is great, but the trick lies in converting that efficiency to effectiveness.
Okay.
So you could be as efficient as you think you are, but unless you are able to translate that efficiency to effectiveness on ground in a certain pool of a situation, I think that's the trick is in converting that efficiency. A lot of us have latent or efficiency within us, right? And we are constantly in a manner trying to polish it or refine it and to bring it to a certain level. But the trick is, in my opinion, is to convert that efficiency into effectiveness. And that's what the Special Forces is actually all about.
Got it. Probably I'd like to highlight one more thing about the Special Forces just as an observer. You guys have a lot of friendliness in your demeanor. You all have like gentleness in your eyes, but I know you all are absolute badasses. Like
I'm actually killing you with my looks right now.
No, y'all have kind of gone through a very badass environment, and it's probably something the Aam Janta knows, but they don't really know. So, through the medium of storytelling, I would love for you to take us through what happened when you were 22. What was your 22-year-old mindset? And what was that journey from age, say, 22 to being all-out Special Forces?
But why 22? I'd like to know why you're starting with 22.
I think 22 is a key number on this particular podcast. We talk a lot about being 22 years old. Maybe it comes from a personal place because I had a whole tumultuous 22-year-old phase in my own life. A lot of people, especially Indian guys in particular, but also Indian women, have to shed off the inner child when they're 22. I'm sure that happens earlier for you guys, slightly earlier.
Absolutely. So, but let me rewind a little further, because my story takes sustenance from there. The sprout happens there. Okay. So in the period probably 16, 17 or thereabouts is when the switch happened. The switch from a fairly decent good bloke, good
assets
quote
operated at
unquote,
their maximum capacity,
to
with
the
our
wild child.
gasification units contributing
Probably,
significantly through stable
testosterone
operations
and all the
Second,
other chemical
we made
releases in the
sustained
body.
efforts to
But I
source
just went
advantageous
haywire.
feedstock
And
from diverse
looking
and
back at
complex
it now,
geographies in
I
a
can only
challenging
feel for my
environment.
folks and
Our
what they went through, because
diversification
it
efforts led
was
to
dramatic,
processing
it was sudden,
60 grades of
and I just went completely
including
berserk. And
30
then
new crude oil
it went to an
grades.
extent
Third,
where I
freight
fared
markets
terribly in my
skyrocketed
12th
due to
standard board. So,
geopolitical
the
factors,
drop-off
with vessels coming
was
under missile
very
attacks
sudden,
in
very
the Red
dramatic,
Sea.
and
We acted
was not
swiftly
something that people
to
could
control our freight costs,
take
chartering
to
more
very
vessels
easily.
on a long-term basis.
And that's
Fourth,
when,
strong
by
domestic
a
demand
mixture of
for fuel
circumstances,
and downstream
I
chemicals helped improve product
took the
placement in
NDA
the
exam.
domestic market.
In fact, my dad is
Fifth,
from the
we continued
RIMC.
to
I don't know if
build
you heard of
our
it, the
deep
Rashtriya
tech
Indian
and
Military
advanced
College.
manufacturing
What
competence.
it used to be called the
We are
Prince of
pioneers
Wales
in
Military
using
College,
AI-powered
established by the
real-time
Britishers.
optimization across our
And
supply chain and
one of these
advanced crude
term
oil
breaks,
and
or
feedstock
I think it was my 11th
characterization,
standard
all of
break,
which drive
that
increased
he had to go to
profitability.
Dehradun on
In the
some
area of
official
polymers,
work,
we
and
produced new
we
grades
just tagged along
for
with him.
plastic fuel tanks, making them
And that's when my
safer
dad
and
took us to
lighter,
his
leading
old
to
school.
lower
And then
fuel consumption
his records were
in
pulled out, and
vehicles. In chemicals,
whole-
we commissioned a new
sorry, whole
column
kind of
to
stuff that
enhance our
happens in one of these
capacity
visits.
of ethylene oxide by 45,000
And
tons per annum, increasing our
it so
capacity
happened
by
that the principal
15%
there knew
and
my
increasing
dad
profitability.
and old
In polyester,
boys'
we
school
integrated polyester
affiliations and whatever.
capacities
They asked
through
me, why don't you
strategic acquisition, making us among
leave
the
your
top spinners
son here
in
for
the
a bit?
country
And so my dad turned to me and asked me, do you
only
want to stay
missing
back here?
element in our
So I said,
textiles
wow,
value
this is
chain.
one good way to get
Reliance
away
is
from
now
home.
the
right?
largest
Some
producer
independence.
of specialty
So I said, yeah,
fibers
hell
in
yeah.
India, with
And so I
applications
stayed
in
back there for about a
mobility,
week or
home
so, and I made some
furnishing, and industrial
fantastic
uses.
friends.
Friends, India's
And I
consumption
just
of
loved the
petrochemicals and
atmosphere, loved the
polyester
way that these
is
guys were going
expected
about
to
their
exhibit
business,
healthy
and
growth
these
across
are
sectors such as
friendships that
consumer goods,
endured to
infrastructure,
date.
automotive
And
packaging,
these guys were
and
filling up their forms for the NDA, and I
driven
had
by
no
the rapid
clue
expansion
and
of our domestic
whatever. So
manufacturing base. To meet this growing demand,
I filled up the form
we are adding
and
capacities across
went
both
through the written
existing and
exam,
new
which I
chemical
got through, and
value
then
chains.
the
Our
SSB
new
or the
integrated facilities
Selection
in the
Services
vinyl
Board,
value chain
the interview
will
happened
add
and whatever.
1.5
And
million
when
tons
the
per annum
results were
of
published,
PVC
it came in the
and
newspaper. So
CPVC
I was
at
7th
Dahej
in
and
All India
Nagothane
Merit.
by
And then
the year
suddenly, from this guy who
26-27,
was,
we are also
had been
adding
given
1
up
million
for
tons of specialty
being a
polyester
nobody,
capacity
it suddenly
by the
propels you
year
in an entirely
26-27,
different dimension. And
which will be
that's when I
further
think that
integrated
first switch
backwards
happened.
with a 3 million ton PTA capacity.
And thereafter, I went to
by
the NDA and everything.
2027.
I
As
was
demand for traditional polymers
I was
continues to grow,
decently
India will
physically
also
fit,
require new and versatile
but by
materials.
NDA standards,
Reliance
an
is
average
building
guy.
India's
What
first
can you
world-class
describe this further? Like
integrated
why by
carbon
India
fiber
standards an
plant
average
at
guy?
Hazira, which will rank among
Let's
the
say
top
about
3 units globally.
60 to
We
70%,
continue to
and these figures I'm
expand
just
our
giving
portfolio
a,
of composites
it might
of
not be
carbon
very
fiber
specific, but
for use
in
in
somewhere
the
in that
infrastructure sector. In
grouping
addition to expanding
of
capacities and
youngsters
developing new
from
materials, we
the
remain
RIMC
focused
or the Rashtriya
on
Indian Military
enhancing
College,
our
the Sainik
global
schools, and
feedstock
other feeder
sourcing
institutions
and
to the NDA.
improving our
So these are
supply
the kind of guys that are coming who
We are
are
adding
from
3
there, from
more
the 6th standard,
very
7th standard, or
large
thereabouts,
ethane carriers to our
and who've been
existing
trained in a
fleet
certain
of
manner
6
to be
ethane
fit
carriers
for
used
selection
for
to the
sourcing
NDA.
ethane from
So
North
they
America.
have the
Dear
grounding of a disciplined
Sustainability
life, a certain amount of
continues to
physical
be
fitness,
a key
and
element in our O2C
some amount of
business.
harampanti,
We are accelerating the
that
use
qualifies
of renewable
very
energy
precisely to make it
and
to the
are
NDA.
well on our
And the
way
rest of us
to
guys are
becoming
coming,
one of the largest
from
users
CV
of
Street,
renewable energy in India.
who have no
Additionally,
idea about what
Reliance
we are
is
signing
making
up for.
significant
The majority of the
progress on various
30-40%. And some of them are,
sustainability
4G
initiatives,
brats and stuff like that, so they have a fair
including
idea.
PET recycling,
So from
chemical
that point of view,
recycling
you
of plastics to
irrespective of
produce
whatever
pyrolysis
people tell
oil,
you from the outside,
polyolefin
you are not
recycling,
really entirely
conversion
prepared
of
for the
hazardous
force with
waste
which it hits
into
you on the day
alternative
one at the
fuels
academy.
and raw materials,
And then the transition
and the
that happens
development of
within the
zero
academy
waste.
from a
Reliance
blustering
already
blundering fool to getting a little street smart so that you can make it through those 2.5, 3 years of exposure at the NDA. It takes a little bit of effort. I mean, it's nothing extraordinary, but it does take a little bit of effort.
How is the NDA training different from the Special Forces training that happens after? I'm sure it's dead different, like it's crazy different. But again, from an Aam Janata perspective, sir.
Well, in India. Dear
See, one of the
shareholders,
great fallacies
let
that
me
happens, and I
update
think
you on
it
the
was
progress
reflected
we made in our new energy
fairly
business,
in
our newest and
Vivek's
most
podcast
ambitious
as well,
engine for growth
is
and
that
value creation at Reliance.
there is
This is a business
a
with a special purpose,
a certain amount
driven
of
by
belief
our
out there
deep commitment
that you
to the
need to be
philosophy
the
of we
stud,
care
right?
for
You
our
need to be
mother
Johnny
earth.
Rambo
Two
to
mega
make it to the
concerns
special forces.
compelled us
And that was
to
what
embark
I
upon this
believed as
journey.
well, even through
First,
NDA
the
and through
planetary
IMA.
imperative to
I
mitigate
just
the
said,
climate
man,
crisis.
this is something
Second,
that is not for me,
India's
right?
own
I'm
imperative
nobody to be
to
getting in there
become
because this is
a
not what
self-reliant,
I'm
green
all about.
economy powered
Because
by green
the
energy.
belief out
Last
there,
year, I
and a very
explained
mistaken belief,
how
is
India
that
is
you need to be
confronted
super
with a
physically
pressing
fit and
energy
you need to
trilemma.
be
The
John
availability
Rambo,
of affordable,
and that's it.
sustainable,
So all
and
brain, no brain,
self-sufficient
no all
energy.
brawn, no brain.
This energy
That's
trilemma
the
will become more
typical
acute
stereotype
as
that has been
India's
created over a
economy
period of time.
I don't know if that's the stereotype in the public eye, because okay, the kind of image that people have of special forces, at least now, is definitely some
It's
of the
changing. It's changing. I think I got to acknowledge that it has changing. But at least from my perspective or from that period of time, it was completely that. And a guy who was in the NDA, and you can make out, even within peer equivalence, within the peer group, you know that, okay, X, Y, Z, these are the 3, 7, 10 guys who are going to volunteer for the special forces. And it's purely that shortlisting in the mind and the langar gup that goes around is purely based on physical attributes and nothing else. Right? And those are typically the guys who kind of opt also, because it's peer pressure, it's the need and the requirement to be living up to a certain stereotype which has been built over time and so on and so forth.
To reach 55
And so we went through NDA, we went through IMA, and the typical set of guys who we knew that would opt for the special forces opted for the special forces, went there, and so on. But we were not one of them, we stayed absolutely clear. And then,
one thing, I just got to cut you short there. The guys who don't opt for the special forces, what's going on in their head? Like, why don't they want to opt for it? Like, is there some kind of...
Because they believe, ye pagal hai.
In rural areas.
Why so?
Creating
because it requires a certain mindset, right? And it requires a mindset,
we have initiated an energy plantation
for want of a better term, for a kinky mindset.
Acres of arid wasteland
completely different, right? That's a kind of this thing, but predicated with a tremendous amount of physical fitness that resides in the background. So it's a combination of, let's say, I'm talking from the mind space of people like me, our expectation or our understanding of the situation was a 80-20 proportion. 80% brawn and 20% kinky mindset. A guy who would do something completely different just for the heck of it.
R&D center,
right? Who does not, who's a non-conformist.
First,
Hatke.
Process improvements,
pagal, hatke lekin pagal,
catalyst and microbial
right? And that's the kind of figurative creature that one would draw.
Bioenergy plant operations and supply chain from farm to the plant.
Much later, I recognized how that's a completely incorrect characterization. That stereotype doesn't really work at all. And when you actually start looking at some of the data of people who make it to the special forces and for people who give up thereafter or who don't find that they fit into the scheme of things in the special forces and they drop out. Some of these guys who are all brawn and but they don't fit in. So over a period of time, as you started understanding the system, in fact till the time I volunteered for the special forces, I had no clarity at all. Even when I volunteered for the special forces,
annual capacity
I was under the belief that I am nowhere in that frame, but yet I'm going to try, right? And but one thing that I was very clear in my mind at that stage is I'm not going to be coming back saying that I did not make it. I would do whatever it takes and beyond to ensure that I make it. Although in my mind, in the core of my belief, I felt that I'm undercooked from this stereotype. It's only when I went through probation, the 90-day period that they wring you out completely, that I realized that, not during the time, but once I cleared the probation, I realized that there is a much larger construct here.
and we are expanding our advanced
The next two
solar
obvious follow-up
technology
questions
lab
are,
in Singapore.
what was the
These
larger construct?
advancements
And
will
I'd also
provide
love
a
for you to
clear
shed some
path
light on what
to
happens in the
upgrade
90-day period.
our Gen 1 products
Okay.
through cost
In terms of what it
reductions
does to your body,
and
your mind.
optimization of supply
So
chain,
the,
as well
the
as efficiency improvements.
totality of the
This
essence
will allow us to develop disruptive
of the Special Forces
technologies like
probation
perovskites
is
and
about
back
wringing
contact
the living
HJT
daylights out of the
IBC,
guy,
which we have
breaking
already
his
demonstrated at
biological
pilot scales
clock,
with
and
plans
putting him
to
under extreme
commercialize them
stress
within the next 2 years.
to see how he responds.
This innovation
So
has
the fundamental
potential
belief is
to
when you are
fundamentally
exposed to
transform
stress
the
over,
solar
and when I say
PV
stress, I don't just mean
Our
physical
next
stress.
generation
Physical
modules
stress is
will
an
offer
important
even
component of
greater
it
efficiency,
because
deliver more
prolonged physical
power
stress
from
over
the same
extended
size
periods of
modules
time starts playing
at a
tricks on your
lower
mind.
life cycle cost.
And
Dear shareholders,
when
to
the physical
harness
stress
low-cost
elevates
solar
itself
energy and make it
cumulatively over a
available
period of
round the
time,
clock,
and
we need
it
energy storage solutions
lowers the
using
ability of your
stationary
mind
batteries.
to
We have
instinctively
already
respond to
begun
situations.
construction of an
It's then that they're
integrated
testing
advanced
you.
chemistry
So the
based
test is not
battery
actually the 20
manufacturing
kilometer speed march or the
facility
40 kilometer
with a
speed
30
march or the 100 kilometer
gigawatt
escape and
annual
evasion,
capacity at
but
Jamnagar.
what happens
Production
beyond
will
that,
commence by the
and
second
that's
half of
that's
next
the
year.
equation that
We will start by
doesn't seem to hit
assembling
people.
battery
And
energy
understandably
storage
so, because the
systems for
focus is all on
utility-scale
the
applications
physical part of
and
the stress.
pack
It's never on the
solutions
mental
for
part of the stress.
residential, commercial,
However, the
industrial,
filter that is
telecom,
applied is
and
not about the
mobility
physical,
markets.
not so much about the
Progressively,
physical part,
over
but
the
it's
next few quarters,
much more about
we
the
will
mental part.
integrate
So
backwards
in
to
terms of
cell
the physical stress that they apply,
manufacturing and
what are some of,
eventually
the
to
examples
battery
of what they
chemicals
put your body through?
Right. Let me
This will
try and
create the world's
paint to you
only
a typical
fully
picture, and this can
integrated
vary,
battery
right?
gigafactory,
Okay, how
driving
a probation
synergies
is
across
generally
the
carried
value
out
chain.
is that when
Our
I,
gigafactory
as a volunteer,
will be
I'm
smart
volunteering for the
from the
Special
start
Forces,
and fully
and
digital in nature.
the
We will
MS
have
branch,
full
which is the
track and
HR
trace
equivalent of the Indian
capability
Army, it
from
sends out
battery
a
materials
signal
to
saying that, all
cells
right,
to
so-and-so person
systems,
report to
packs
so-and-so unit,
installed in
your
the
probation
field.
starts on so
These
date.
production lines
So when
will
that
be future-proof and
connection
adaptable
happens,
to different chemistries
there is a
and
probation
changing
officer,
cell
a
form
probation
factors. The
NCO, a
modular
non-commissioned
design
officer,
will allow us
who
to
is
rapidly
earmarked to
expand
conduct the probation.
annual
So they
capacity
aggregate,
in
you know,
multiples of
there may
30
be
gigawatt
soldiers who are
hours,
coming in, there may be
responding
officers
to
who are
both
coming in,
domestic and global demand, while
you
meeting
know, from
diverse
different units
requirements from
coming in,
stationary
and they
to
aggregate them so that
mobility
there is a
applications.
certain mass that is there,
We
because
have
you
built
cannot run
deep
probation for
strengths
one or two
in
guys, although that
electrochemical
also is
and
done.
product innovations,
But it's more
with access to talent, including
time and
from our
economics
subsidiaries,
wise,
lithium work
it
and
works that
vanadium.
you have,
We
let's say,
have a
18, 20,
strong
50,
team
30,
of
40
nearly
people
150
to conduct
technologists
probation.
committed to
So
deliver
it's this core group of
next-generation
one
batteries
officer,
and storage
one
solutions
non-commissioned
that
officer, and
focus
probably
on
2-3
safety,
soldiers who
stability,
conduct the
and
probation for
reduced
this
life
group.
cycle costs.
The sole
My dear
aim of this
shareholders,
group
a
is
deep
to break
understanding of
the
electrochemistry
mental
combined with our ability
structure,
to
or you know,
industrialize
the
at
biological
scale
clock to
and
start
integrate
with is the biological clock.
low-cost solar
So
energy
there is no
gives us a
certainty
unique
about
advantage in
when
delivering
certain
green hydrogen
actions or activities
and
are going to be
green
conducted.
fuels
So
at
typically
the
what
most
happens is
economical
there's going to be
cost.
a
To
lot of
achieve
elements of
this,
physical
we have begun
fitness,
work
right? There's
on
going to be a
establishing
PT, a
fully
physical training period.
multi-gigawatt
There is going to be some amount of
manufacturing facility on the
combat
west coast of India,
experiences.
which will be
There's
ready
going to be some
by
amount of
2026.
firing. There's going to be some amount
This
of classes that are going to be
gigafactory
conducted.
will be fully adaptable,
So these classes could happen at 2 o'clock in the night. It could happen at
various
7 o'clock in the morning.
technologies such as
The PT could be at 12 o'clock in the afternoon.
and
Sometimes they
AEM.
will let you sleep for 6 hours.
The
Sometimes there will be
facility is
no
built
sleep for
using
48
Industry
hours at
4.0
all.
standards
You
and
could
will
have
be
one meal,
expandable
and the next
in a
meal may
modular
come
fashion
24 hours
to meet
later.
market
There could be
demand.
3 meals fit
In
into
parallel, we are building
4 hours,
capabilities
and then nothing
for
thereafter.
futuristic
So there is no pattern.
electrolysis-based technologies
They break the pattern
to tackle
completely.
challenges in energy
And you're put
efficiency
under
and capital
continuous
cost reduction
increasing
for our
cumulative
next-gen
physical pressure.
electrolyzers. Dear
Right.
shareholders,
And then they inject
Reliance's
these
vision
classes
and
of
mission
technical
is
subjects,
to
of
make
demolition,
India
of
a
communication,
global
of
leader
navigation, of
in
advanced
green and
weapons and
clean
stuff like
energy,
that.
which
These
is
are injected
indeed
in bits and pieces
mankind's
here and
energy
there.
future.
And
We are
then
well on
over a period of time, when the stress starts to build on you, they conduct tests.
This is a testament
So firing,
to our
for example.
unparalleled
You haven't
project
slept for 48 hours straight.
capabilities
48 hours,
and
not even a
relentless
wink.
efforts
They will not
of
let
our
you
team.
sleep for 48 hours.
Jamnagar
There's someone
is the
on your case
energy
all the
capital
time.
of the world.
And then you're
I'm
exposed to
proud
firing.
say
So your
that by
mental faculties have
Jamnagar
your
will
responses,
also
your
become
biological
the
responses are
our
slowed,
new energy business.
are dimmed.
The Dhirubhai
How are you
Ambani
able to fire at that
Green
point in time
Energy
is what they're
Giga
checking.
Manufacturing Complex
Right?
will be the
So
world's largest,
classes have been conducted
most
over
modern,
a period of, let's say, 2
modular
weeks
and
on
integrated
demolitions, on
ecosystem
advanced weapons and so on
at
and so
a
forth,
single location.
navigation, whatever.
We are on track to fully
And then there are no
commit
tests
and
that are
invest
conducted.
up to
So
rupees
when
75,000
you have been
crores
through a
to
20-kilometer
establish
speed
this
march and
manufacturing
then
ecosystem
PT for 2 hours or whatever else,
extensively
and then
enabled
in the night
by all
at about 11
emerging
o'clock, suddenly he says, he gives you only
including
half an hour
AI,
reaction time that you're going to have a class for
machine
this.
learning,
So
and
you're going there and
robotics. Our
it's
complete
human nature that
ownership
you fall
and
asleep
automation
because your body
of the
is crying
integrated
for
value
rest.
chain will
Right?
allow us to
And that's,
maximize margins.
the instructor doesn't care
that
whether
are
you're
higher
awake or
than
you're
those
sleeping
of
or whatever
standalone,
else, right? And he's imparting
non-integrated
instructions to you.
To support our investments,
And that's going to be tested.
we are committed to partnering.
So how
with
do you
leading
overcome
global
cumulative
technology
stress,
companies,
both from a physical
building
standpoint, from a
world-class,
mental standpoint,
state-of-the-art R&D
retain focus
capabilities,
on the
and
mission
expanding a large
is
dynamic
the
talent pool of
essence
PhDs,
of
technologists,
how the probation is
and
conducted,
engineers
and that's
from
what
various
where it all
nationalities.
leads to, right?
This
So
will ensure
don't
our
get me wrong,
company
I'm not saying
emerges
physical
as a
fitness is
deep
not
tech,
important. It's
new
very
energy
important.
leader with
But is
advanced
physical fitness the
manufacturing
only thing?
capabilities.
Absolutely not.
This will keep
So
us
you need
at the
there is a
forefront
filter that is
of
applied. You need to have
innovation
certain amount
and
of
help
basic
us
physical
continuously
fitness
introduce
levels that you need to
higher
have.
efficiency,
But that's not what
reduce
you're actually getting
life cycle
tested on.
costs, and
There are,
next-gen
of course, a
products.
20-kilometer speed
Friends,
march test. There's a
earlier I
40-kilometer speed
shared
march test.
with you
There are battle physical
my
efficiency
vision to
tests.
maximize
All these
the
are tests.
harnessing of photons,
But you could be
convert them
average in
into
all of them.
low-cost electrons,
And there could be
and
another
add
guy who's
value
excellent
by
at all
creating
of that.
green molecules
But when the
through
real tests are
electrolysis.
conducted,
I'm pleased to
the guy
report
who's excellent
that
on the
we are
physical
well on
might
our
not
way
be
to
the guy
realizing
who's
this vision.
excelling
We have
on
leased
these tests.
arid
Which are the mental?
wasteland
Which
in
are the
Kutch,
which are the
just
mental
250
calisthenics?
kilometers from Jamnagar.
Like,
This
are you allowed to give an
wasteland has the
example of
potential
like the
to
mental tests?
generate
Oh,
about
all of these are stuff that you
150
have been
billion units of electricity in the
imparted
next 10
instructions
years,
on.
providing nearly
There are classes, there are
10%
technical classes
of
on
India's
demolition, for example,
energy
right?
requirements today.
What kind of
We
explosive
have
with what
already
mixture
begun
to be used for what
significant project
target?
development
How
work
do you get that? What is the
and
chemical
are building
composition of
our
these
own
structures? So
transmission
there are
infrastructure
fairly technical
to bring
in nature.
online
Communication,
solar
advanced
generation
communication.
projects that
What
will
kind of
deliver
equipment
stable,
works in what kind of
renewable
manner?
energy
Stuff like that.
on
You
a
have been
round-the-clock
imparted
basis
these
at
instructions.
gigawatt
In a way, it's sort of
scale
engineering
in a
subjects.
phased manner
Engineering based.
commencing
Also.
2026.
What are the
Our
non-engineering
proven
based subjects in
engineering
like
and
the
construction
the
capabilities
theoretical side of
combined
things?
with the utilization of AI
Not
and
really.
data-driven
There is no thing.
approaches for
Okay, the other thing
design,
that I
project
must
execution and operations
bring
will
out here
enable us
is that
to deliver
a
the
special
most
forces
affordable
soldier, whether it's
and stable
a soldier, a non-commissioned
RE/RTC
officer, or an
power
officer,
in the
whoever, a
shortest
volunteer
time.
who
In
opts in the special
addition,
forces, one
we
of the
have
base
secured
criterion
access
is that
to
he
nearly
is
2,000
reasonably
acres of
well
land
aware of
at
his
the Kandla
surroundings.
port, which
Right,
complements
his
our
ability
existing marine infrastructure
to
at Jamnagar.
read material,
This
imbibe what's
integrated
happening,
coastal
general
infrastructure
awareness levels requires to be
will
high.
provide us with
And
an
there is a
unparalleled
method behind this
competitive
madness.
advantage for
To the
production,
base observer,
storage,
or even to
evacuation,
a more
and
prolific
shipping of green fuel
person who
to
understands
various
the
markets
system,
in India
it
and
appears
across
very
the globe,
chaotic.
ensuring
These
we
90
fetch
days is
the
just
highest
about
value
physical
for our
hammering
green
and,
fuel
you know,
molecules.
but
My dear
there is an
With
excellent
this
method
robust
behind the madness.
ecosystem, we will
In fact,
accelerate the
I'd like to
development renewable
Ranveer,
energy
bring out
round-the-clock
one
power
typical example,
and
and
green
probably you
fuels
might be able to correlate.
projects
I wonder if
in
you
a
saw this
modular and phased manner. The prospects of
little clip
perpetual
about
growth and
a child who had
profitability
fallen onto the
of our
railway
new
track, and one
energy
railway
businesses
employee
are
who had
assured
run on
by
the
5
track and
factors.
gone and picked him up and
First,
brought him out.
Our
Right?
focus will be
It's a
on
fabulous
meeting
example.
our large
Really
captive
fabulous example. Because if you
RE/RTC
take a look at that
across
clip,
our group
and I think
businesses over
the
next
operative
5 to
part of that
7
clip is
years,
about 14,
drastically
15
saving
seconds. Right?
their energy cost. These
The
projects
child falls
will
onto
be
the track.
backed by
This guy
firm
is standing
offtake
on the
contracts
platform
and will generate
and he jumps onto the
positive
track
cash flow for
and
our
he runs.
existing businesses.
3
Second,
seconds into it,
our
he
investment
pauses. You
in
can see it
green
actually in
fuels
the video.
project will be
He
supported
pauses
by
because he's seeing
value-accretive
the
offtake agreements
train come
with
at him.
large global
Right?
counterparts.
And that pause is for just about a fraction of a second.
Period
and you can see the body language. Should I, shouldn't I? And then he
We will
he says, hell
ensure
no, I'm going.
with razor-sharp focus
He
that
goes
these
in,
projects
picks up the
are
child,
cash
throws him
flow
onto the
positive
platform,
from
clambers
day one.
on, and the train
Fourth,
passes.
as
Right?
we
So
expand
in that 14 to
our
15
next-gen
seconds of that
products
clip,
developed through our
3
deep
seconds
tech
to reach
R&D
that this thing, the
will
point
deliver
of
higher
decision,
efficiency
and that
reduce costs,
a question mark
leading
that
to
is
further
so
margin
very clearly
expansion.
visible, right?
Fifth, these
On his
businesses
mind,
are being built with
I
a
might get
mindset
killed.
of startup growth
Not just the
companies
child,
with
I might get killed
empowered
as well.
task force
And
teams
in that
with
fraction of a
best-in-class
second, he makes a
global
decision.
talent.
It's a very
Your
decisive
company
moment when he decides to
has a
go, and
strong
full force he
balance
goes
sheet,
and picks up the challenge.
robust annual accruals,
Now, this is a
and
very
access
stressful
to
situation.
the most competitive,
A humongously
global
stressful situation, because there
institutional
cannot be
capital
a
to
greater stress than
responsibly
when your own
invest
life
in
is on the
and
line.
support
And
our
very
new
clearly on the
energy
line.
commitments. We
So the
believe
ability
that our
of
new
that
energy
person to
business
transcend
will be
that decision
truly
point, that
unique,
very
delivering
critical,
cash
very
flows that are less cyclical
deliberate
and more
decision
predictable.
point.
I am
And he
therefore
transcends that,
confident that in the
and
next
he
5
makes
to
up his
7
mind and he
years,
goes for it and
our
completes
new
the mission.
energy growth
Mission
engine
focus.
can aim
Right?
to deliver
So if you
an
ask me,
earning
this
capacity
like
what
typifies
our
what the
existing
selection process
O2C
for
business
saying,
earns and
subject to
what
extreme
it has
pressure,
achieved
physical,
over the
mental,
last 4
emotional,
decades.
all kinds,
Reliance Foundation
and then see your
has
reactions.
been
This is
at
the
the
typical
very
reaction.
core
So
of
if you
our
ask me, this
commitment
guy,
to
this
our
gentleman
We Care
who did that
philosophy.
activity
Let
is
me
a
now
classic
invite Nisa
SF hopeful.
to provide an overview of the outstanding
Right? And this
work
is exactly,
done by
you
Reliance Foundation.
blow this up into 100 such different scenarios across a 90-day period where stress is induced
Thank you,
and
Mukesh.
see delivery happening
Esteemed
in
shareholders
multiple situations.
and my dear Reliance family.
So could you take us through
Namaskar.
what happens when you actually
I
go
hope
and
each
begin
one
work on
of
the
you
field?
and your
Like
families
in
are
terms
doing
of
well.
when I spoke
As
to
always,
Major Jacob,
it's a joy
he highlighted how
and
you guys are
privilege
trained to be in
to
different
stand
terrains, and that's
before
also
you
probably an edge
and
that the Indian
reflect on
Army
the
has over other
incredible
armies,
journey
that we have
that
access
we've
to different
undertaken
terrains.
together.
So
This
could you take us
journey
through this
is fueled by our
statement a
shared
little further
commitment
in terms of we
to
have
growth,
jungles, beaches,
to
mountains?
innovation,
So,
and
I'm sure that the whole Indian Army is
to
trained to
uplifting the
kind of
lives
traverse through those
millions
situations.
across our nation.
But
We have
I'm also
continued
sure
to
that the
make
special forces
progress
is sent
on
possibly
all our
deeper
programs.
into these terrains.
And today, I would like to highlight.
Well, you're right,
a
and
few
Vivek
key
is absolutely
focus
right.
areas
So
of our work
the
at Reliance
diversity in
Foundation.
the
Before
kind
I
of
begin,
terrain
let's
and the operating
congratulate the
conditions
Indian
that
athletes
is offered
who
in the
represented
Indian
our
context is
country
phenomenal.
at the Paris
And there's a lot of
Olympics 2024.
and there's a reason
Beyond
why a
records
lot of
and
foreign
medals,
armies
I'm
continuously
moved by
come
the
and train with
stories
us, because the
of
kind of exposure that our guys have had
dedication and hard work.
in
They
different
embody
operating
the
circumstances
indomitable
and the
spirit of
the
India,
terrain and the
a spirit
other
that rises against all odds
situations
and refuses
is
to
not
give
really
up.
comparable from
As
from
corporates,
Siachen,
as
which
citizens,
Raghu has
and as
spoken
parents,
extensively about.
we all must play our part
Minus
in safeguarding,
45, minus 60
encouraging,
degrees
and
centigrade,
empowering
operating in those
this
kind
young
of
spirit of
environments,
India.
altitudes and
That is our
temperatures,
collective
to the deserts of
responsibility
Rajasthan,
towards
to
nation
the
building.
jungles of the Northeast, to
Greatness in any
Andamans
field
and
is not
Lakshadweep,
achieved overnight.
amphibious kind of
It is
operations.
earned and built
There is a huge variety,
one day at a
right?
time.
And
Let me begin
once again,
with
you're
our
absolutely
mission in
right.
sport.
It's not just the special
It is our
forces.
stated goal
It's the entire
to make
Indian
India
army
a
that
truly
operates
global
in
sporting
all of these.
powerhouse.
So
In
you
pursuit
pick
of
up
this
any
goal,
unit
our
of the Indian army,
focus has been
an
to
infantry
build a
unit,
robust
which is
sporting
operating in
ecosystem
Siachen
that
this
supports
year.
our athletes
2 years later, it could
right
be in the
from
jungles of the
grassroots
Northeast. 2
to
years later,
glory
it could be
at the
in
highest
Rajasthan.
levels.
So that kind of
It
diversity
is
is
imperative
available across the
that we
Indian
start
army.
training our children young.
But I think
We need a movement
the-
to ensure that every child in our
the
country
difference, the key
has
difference
the right to
is
sport
how
along
these
with
forces
the
are
right to
employed.
education.
So typically,
Led by my son Akash,
the Indian Army
our
or
education
all armies
and
of the world
sports for all
operates
program
in
has
masses,
so
in
far
numbers.
reached
Right.
out to nearly
So
23
you have
million
a
youngsters
defined structure,
across
the
multiple
organizational
sports
structure.
all over India.
There is a chain of command
Through
there.
various
There
initiatives
is
like
a
Reliance
logistic
Foundation
chain
Youth Sports
that
and Young
is
Champs.
trained and organized
We're
and
scouting
maneuvered
and
to keep you
nurturing
sustained.
girls and
Right?
boys
That's typically how it
from
works.
a young age
In
to
the special
compete
forces, how
at
it
school,
operates, however,
college,
is that
and
they
district
operate in
level
very small
competitions
teams.
in all
Teams of
sports.
5
At
men, 6-man
high-performance
combinations.
centers in
and
Maharashtra,
multiples thereof,
Odisha,
right?
and
And that's how they
Bengaluru.
operate. And
We run an
typically,
in-depth
in a
training
typical
program
scenario,
for athletes
the special
that
forces
includes
teams are supposed to
providing
be
world-class
dropped
infrastructure
behind the enemy
and
lines.
training,
So it's not
as well as
where
sports
the
science and
typically
medicine
army
support.
to army contact
Last
takes
year,
place, or
we made significant strides towards realizing
where the action
our
actually takes
shared
place. But
dream
it's behind enemy
of
lines,
bringing the Olympics
where you have no
to India.
sustenance
In October
for you.
2023,
You have no
we
logistics backup.
successfully hosted
You have just
the
what
141st
your
IOC session
set of 5 guys
in Mumbai,
is carrying with them.
marking the
Period.
return of the Olympic movement.
You cannot be in
to
communication because
India
you are behind enemy
after
lines.
a gap of 40
You're
years.
bound to be picked up and then
At that
triangulated
historic
and
session,
your
our
identity
Honorable Prime
established
Minister,
and your
Shri
location
Narendra
established.
Modi
So you
ji
cannot do that.
declared
So you're cut off
India's
from
ambition
communication. You're cut
to
off from
host the
logistic sustenance.
2030 Youth
And
Olympics
that's where
and the
you
2036
need to
Summer
ensure
Olympics.
that every single
Also,
member of
in
that
a
team
landmark decision
is technically
at that
proficient,
session,
is
cricket
able to
was
convert
included as an
efficiency,
Olympic
which they
sport
are over a
for
period
the
of time, to effectiveness on
2028
ground.
Summer
That's why I
Games
mentioned
in
that
Los
thing right
Angeles.
up
As a member of the International
upfront.
Olympic Committee,
That the ability
I'm
to
humbled
convert
to say
efficiency to
that we have
effectiveness
taken
is what actually
our first
defines
step
special
towards
forces.
fulfilling India's Olympic
So
aspirations.
it's many of these
We are
things that the
committed
ability
to
to
working
work
with
under very
like-minded
stressful, very
organizations to
adverse
support
conditions
the
out
Prime
in the
Minister's
field behind
vision
enemy lines where
and
you could be picked up
realize
at any point in
this
time.
shared dream
That's the kind of
of 1.4
thing
billion
that defines the
Indians.
special forces.
Through our
And that's
work
where camaraderie
with the
comes in as well.
International Olympic
Right?
Committees,
Because life and
Let's
death,
Move
these
campaign
5 guys
and the Olympic
against
Values
the entire
Education
army.
Program. We work
Right?
round
And
the
you're in
year
their land.
to spread Olympic values and
So
ideals.
that's where
aiming to reach
incidentally,
lakhs of
have you seen this
children
movie
and
called
thousands
The
of
Lone
teachers
Survivor?
in the coming year.
No, but I do intend
At
on it.
the
It's Mark
Paris
Wahlberg
Olympics this
and
year,
it's about Iraq,
Reliance
right?
Yeah. No, it's about
in
Afghanistan.
Afghanistan, I'm sorry.
with the
It's
Indian
about a
Olympic
SEAL
Association
team
hosted
that's
the first
similar. It's a
ever
4-man
India
team
House
that's
at the
dropped
Olympics.
behind enemy lines as
India
a recon
House
mission.
became a space
And they get into
where we
trouble.
honored
And
our
the
athletes,
whole movie, it's a real
celebrated
life
our
story
culture,
about how
and welcomed the
they're
world
extracted
to
back. And
India,
this one guy
a home
survives.
away from
So it's a
home
beautiful movie.
for
I
our
mean,
athletes
I could relate
and
to that movie
diaspora.
frame by
It
frame
was a
because
showcase
each
of
frame of
India's
that movie
art and
reminds me of
heritage,
Kashmir.
tradition and
It's
technology.
actually like,
talent and
it's not Afghanistan.
aspiration.
It's actually Kashmir.
Over 16 memorable days,
So
India
people who
House
haven't seen the movie,
welcomed more
it's
than
one movie on
40,000
Netflix,
visitors. Almost
very strongly
half
recommended.
of them
It's
being
a real
international
picture of
guests.
what
A
a
France
special forces
television
life.
journalist
Absolutely,
went on to
absolutely. I
report
think
that
I
if
think
country
there is
houses
a
for a
great
category,
amount of
India House would win a
identity
gold.
that I could
India
establish
House is a humble
with the
beginning,
terrain, with
small
the technical
step
proficiency in how the
towards
movie is actually
establishing
captured.
India's firm and
In
formidable presence
some
on the
amount of the
Olympic
tactical
stage
stuff that happens on the
with
ground.
government, private sector,
Phenomenal.
and all citizens.
So
backing
in that
the
5-person team,
unwavering
how do they
spirit
actually
and
construct the team and how do they choose
ability
a
of our
captain
youth?
or whatever of
Nothing
that
can
unit?
stop India
So there's a
from
lot of
becoming
democratization that
a
happens
truly
within that
global
team.
sporting
So once you're in
powerhouse
that team,
in the near
actually,
future.
uh,
Dear shareholders,
there is a leader, there is a
education and
hierarchy
sport
that's defined,
go
but
hand
it's
in
flattened
hand
out.
in shaping the
Right,
future
because
of a nation. I'm a teacher
As
at
far as the
heart,
team is
and
concerned,
working
if
with
there is
children
going to be
has been
a
one of the
vertical
most
hierarchy that is going to be
enriching
established,
experiences
that team cannot
of
function.
my life.
Hmm.
I'm
In
touched
fact,
and
let me just step
delighted
back and
to
say
see
one
my
more very,
daughter
very
Isha
interesting
follow
stuff
that
about
path
the
and
manner in which the
find
selection is
her
actually carried out
purpose in the field of
in
education.
the Special Forces
She is
probation.
redefining the
So when the probation
education
is carried
landscape
out,
in India. This year,
like I said, there
she
is
has
a
launched
probation
2
officer, there
new
is a probation
path-breaking
NCO, and there are probably
institutions
2-3 soldiers.
for
And then
primary
the entire
and
process
early
of
years
probation is
education.
carried out, and
Nita
each of these
Mukesh
tests,
Ambani
physical,
Junior School
technical,
and Nita Mukesh Ambani
mental
Early Years
agility,
Campus.
firing, everything else,
Truly
everything is
envisioned
put on paper,
as
and
institutions
his
of the
performance is kind of
future.
mapped, and it's a very,
These
very
schools
scientific way of
foster
doing it. It's everything is
21st
brought on
century
paper, and then it's put
with a
before
focus
a board
on pace-based
that
learning,
then sits and
where
decides whether
every
this guy is
young
okay or
learner
not.
thrives at their own pace.
Well,
and
technically,
in
the
their own
commanding
ways.
officer of the unit has got a
New
veto.
age teaching
He
is
can
about
say yes or
preparing
no,
our
irrespective of
children
how the others
for a
feel. But
world
it's
that
very,
we
very
cannot
seldom
fully
used.
fathom or imagine as
if
yet.
that person,
And
if the
therefore,
probationer
the focus
is found
is
to
on
be
building
deficient
resilience,
by anyone on that
collaboration,
thing. So the junior most soldier who can say, Saab,
creativity,
मेरे को नहीं लगता
compassion,
साहब
and
fit है.
curiosity.
So he
Our
could be the
vision
best
is to
firer.
set
He
up
could be
international schools
physically,
with an
he could
Indian
be
heart and
John
soul.
Rambo. he could be anything else, right? Technically, he could be proficient. But if that guy feels, and these are all very hardened soldiers, these are combat experienced and solid guys who would not say no just for the heck of it. He doesn't like him, ye hamare jaat ke nahi hai, ye jaat hai, Rajput hai, it doesn't matter. Right? For him, what matters is this guy capable of going into combat with? If I'm part of this guy's team, will I come back alive? That's a question that he applies. And these 90 days that he sees him stripped bare is enough for him to make up his mind. Ki saab theek hai ki nahi theek hai. So usually everybody is in sync because they're actually seeing the guy through and through the guy. You can wear the best clothes, you can have an exterior that's primed and polished and this thing like on social media, right? But when you go through probation, it's all stripped clean. You're stripped clean to your bones, and the essence of your character, the deep recesses of your character is fully exposed.
Reliance Foundation.
And so the democratization that I was talking about, the soldier, the junior most soldier, he's got the right to stand up and say, "Saab, mere ko nahi lagta saab fit hai."
Also a proud founding member
And he's rejected.
of Lifted.
So everything that is on paper could say that he is fantastic. But yet there is a gut feel of that soldier who's not comfortable with this Saab being with him on the team.
Does that actually happen?
It does. I've seen it in my own unit.
It is a first of
I've seen it in my own unit where a guy was phenomenal. His records were just outstanding. And if there was not this, and in that particular case, it was not just one, but two guys who said,
primary schools by 2025.
I don't think.
We are also partnered with the National
So, in subsequent situations also, people come up, and it's not a very regular occurrence, but the odd occurrence takes place where a guy will come up and say ki saab ka bad luck kharab hai.
Last year, we had announced
So when you say saab ka bad luck kharab hai, it means that he attracts fire for no reason.
Reliance Foundation
He's not the guy I'm comfortable with going into combat with.
Over the next 10
So
years.
it could be a technical
I'm pleased to
deficiency,
share
it could be a character
that we have
deficiency,
already
it could be
awarded
a physical
over
fitness
10,000 of these
deficiency,
scholarships
it
so
could be
far.
deficiency that's in different forms.
partnership
But this
with
guy is not going to tell you any
using
of
the
that.
power
He's
of
not going to
AI,
get technical about
we
it.
plan to
He
work
just
with
expresses
state
to you
governments to
कि मैं
digitally
साहब के
extend
साथ में
access and opportunities
combat में जाने के
for
लिए
students in
I'm
2
not too
million
happy.
schools of India.
Speaking about
Mukesh
combat,
and
so
I are on a mission
again,
to
a lot of people
enable
have
quality
Saving
education
Private Ryan as
in
like a
our
reference when it comes to army
for
movies. So are the
250
units also
million
constructed with
school-going
like
children
people with
of
different
our
skill sets, like
country.
one sniper,
India today
someone who's
has the
great at like
largest number of
ambushing,
young
someone who's like a
people in the
demolitions
world,
expert?
with over
Are the teams
50%
constructed
of
in a
our
particular way
population
depending on the mission like
under
that?
the age
Absolutely,
of 20.
absolutely.
We
In
are
fact,
committed
there are
to
5 what's called the primary
this
skills.
generation
Like I mentioned
to
it
become the
earlier.
driving force
In terms of
a new,
demolitions,
resurgent
communication,
and
navigation,
unstoppable India.
medical, and
A
advanced
truly
weapons.
Viksit
So
Bharat.
typically these are these 5 skills. And when you
Viksit
call
Bharat ka
a
sapna
team, a 5-man
तभी
team,
सच होगा
the rationale
जब हम
is that every
अपने
single member of the
इतिहास
team
को संजोएंगे,
is a master at one of these
वर्तमान को
skills.
समृद्ध करेंगे
And
और
a second
भविष्य
guy
को
is
सक्षम
has got
बनाएंगे।
a working
हमारे देश की महानता
expertise
का एक
in
अहम
all these
हिस्सा
5.
है
That's how this team is
हमारी
stitched together.
कला,
What is advanced
संस्कृति
weapons?
और
Like, is
परंपराएं।
it like futuristic
अब
weapons?
समय
What is
आ
it?
गया है
The
कि
ability to
भारतीय
be
विरासत की
improvising
रोशनी
and
पूरी
utilizing
दुनिया को
weapons as and when they
प्रकाशित
appear
with
wherever.
immense
So
joy
like I
and
said,
pride.
it's most of it
I would
is
now
it's
like to talk
constructed to
about
be
an
working
initiative
behind enemy lines.
very close to my
So
heart.
you're
Swadesh.
carrying the weapons that you're carrying,
Swadesh
right? But then
is
you may
our
have the
tribute
ability or
to
the
India's
opportunity
diverse
to be using
cultural heritage
a weapon that the
and
enemy
rich
has got,
artistic legacy.
or the terrorist has got.
A collective effort
So this guy is
preserve
expected to
and
be
promote
proficient in all
our
weapons across the world.
age-old
The rest of
arts
us
and
are
crafts.
proficient in the weapons that we
It
carry.
all began
But this guy,
as
any
an
weapon, anywhere, he can
exhibition
strip clean
at
it
the
and
launch of our
put it back in
Mukesh Ambani Cultural
45
Center.
seconds.
It's probably an
Last
intuitive skill, right?
and has
So
Also.
now become a movement.
Also.
sometimes when I'm
cultural
talking to special forces
renaissance.
personnel, as a
Swadesh
viewer, as a part of the
highlights
armed
the
janta, I have
spirit
so many
of Make in India
movie-like
and
questions.
offers
Have you ever gotten
sustenance,
injured yourself
and
in an
global
operation?
recognition
Yeah,
from
so
a skilled artisan.
I'm one of the guys
India
who
is home
made it
to over
out of
4,000 traditional
out of
arts
my
and
service
handicrafts
without getting
and more
the
than
odd injury
70
here
lakh
there, but
craftspeople.
no bullet injury.
They are
But you've seen
truly
it, obviously,
the
Yes.
pride
in your
of our
team.
country.
Very close quarters.
And yet,
Many of them.
unfortunately,
Are you allowed to describe
due to
sort of
lack
what happens?
support,
Like,
opportunities,
So
and
I had
livelihoods,
written about
many of them were
this
giving up their
colleague
proud
of mine, a dear
legacy
friend,
and
Dipinder
lineage.
Sengar. I don't know if you've heard of him.
That's how Swadesh was
very,
envisioned
very interesting story. In
give
fact,
our
that's been,
talented
and I wrote this
a
about, I think,
platform
6-7
to
years back.
showcase their skill and
He got
craftsmanship
shot
a growing
while
audience,
we were operating in the
both
northeast
Indian
in Assam.
and international.
And then he recovered, and then
Apart from
we went
setting
into
up
Kargil
stores
and
in
came
India,
back from Kargil,
we
and then he
now
was shot
plan to
again.
take Swadesh global
And
with a
cumulatively,
presence
he
in
had about
US
7
and Europe
bullets
as
in his
well.
body in the space of about
From
3 years,
Kashmir to
2.5, 3 years.
Kanyakumari, and from Sikkim to
And of course,
Bhuj,
the second time around,
work
the
and
doctors told him that
voices
he'll never walk
of
again.
our artists
And
and
how this
artisans
guy
will
then
now
switched
be
track.
seen and heard,
He of course could
not just in India,
continue in the army,
but around
but
the world.
that's not what he wanted to do. You know,
Dear
special forces and
beyond
cutting edge
art and
soldier
culture,
doesn't want to be sitting behind
through our
a desk
rural
peddling
transformation
files.
initiatives,
That's what he would
we
do
have
if
so
he were.
far
So he
touched the
decided to
lives
quit, and then
of
he
over
went in
20 million people
from nothing. So he's
by
from the Sainik
building
school, Sainik school
climate
Riva,
resilience,
and
water conservation,
he had
enhanced
nothing in his life
increased
other than
productivity,
Forge and then
various
SF.
skilling programs.
Right, and that's what he did.
Another
And at
important
32, 33
area
or something
of
like
our
that,
is in
he decided that he has to carve out a fresh
For
career
us,
for himself. He did
helping
not
people
know
in times of
what that was.
calamities and distress
But
is
he
our
decided to give it a
prime
shot. So
duty.
he asked around. People
Whether
told
it
him
was the
about
floods in
MBA.
Gujarat,
MBA karna zaruri hai
Kerala,
bhai,
and
if you want to,
Uttarakhand,
you know.
or
So
the
this guy
COVID
decided to take
pandemic,
the cat. He's prepared for a
Reliance
year.
Foundation teams
While on the
have
bed,
always been at
could
the
not walk, could
forefront,
not move.
offering support and assistance to our fellow
He gave the
citizens
cat. He got a
in
call from
those hours of
IMA, B,
need.
C, and L.
Wow.
Went to IMA,
Recently,
topped that place.
after the tragic
Came out. Now he's with
landslides
Microsoft in
in
the US.
Wayanad,
Wow.
volunteers of
That's
Reliance
That's an
region.
example of special forces
Yeah,
mindset
exactly,
being
exactly.
moldable.
and
Absolutely. So the
rehabilitation. Our
adaptability
teams
that
on
you
the
will
ground
never,
are
ever
supporting
give up.
immediate response
No matter what.
and recovery,
No matter
as well
what
as
circumstance you're
long-term
thrown into,
requirements
you will
for
find
the
a way to
people
land on your
of
feet
the district,
and work
such
your way
as
through.
providing food, water,
And I understand that there's a
essential
sense of
amenities,
brotherhood when there's that
providing
5-man unit, 6-man
sanitation
unit. I've
and
heard this from
hygiene,
both Captain Raghu and Major
providing
Jacob.
training
I'm sure
for
even you would echo that
sustainable
same thought.
livelihoods,
So if you see a
providing
teammate
support
who's
for
gotten hit,
education,
what's the whole mindset of the team? Is there like
ensuring
more anger?
reliable
Is there
digital
protection towards that
connectivity
guy?
through
So what's his
Reliance Jio
mindset like when he gets hit?
and
Yeah, of course, there is
enabling
emotion. It's never
psychosocial
easy to
support
see
and
somebody
community
that you're
healing
working
by
with.
trained
It's
counselors,
brotherhood, right?
especially
I think you use the
for
right term.
children and youth
It's
as they
it's
slowly
it
rebuild
binds
their
people in the
lives.
team
Ladies
stronger
and
than
gentlemen,
how families
this
are
year,
bound.
our
Right?
Sir
It's a
HN
very,
Reliance
very
Foundation
strong, intense
Hospital
binding. And in
completes
fact,
10
you know,
years.
this is the thing. So once
Over
I
the past decade, we have been
hung up my
guided
uniform and
by a
transitioned to
philosophy
the
of
corporate world,
respect for life.
this is what
For
I've been
us,
trying to do.
every
Of course,
life
it's
is
a very, very
precious.
difficult process because
I'm especially moved by our
mitigating
hospital's
circumstances
advanced
in
care
both
for
situations
children.
they're completely chalk and cheese,
Out of
right?
the 10
Totally
lakh
different.
patients
But
whose
the
lives we
operating
touched last
philosophy
year,
is this:
10,000
that you
were
you look at
children.
your own life.
Our hospital
You
carried
go
out
out,
more than
party with your friends,
550
you enjoy.
complex
There's something that
pediatric
brings you immense
surgeries
happiness.
of neonates
That
and
lasts for a
infants,
week, a
not
month,
just
a
from
year,
Mumbai,
a couple of years.
but all over the
But
country.
20 years down the line, you might not quite
As we
remember
look
that.
ahead, we are committed
But if you're put
to
through an
building
excruciating,
additional capacity
life-threatening
and using
situation
innovation,
with 3 or 4 other
AI,
guys,
and world-class
which has
medical professionals
dramatically
to
altered
provide
your way, your thinking.
affordable and top
It has pushed
healthcare
you to the brink of
every Indian. Friends,
knowing
another
whether
program that
you
I'm
live past
especially
this or
proud of
not.
this year
That's
is
something that will
spearheaded
not.
by my
You will
youngest
remember
son,
every
Anand. From the time he
instant
was a
of
little
that
boy,
event in
Anand
chronological
has shown
sequence
us
20
how
years
to
down
be
the line.
gentler
And that's exactly
and
what
more
this happens.
compassionate as
So the
humans.
bottom line is this:
Our
that
sacred Vedas teach us
teams tend
to
to do
serve
well when
not
they
only
are put through
humanity,
stressful
but
conditions,
also
situations.
all
That's
forms of
the
life
glue that
on
binds
our
teams
beautiful
together.
planet.
And that glue
Sarve
cannot be
bhavantu
shaken off.
sukhinah.
Even
right?
in the corporate
Sarve
world?
santu
Absolutely.
niramaya.
Absolutely.
May all beings be happy.
So,
May all beings be free
let me
from
qualify
disease.
that. Like I said,
Guided
the
by
mitigating
this wisdom
circumstances are different.
And under Anand's enthusiasm,
If that is going to be for a higher cause,
we established
for
Vantara,
a cause larger than
sanctuary of
just
hope
the money
and
that
healing
accompanies it.
for every
Yes.
being.
If it is
Located
not,
in Jamnagar,
I'm not too
Vantara
sure.
is a zoological research, rescue,
When
and
you look back at your
rehabilitation
military career,
center
right,
for
is there one
abused,
story that kind of rings in your head?
And endangered
One
animals.
story. I can never bring it down to one story.
But all over the
A couple of
world.
100 stories.
I mean,
Spanning over
we would love to hear,
3,500
at least if you could shed light on some of them. I think that's something that will stay with the audiences forever.
And has
Yeah, okay,
impacted
so,
the lives of
yeah,
1
I mean,
million animals.
So I told you the
and
story of
birds.
Sengar, right?
Tara
And incidentally, Sengar's
also
story
runs
has been
Asia's
picked up by the
largest
film world and they
wildlife
converted
animal
into a
hospital
movie,
with the
Zip
state-of-the-art
Ki Jeet or something like that.
equipment and more than 50
Quite frankly,
custom-made
I was
animal
very
ambulances and extensive
upset
medical
with the way
facilities.
the characterization
Our
has been done and the
conservation
quality
and
of this thing.
rehabilitation
So if I were to
efforts
put
also focus on protecting critically
The Lone
endangered
Survivor and
species
Zid Ki
and
Jeet on
restoring rare
know,
and vital
chalk and
habitats.
cheese, right? So here was a
Jamnagar
beautiful story
is the
that
Janmabhoomi of
it quite
Anand's
did not
grandmother,
kind of
Srimati
come
Kokilaben
across
Ambani,
on
and
on the screen
of his
the manner
grandfather,
that it should have.
Shri Dhirubhai Ambani.
But anyway,
Mukesh and I
so there is
are
this,
very
there's this
proud
story
to
that
see
I'd like to share
Anand's make
about
Jamnagar
when I did my
his
probation.
Seva Bhoomi.
Right. So typically the
shareholders,
probation
This year,
is 90
with
days.
the grace of
And
our
on the
Devis and
89th day,
Devtas,
there is something
Anand
called
has embarked
the
on a
escape and evasion
lifelong
exercise
journey
that's carried
of
out.
This is during
togetherness
training.
The
with his
probation.
soulmate Radhika.
The probation period, 90-day
With
period.
open arms
And that's
hearts
the
full of love, we
the
welcome
culmination.
Radhika
So that's the
into
last
our
test.
Reliance family.
So what happens is all
We
the
are
probationers
deeply
are
grateful
broken down into
for
buddy
the
pairs,
blessings and
two
good
people,
wishes that
and then you're
each
stripped,
one of you
right, to ensure
has
that you're not
showered
carrying
on
any money
Anand
with you,
and
no
Radhika
water,
for their wedding.
no maps,
आपकी दुआओं ने
no,
अनंत और
I mean nothing
राधिका के
else except for the
विवाहित
clothes that
जीवन
you're
को
wearing.
और भी
So
सुंदर
you're stripped down to
और
your
मंगलमय
underwear
बना दिया है।
and you're checked,
आपके
and then you're allowed to
आशीर्वाद
wear your
और
dungarees or your
शुभकामनाओं के
overalls
लिए
with your shoes,
दिल से
and
धन्यवाद।
that's it.
On that note, ladies
And then
and
you
gentlemen,
are
as I conclude,
left off from
my
one
heart
point,
is filled
and
with
then
immense
you have to travel
gratitude
100 kilometers
and deep
on your
responsibility.
feet
your constant
and get to the
support and your
reporting
unwavering faith
point,
in Reliance have
and
been
there would be ambushes
our
en
guiding
route,
light.
which
On behalf
will
of
kind of try and
Mukesh and
pick you
me,
up.
our children,
Right, so
and
they're
the
just
entire
replicating an
Reliance
escape and
Parivar.
evasion. So you're a prisoner
I
of
want
war
to
in
personally
the
thank
enemy
each
country.
one of
You
you
were operating
for
with the team
being
there, that you've been
an
picked up, and
integral
you're a
part
prisoner
of
of
this
war.
extraordinary
And now
journey.
you are finding
Through
a
the
way back
various initiatives
from
of
this
Reliance
thing across the
Foundation,
border to your
we
own.
have been
And so there
blessed
are, you know,
to
that's
touch
the
lives of
play.
over 77 million people.
You have
across
to make
all
this in 24
states
hours.
and 56,000
Right, you cannot
villages
afford to take
in India.
a lift on a
As we
vehicle or
march
anything
ahead,
else, which makes
we are
immediate
guided by the legacy of our
expulsion.
founder chairman, Shri Dhirubhai
And
Ambani, to serve
so
with
that's the thing. It's a test of your
friendship,
integrity. It's a
and
test of your
humility.
physical fitness. It's your test of sense of navigation, direction
build an
finding, and all of
India
that.
Because you don't
that
even have a
stands
compass.
tall.
Probably.
Nothing at all.
Not
So
just
you
in the
do
strength
astronavigation
of its
and
economy,
Through the stars.
but
through the
in the
stars,
richness
general
of
line
its
of
culture,
direction, and
the
and hope for the
kindness
best.
of its people, and the depth of its humanity.
And I'm guessing you climb on trees
As
to
we
like
enter
save
the
yourself
15th
during
year
for
of
rest.
Reliance
Like
Foundation,
Hell
our
no.
resolve becomes
You just lie on the
deeper
ground.
and stronger
You just lie on the ground.
to
So this
create
particular incident
even
happened
greater impact
in
and
Dehradun,
uplift
where
millions of
you're
Indians
you're
towards a
transitioning from
brighter,
one side of the valley to the other side of the
greener,
valley.
more equitable, compassionate, and prosperous
So we
future.
went there, and my
Thank you
buddy
once
and
again.
me, a soldier,
Dhanyavad.
simple fellow.
Now,
And
may I request our chairman, my
he came from the
husband
Maratha
Mukesh,
Light Infantry, so
to
did I. I
address
was in the
all
Maratha
of
Light
us.
Infantry earlier. So we both started off, and then initially full of josh, right? You're running and this thing,
Thank you,
and
Deepa.
ensuring that you don't
My
get caught and
heartiest
all of that.
congratulations
So you
to
got to
you
have,
and
you
the
climb
entire
over two
foundation
mountain
team
ranges.
for the
and
phenomenal
the
work you
reporting
are
point is
doing
on the other side.
in making our We Care
So we
philosophy
went through all
come
of that,
alive
and
across the country.
and there was
Today, I
a
would
thunderstorm
like
that
to
night,
assure
and
you
there's
and
no
Amit
light,
Shah that I am
and you're
here
climbing up
to
this
join your team.
mountain
I'm
face
here to devote
with water
more
just
of my
belting
time and
down,
energy for the activities of Reliance
and you're
Foundation, which are also
holding
very
on
close
to,
to my heart.
dry tufts of
I am
grass
specially
and
committed
branches
to
and stuff like that, and climbing.
India's
And probably if there was
300
light, you
million
would
children
climb that way because
with
it
good
was sheer drop.
education and good health.
But anyway, we climbed, and we did I think about 85-90 kilometers.
Vanita and me,
And by then
they
I was
too are our
pooped.
own children.
Let
us
the
therefore
cumulative
prepare
effect of
a more
89 days
inspiring vision, a more ambitious
probation-related
plan
stress, it
for
just
the
got
next
to
10
me.
years.
And I
so
just
that when Reliance
sat down.
Foundation
I knew that I
celebrates its silver
couldn't
jubilee,
walk a step beyond.
we will
And I
have
just sat down
enhanced
there.
a transformative
And somewhere in the
impact
distance, I could
on
hear
society,
probably 3-4 kilometers
100-fold.
away. I could hear
Let
a
us
highway
collaborate
kind of this
even
thing. So
more
trucks
closely
movement and
with
all
like-minded
light. You could pick up the
organizations
thing.
to build
So I told
a
this
strong
guy,
philanthropic movement
I said,
in India. Dear
मेरा और
friends,
दम नहीं है.
today it
और
gives
मैं
me
चल नहीं
great
सकता हूँ.
pleasure to
ऐसा
share
कर.
with you an
जाकर के जरा
overview
देख,
of Reliance's
गाड़ी वाड़ी
value
मिल जाता है.
creation
We'll better get into a
roadmap for
vehicle
the
and
coming
do
year
whatever.
and beyond.
6-8 kilometers. Then we'll
Following
get
in
off
the
and then
footsteps
last
of
2
my
kilometers
father,
we'll somehow make
Shri
it.
Dhirubhai
We
Ambani,
had adequate time.
I have
up our sleeve.
always believed that for
So he told me,
Reliance,
"Saab,
wealth creation for
रहने दो
India
साहब.
and
पैदल
value
चलते हैं 90
creation
किलोमीटर कर लिया ना.
for
अभी
all
रह गया
our
10 किलोमीटर.
stakeholders are
तो
two
कर लेते हैं.
sides of the same coin.
Let's do it.
When India's economy
So,
grows
you know,
faster and
your mental
stronger,
faculties
which
start
it surely
degrading.
will, it creates more
I said, "Nee, nee, nee.
opportunities for Reliance
Go and do it." Because
to grow all
the
its businesses
thing about
and
probation
create
is if
value
one of you
exponentially.
falters, if you
And
don't
when
make it,
Reliance
just
grows
you getting across the line doesn't help.
which it certainly
You have to
will,
get together as a
it will
team.
contribute more
Right?
to
So
India's
you
inclusive
pay for
prosperity.
the mistakes of your buddy.
Our resolve
And
to
that
make
the
Bharat
underlying principle is when you're in
prosperous
combat
and
operations
transform
behind the enemy
life of
lines,
every
you need to
Bharatiya
trust your buddy
has led us
and you
to
need to
take
ensure
bold
that
business
something
risks
that you do,
at the beginning
you're going to,
of
the effects of
every
that are going to be felt
investment
by the other guy as well.
We have built each of our
So he
businesses
said,
from
so
scratch
after a
and
protracted
grown
exchange,
them
I'm just
to global
compressing
scale.
it.
We
he
did
told me,
not
"Nahi, saab.
receive them
ये
as
नहीं
the
करूँगा मैं."
largest. We have often
So then
ventured beyond our comfort
MCBC,
zone.
you know,
Explore
that's all, I am a bloody
uncharted
officer, tu
territories.
sala sipahi
We
hai.
helped create markets
All of that. And I'm
others
very well
failed to
ordering you,
foresee.
go and stop a vehicle.
We did this not just once,
Loosened
not
up his
twice,
dangri,
but
sat
repeatedly.
down beside me. He
In
said, "साहब
doing
आपको
so,
जो बोलना बोल लो,
we have
जो
consistently
करना कर लो,
created
कोई बात नहीं साहब,
significant
हम दोनों
value
फेल हो जाएंगे,
for our
आप
customers,
अपने यूनिट में चल जाना, मैं अपने यूनिट में चल
vendors,
जाऊंगा, हम
investors,
SF नहीं बनेंगे,
shareholders,
नौकरी
and
तो है ना,
society at large.
लेकिन ये नहीं करना है."
Our value creation strategy
And
for the
then
future rests on the solid
the last 10
foundation
kilometers,
of our track
he
record,
pushed
which is
me,
matched
carried
by
me,
very few
cajoled
companies
me,
globally.
pulled me,
When
did
we
all that it
celebrated
takes
our
to
40th
get me across the finish
anniversary
line.
in 2017.
And this is
I
the
had
enduring
promised
part. And
that
you know,
Reliance would
so I
enter
have been to his
the world's
house
top
in
50
Himachal. I
before
have spent
our golden jubilee.
2 nights
I
there.
am pleased
I have
to
attended
inform
his
you
wedding.
that this year,
These
Reliance is
are
among
these are things
the
that you never
world's top
forget, right?
50
These are
most
just carry
valuable
forwards that
in July 2018,
and the binding
Reliance
is so
crossed the
strong
100 billion
that
valuation mark. And in
when
just
you're in a
6
combat
years,
operation
we
and
have
the
become
bullets are
the
flying
first
and
Indian company
active
to cross
firefights,
250 billion in market
there are
value.
no words exchanged and there are
In
no
2022, I
formal
promised that
declarations
Reliance would
or
double
protocols
its
that are
value
signed.
by the
But I
time
know that if I
we
get hit,
complete 50 glorious
that
years
this guy,
in 2027.
Shamraj, is going to pick me up
Friends,
and get me home.
Reliance has
I might
never
not be alive,
rested
but my
on
body will
past
come back.
laurels. Complacency
And
is
I don't
not
have to
in
tell
our
to him
DNA.
either. He knows कि
I
साहब
am
तो
supremely
मेरे को
confident
छोड़ेगा नहीं.
that Reliance will continue to
You know?
reach
So
new
this is the
heights
kind
growth
of binding
and
that
profitability in the
is
future.
over
It has been my
continuous
privilege
exposure to
establish, lead,
stressful
and
combat
nurture
situations
our
that just
5
binds
growth engines,
teams together.
O2C,
And this is not about 2 people.
retail,
It's about 5
Jio,
people. It's about 10 people.
media,
So the camaraderie
green
that exists
energy
in
and
a
fuels.
special forces
We are
unit
uniquely positioned
far
to
exceeds
grow new
what happens in a
businesses
regular unit.
around the
And what happens in a regular
adjacencies
unit
of
far
all
exceeds
these
what
growth
happens
Today,
in
3 of
life in
these
general.
engines have a valuation
If I may
of
ask
over
you
100
a
billion
story
each,
from the
and they will
active
continue to grow even
an
faster.
active combat
As
situation.
I have already explained,
yeah, so
Jio and retail
I think
are
I could
expected to
speak
double
about, and
their
I've spoken
revenues
about
and
this in a
EBITDA
couple
in
of
the
TEDx
next 3
talks
to
that I
4
did and all
years.
that.
I see immense
One of the
growth
things that
potential
stays with me
in our
is
media
how
business.
unprepared you
Our
are
new
for your
energy business
first real
will be the
exposure
new
to
jewel in
active fire,
Reliance's crown.
right?
I
So
foresee it
the amount of
becoming
firing that we do at the
as big
ranges
and
in
profitable
preparation
over
is
the
just
next 5 to
phenomenal.
7 years as our O2C business,
Hundreds of
which we
thousands
have
of
built over the
hours of
past
firing,
40 years.
incessant firing
And I am
that
confident
happens.
that
And yet,
green fuels
in that
and
first
AI-based
exposure,
solutions will
your
become
senses get dulled.
long-term growth engines for
Right,
Reliance.
you're
Overall,
not still operating
the Reliance
on
Group
peak. They're saying because
is well on track.
the
to more
fact that
than
there is
double in
another
size
guy
before the
across
end of this
who's
decade
firing back at you
and grow
with the intent to
faster
kill
in
you
the decades ahead.
is something
This will
that
further
kind of
cement our position
dulls your
among
senses,
the
and
most
you take a little bit
respected
of
and
time to
valuable companies in the
get
world.
accustomed to that.
My esteemed shareholders,
So
when it
this
comes
is in
to our value
Kashmir,
creation
in
strategy at Reliance,
Kupwara. There's this place called
we
the
have
Lulab Valley.
always believed
Lulab,
in speaking by
incidentally,
action
very
rather
interesting
than words.
side story. Lolab is
I
a
have
small
full
little valley
confidence that
near
the future
Kupwara,
growth prospects
near the line of control.
all our businesses will become a reality within the
The guys in the
timelines
SF,
outlined by me.
or at least in my
Higher
unit, we
growth
used to call it the
will
land of love
surely
and
bring
beauty.
richer
LOLAB.
rewards for you.
We made an acronym for it,
This
land of love and
confidence is
beauty,
reflected
because the sweetest
in our
apples grow
notice to
there
the stock
in the whole of
exchanges
Kashmir.
that the
The
board
girls
of
are the
directors
prettiest.
will meet
And the
on
fiercest
5th
of militants from
September
across
to consider
generally come and tend to
issuing bonus
rest here.
shares in the
And
ratio of
typically
1
there's
is to
always
1.
I assure you
struggle
that we will
between the
continue
SF
to
teams
operate
who gets to operate in
within
Lolab.
our proven financial
So everybody's
framework,
vying to
allocating
operate there
resources to
because
projects
land of love and beauty.
businesses that deliver superior returns
So
to our
it
shareholders
was in Lolab,
while
and
ensuring
I remember
our
this
balance sheet
thing
remains robust.
because these two
I
guys
seek
were
continued support
were
in
my
this
lead
endeavor.
scouts.
Dear
So
friends,
we go in a certain
I
formation
want
when
to
we're
share
going up
some thoughts on our
the
continuing
hill,
efforts to strengthen the
deep,
institution
thick jungles.
of Reliance.
And then
Today,
suddenly
Reliance is
from
more than
the
just a
left,
company. It's a proud
11 o'clock
national
area,
institution,
right, uphill,
an institution that belongs
there's a burst
to
of
the
fire.
people of India. I firmly
Typically, you
believe
can make out that it's an
that
AK-47
my
burst.
family
It,
and
it's just
I,
opened up.
and also
And
other
these
senior
two guys
members
were
of the management team
battle-hardened
are
veterans,
simply
right? They've
trustees
been in
of this great institution.
a lot of
Personal or
firefights.
family wealth
For me, this was my
holds
first
no
exposure to
importance
a live
for me.
firefight. Although
What
this is
truly matters
almost
is our responsibility
4
to
years
pass
of
on this precious
soldiering,
institution
where you're not
to
seeing,
the
and
next
just about I think
generation on a
4
solid
months of
foundation.
having completed my probation
This will
and getting into
enable
the
them
SF.
to
So an
elevate
SF soldier
Reliance
generally is exposed
to even
to
greater
any amount of
heights of
firefights.
success.
So this was my first.
In my previous addresses,
And
I have discussed our philosophy
so
and
we,
plans
it's
to
I think
enrich
muscle memory.
our
You
institutional
lie down
culture
and
and perpetuate
get
our value
hit the
system.
ground and then try and this thing.
Especially
And these guys
as
went about their
Reliance
drill in perfect
navigates
sequence,
this
right? They
period
know exactly how
of
to do it and all
generational
that.
transition.
And I was
We are
behind this.
executing
There was a
these
fallen
plans
tree trunk,
with
and
utmost
I was
dedication.
behind the tree trunk.
As Reliance takes on
but
new and
my
greater
entire body was not fully
we will
behind.
need
It was
an
kind of
ever-expanding
tircha
pool
position.
of capable
So
leaders.
a part of me was exposed.
Leaders who are fully
And then this
committed
guy,
to the purpose,
he suddenly gets up,
philosophy, passion, and
puts one hand
pioneering
on my
spirit
collar and the
of our
other hand
founding chairman,
around my
Shri
midriff,
Dhirubhai
holds my
Ambani.
dangri and just
I'm personally devoting
flips me
the largest part of my time
just using
to
both
this
hands. He just
task,
flips me across
along with our
so that I'm
esteemed
coming to
board
this side. And for
members
about
and senior
30 seconds,
colleagues.
I don't
I'm
quite
pleased
understand
to
what the hell is
report
going on.
that we made tremendous
Right?
progress.
And it's only
in these
then that
efforts.
I
Dear
understand
friends,
that this guy actually
Akash,
got up,
Isha,
exposed himself to
and
fire.
Anant
He
have
did not
just completed
engage me in a
1 year
conversation
as board
because there was so much of
They
activity
have
that was
stepped
happening.
up
Dust was getting
to
kicked
take
down
on
and
greater
cacophony of this thing,
as
fire
first
happening,
among
returning fire,
equals
and all of that.
in Reliance's next
Rocket launchers
generation
going off and
leadership.
all that. He just
I
got up and
congratulate
picked me
them
up. So he
on
exposed
their
himself.
excellent beginning.
And
In
when we
addition to
got
them,
back, I
we are
asked him,
mentoring a large
well, let me
team
use
of
another
dynamic
name.
and exceptionally
I just told
competent
him,
young leaders
Lakshman,
who are eager to
तुमने ऐसा
assume
क्यों किया?
bigger
No,
roles.
why the
at
hell did he do it?
Reliance. We continue to grow a professional
he
talent pool
smiled.
from around the world, aligning
And he told
with
me,
our
"Saab,
vision of making Reliance
कार्रवाई
a
दूसरा होता,
global
उल्टा होता.
corporation."
If you were in
Working
my
with this
position,
army
wouldn't you have
of
done it?
motivated, talented, and ambitious youngsters.
So in that
inspires and
30-second
energizes
frame,
me every
he did it
single
out
day.
instinctively.
It has strengthened my
Because he knew
conviction
that this
that
guy is my
Reliance's
team and he
future
can't afford to
is
be
in
hit.
safe hands,
And
its
it
legacy
did not
of
enter his
superior
brain
value
that he could be
creation
hit too.
will continue to flourish.
So, and instead of
My
getting into
dear
a conversation and that
I
the
mentioned
entire
at the
activity
beginning of
happening for
my
2
address
minutes, he
that
took
in
a
a world
7-second,
of many
8-second, 10-second
uncertainties,
exposure
the
to
continued
pull
rise of
me
new
into
India
this
is an
end.
absolute certainty.
So these are the
No
kind of
force
stuff,
on
you know,
earth can stop
and it teaches
our
you so many
beloved
things. There are
nation's
so many
march
managerial
towards the
management
goal
lessons
of
in
Viksit
that, right?
Bharat. I know
On how to do,
that
what
the
to do,
people of
and
India
stuff
have
like that.
great expectations from Reliance. And from
Maybe if you could
this
highlight another story which would
platform
highlight
of
another
the
management
AGM,
lesson.
assure my fellow countrymen that we are determined to
Maybe that you
exceed
learned about
your
leadership through
expectations.
action.
I
So,
also know
from my
that
earliest
India
childhood
needs vastly more
memories,
entrepreneurs.
I
both
was
big
always the
and
kinds
small,
who would have
so
these
that we can fulfill
fears of falling,
people's rising
you know,
aspirations for a better life.
of
Indeed,
a dark,
India needs
deep hole. It's got no reference point. And you're just falling, there's no context. It's just that somehow in your subconscious, you're just falling.
By 2047.
And
Now is the time for all businesses in India
wake with a
to
start
work together as a
suddenly,
grand coalition with the spirit of
and
cooperation,
and you realize that
collaboration,
if
and
you know,
mutual
everything is
support.
good, you're safe,
Today,
and stuff like
I
that.
pray
So
to God Almighty
there was no
to continue
rationale
to
to
shower
it.
His
I would
blessings
have
on
these
Reliance so that we can
nightmares
continue
on a recurrent
to serve
basis.
Mother
And it just
India
happened
as a
through
humble
my
and devoted
younger
member
days,
of this
through adolescence
patriotic
and
coalition.
teenage years and all of that.
Finally, on
And then I
behalf
volunteered
of
for the
all
SF
our
and
shareholders, I
completed my
heartily
probation.
thank
I'd gone
our board of
for my
directors
para-basic,
for their guidance and oversight.
the
My
parachute jumping
appreciation to
thing.
all our employees,
So
our greatest
I
asset.
remember this
Your
incident
dedication
so
and
well. It was in
commitment
October
have
'95,
helped the
and I was
company
standing
scale new heights.
inside an
I
AN-32
would
aircraft
also like to
with the
thank
the
our
rear
business
ramp of the
partners
aircraft
for their
pulled out,
consistent support
and you're standing at
in
the edge.
delivering quality solutions.
You're the first
And
guy to be
last
jumping,
but
and there are a
certainly
line of 10 guys
not
behind
the
you,
least,
soldiers
I
and youngsters from
convey
my unit.
my deepest
And so the
gratitude
typical
to
how it
India
works is
and all
the
Indians for
AN-32
keeping
is a
faith
military transport
in brand
aircraft, and it's like
Reliance
a
over the years.
think about it as a tin
Thank you and Jai Shri
can,
Krishna.
right? And there are seats on both sides.
Register
Should
of
I
contracts
करना
or
है क्या?